software coming out of China that will be banned, or so the Biden administration hopes to ban that kind of thing, basically citing national security concerns and data collection. Also, Brendo, Taiwan Semi and Samsung looking to invest big in the Middle East for chip fab. So lots to talk about.
Going back to Friday, as well as reading a couple things on the weekend about that CEG power deal from Microsoft on the AI front as well. And as you were, kind of hinting at and alluding to, they're going to need so much more electricity to run these data centers, and Microsoft the first to take the steps at least to get in front of a solution for that. But as you were saying, downside here today for Softy, not huge, 0.4% red though to start things off. Happy Monday, guys.
Yeah, happy Monday. And
these things here.
White shirt Monday. Well, because they're not finished. There's like one of these left.
Okay, well,
and then there's the banana wasn't as popular.
Tell Ramin there's some left, and then they won't be gone.
You know what's? I am surprised, to be honest.
There's 2 banana ones. This is from Lava Girl.
Dude, I was so close to finishing this on Friday, and then I was like, I don't want to have literally the last one. Didn't want to be that guy. But it is what it is. The banana, I'm not a huge fan of. I feel like you got to go for the butter tree. Right. But you know what? The guarantees in this world are, death and taxes, and that the market generally goes up. And apparently there's a fourth I learned last night while watching the game. It's that the refs will do whatever they can to make sure that the Kansas City Chiefs win a football game.
I know.
Congrats to them, but the Bills are joining them at 3-0. There's a lot to look at tonight anyways. There's a lot to look at.
Did they win the first week, Kansas City? They did, right? Yeah.
Okay, so
they should have won last week against Cincinnati.
But they shouldn't have. They've been helped every single game.
Baltimore too.
Every single one of their games, they've had help from the refs. But the last one was egregious. I mean, it was completely ridiculous. Like, you basically let the guy mug the dude, Pitts in the end zone. But it is what it is, man. Like, that's just how the cookie crumbles. Also this week, as Brennan alluded to, there was chip earnings is only Micron this week, but there's lots of chip news today. Even if it's not going to be earnings related, of course, you got Intel doing 7-8 million almost in volume right now on the heels of deal speculation. SMCI with a non-compliance notice.
Oh, really?
From the they didn't file, so they got a non-compliance notice from the Nasdaq. They've been chilling out in a pretty decent range. I just feel like whichever direction it happens to break is going to be a trade for SMCI. And let's not forget about the EV names: Tesla up, Rivian down. Keep it simple as trade strong stocks to the upside, but Rivian still bleeding. Looking some continuation to the downside there.
Yeah, that was a huge rebalance there on Friday. We had some moves to the downside. I don't know if anybody saw Apple. Hold on a second here. AAPL. I think that's what's up, everybody. Hope everyone had a great weekend. And of course, I know Josh Allen's going tonight, but he may be the second best quarterback. I mean, Malik Willis right now. I mean, obviously I always believed in that guy, and he was such a great pickup by the Packers. And I mean, we knew that if Jordan Love got hurt, that Malik Willis would just come in and just run things. I mean, what a great quarterback Malik Willis has always been his whole career, and now clearly there under Matt LaFleur, he's thriving.
Where did he go to school? Like Liberty?
Who cares where he went to school? He's in God's country now. Okay, 227. So this is that move down in Apple. We saw, Neil and I showed you guys on Friday, and it's unfortunate because I was looking at Palantir, which Palantir was also a nice trade at the end of the day. So let's not get that twisted. But this had 30 million shares on it. As a sell side rebalance. And we were looking at it as being a long. So it came out the wrong way from what we thought. But this move had happened already. So I feel like there's a lot of traders probably tapped out up there. And then all of a sudden, the next thing you knew, it was a waterfall down. And there's the print there. It looks like it was about 130 million or something on the closing print. I'll have to double check to see if that's right. But huge move to the downside, just absolutely dwarfing the rest of the day. So Apple will see if it can make its way back up as we wait for iPhone release numbers here. So, first weekend of sales for the iPhone 16. We'll see what those numbers look like. But honestly, big move down there for Apple. We'll see if it continues. Today it's down, market is up. So a name to watch out for. And check out up top now. We do have those scrolling news headlines up there. So you have nowhere else to go. Just stay here. You get all the headlines, you get all the live action, all the numbers, everything as they come out. So, let's go back to the desk and start our lovely day off.
Not so lovely here this morning. It's
not at all
rainy and cold and fall like. It's first.
Very.
Wasn't that yesterday? It was
first day, yeah.
Right on schedule. I mean, it's rainy times. Michael Loss coming up this morning. He wants to talk a little bit about IPOs. We haven't had a lot this year, but there are a few notable ones that he's going to touch on. Reddit, one of those, still holding up nicely, well above its IPO price, still hanging out around 65, 68. Cava was another one that he mentioned, the restaurant chain. Just an absolute monster, about to take out, or it is taking out highs again this morning. This thing's 130 for Cava Group. Wow. Great year for that. So stick around 5 minutes or so. We'll have Michael Noss coming up here talking about some of these IPOs. Yeah, I mean, interesting week as far as corporate events. There's a number of conferences going on this week as well. So we'll keep you up to date if there's any headlines that come through from mostly on the pharma side, bioscience side of things, so there might be some headlines to deal with on that front too.
We got the UN. So a lot of leaders are in New York City to take part there. And Jensen was meeting with, Jensen Huang, obviously of NVIDIA, was meeting with Narendra Modi yesterday, the Prime Minister of India, basically trying to get a feel for any expansionary ideas there. They're already present in 3 cities, and they were looking at expanding even more. So lots to talk about in terms of, possible Wall Street and, politicians meeting this week, so it should be interesting.
A couple of notable analyst moves just popping up in front of me here. Nike, first off, I mean, it's down, but very, very slightly. What is it, 0.04 right now on the negative side of things. JP Morgan cutting their price target this morning on Nike. Palantir as well, Raymond James cutting to market perform. After the S&P ad, we'll get that for the first time at the open today, guys.
Yes, sir. And Nike was one that, it was up a ton on Friday, but I think it's all relative when you look at it because it was mostly just gap up. But yeah, it was on the churn to make a big breakout, at least a continual breakout. I think it's going to try to fill this gap in. So we were talking about 85 on Friday, and 85 already held once on Nike. Going to have to try to do it again. I mean, upgrades and downgrades, as we said, sometimes you're just playing a little bit of catch up, but with the China risk for them, there's a lot of people making the bets on China, despite the fact that, had some more negative numbers, or the youth unemployment, again, higher, just continuing to grow. So that's not necessarily great. But there had been some positive numbers out, and there had been a bit of a curl in at least a few of the Chinese-related names. Like, I'm talking about the ones with exposure, like the Starbucks. So I need 85 to hold today, or not going to be that interested in it. Oh, no. Wow, that was... Okay.
You got Phil on something?
Well, you know what's hilarious?
No.
I accidentally went short on Intel there and just punched right out.
Oh.
Yeah, and I know why it was too.
Intel
I'm hearing something in my, I have an echo in my ear, guys.
Yeah.
But no, pre-market lows, when it was trading up on trend, I had a stop order set for pre-market lows. I'm like, okay, well, if it does the pre-market low hold, I'm just going to likely go long in front of it. But I still have my stop order out, saw it hit. I'm like, no, I don't want that. Let's just punch out.
It's a good trade, looks like.
But I didn't want it.
Yeah.
And it's pre-market. But Intel's actually falling like a little bit of I don't want to say a rock, but it's almost flat now. We were up 5 points when we sat down. And now you're pulling right back in afternoon levels. Now keep in mind, even if there was a deal from Qualcomm, it would take forever to get that done. And the antitrust issues, just imagine all of that. But look at it absolutely flush into the downside. Going red on the day is Intel. There's probably got to be a bounce here.
I don't see news on it.
Yeah, I'm trying to make sure my Benzing is on here. There isn't any news.
I don't have it.
But Intel flushing big time. Wow, that would have been a great accidental short if we'd held on to it. But you don't hold on to a trade you don't want.
Well, it was breaking 22, right? Was the short?
No, it was breaking pre-market low.
Oh, 23.
It was just 22.30 clean.
22.30. Yeah,
I got 28, and then
there has to be something out.
There's got to be something happening here. Otherwise, you're trying to catch the bid off of Friday's high.
10 million shares. Yeah, I don't see anything. I just want to say about Nike here, just real quickly. We'll keep watching Intel. I mean, Intel's going to be a mover anyways. Obviously, Brendan, everyone's on the desk here, so we're fine. Just look, Elliott Hill comes in, new CEO. I think that's what everybody wanted, was a little bit of a shift in management there. But the problem with this is you just ran into that $90. We said on Thursday, Friday, when this name was released and this news came out, that it was probably a sell into this level. It's the exact same thing that I did on Starbucks. I just wanted to say that although Starbucks holding out near the highs, obviously Nike still can do that, but you're running into that $100 level just the same way that Nike's running into 90. So I would just say be very, very careful about all of that. But yeah, Intel right now taking 22 again. Just went right into sort of where we barcoded, I guess, on Friday. I don't have the data running past 4:30, but these could be some levels, $22. I don't, sometimes when you say when there's smoke, there's fire. We're going to talk all about Intel though. So right now we're just getting Michael all locked and loaded. But yeah, there goes Intel, 10 million shares already. Let's just have a quick look at the imbalances so far here today. As we await, I see Michael's getting close to being ready. So Fubo's there as a sell. We can have a quick little look to see if that's doing anything. No, it's not. So anyways, long story short, there's not much on here. This is the first time we're both looking at this together now for the first time. A Carnival Cruise, sometimes we can trade on the show. Lumen, I guess that's been a popular name as well. Big order right there on the book for New York, which doesn't necessarily mean it will be there off the open, as that's there as a buyer. And then there's Oracle. Oracle's 170. I can't get over that price. That is, wow. When they did that forward guide to 2029 there, that was quite incredible, man. Up to 170 Oracle. Wow, this name is looking nice too. I wonder what Michael thinks about this. We can ask him another time, but the Oracle looks like it's trying to break out too. Back to the upside, consolidation there on the top end of Oracle. All right, yeah, so obviously we're going to be looking at a lot of different names here today. Mainly NASDAQ, I have a feeling, as NASDAQ right now outpacing the S&P 500 2-1 on this active morning, post-Fed and post-witching. Let's go over to the desk.
As mentioned, Michael Noss with us on a Monday morning. It looks a little bit not as rainy there as it is here so far today. Mr. Noss, happy weekend.
Happy weekend. No, it's actually a bit of a drought, if you want to use that. But yeah, but the leaves are starting to turn, you can see. So that time of year.
Yep. Let's talk. I mean, as I mentioned, I kind of teed it up here. We haven't had a lot of IPOs or notable IPOs this year, but the ones that are worth talking about have actually done reasonably well to even quite positive. I showed that chart of CAVA, just a monster the past couple of weeks here, really, really strong. You want to give us a couple of data points here, which are super interesting when it comes to trading these.
Yeah, absolutely. So as a nerd does, I spend a lot of my weekend reading Substacks and articles and studies about different trading styles and philosophies. And this one kind of struck me because as I'm reading this, I realized that we have a scan for just this thing in Trade Ideas. So I wanted to show it to you guys because, as Brendan was saying, the IPO market isn't what it used to be, and we'll see that a little bit in the data. But some of the IPOs that are coming out and are making it are actually doing okay, as opposed to a lot of the SPACs and the D-SPACs that we saw back in the day. So first of all, I just want to shout out the title of this Substack that I wrote. I won't try to pronounce the person's username, Quantiovo. I'm not too sure, but the idea is that the trading IPOs seems to have a market leading edge as opposed to trading the S&P 500. So claims, and I read the article, so spoiler alert, it's true. It claims a 3 times return of the market with a 1/3 drawdown of the overall market as well. So we're going to take a look at that, and then I'm going to show you a little bit on how to trade ideas, how we can do that or scan for that in trade ideas. And then also, I always got to leave you guys with some ideas, so we'll do that as well. So the idea is that the market returns around 6 or 7% a year for the tested period. This returned 18% with less of a drawdown. The next slide here is just kind of a breakdown, more of a detailed breakdown of the stats. The first column is this particular strategy. The strategy, simply put, is buying IPOs after they break out of their IPO or their first day high. Now, we know there's a stat out there that's about 85% of IPOs at some point undercut that IPO price. So you wait for that undercut, and then you buy them as they break through that IPO high, and potentially you're putting in a profit target higher. You're trying to not hold these things forever, but you're trying to build a basket of IPOs and trade them, knowing that for this particular setup, without getting into all the nitty-gritties about standard deviation targets and stop loss and all that, he found just by scalping these to the upside, again, it put an 18% return versus around a 6% return for the overall market, and only, I believe, the max drawdown was 17% on this strategy, whereas the market for the tested period got cut in half during 2008, so a 56% drawdown for the overall market. The next chart here is just the equity curve for this particular strategy. So the orange line is the S&P 500, and the purple line, again, is just buying IPOs as they break to new IPO highs. And the purple line down below is the drawdown curve. So this is basically from equity highs, that lower panel, is how much are you underwater and for how long. And you can see from 2001, when he started the study, you had the tech bubble, and then you had the great financial collapse. So you're underwater for long periods of time. And in this strategy, you're not underwater nearly as much. But if you look at the far right-hand side of the curve, you can see that it actually flattens out a little bit. And I think that's that lack of IPOs we've seen for the last couple of years. So a bit of a dull period when it comes to new IPOs, but we'll see if that reverses itself. Because the writer actually mentioned that in bear markets, companies don't really want to IPO. They only want to IPO in bull markets. So you can see that there's kind of a natural not trading in bear markets because there's not a lot of IPOs and there's not a lot of IPOs hitting this new IPO high. So as always, you can email info@trade-ideas.com. You can reach out to me on Twitter. I can get you this IPO scan that we've come with, but essentially we take all of the IPOs and we just sort them by how close they are to their all-time highs. And two names stuck up right away. One I'll go in a little bit of detail on. One I think might be a teaser for the future, but this is Cart. It's called Maple Bear now, but this used to be Instacart. You order groceries and they come to you. I don't know why the name changed, but it looks like that happened. And it's getting very, very close on this weekly chart to that IPO high. You can see it IPO'd and then just dropped like a stone. So this is the beauty of this strategy, is you would just ignore this entirely. Brendan showed you that Kava chart, which you would be trading actively as it was making new all-time highs. This one looks like it's close to new all-time highs. So we want to take a look at that. Also, technically, kind of looks like a little bit of a cup and handle as well, where you have this big drawdown and now you have this little handle. Zooming into the daily chart, a little bit overextended in the daily chart on the next slide there. I'm sorry.
That's okay. Don't worry. Keep going.
Oh, go ahead. So I'm not looking for a continuation break on this because it is, if you look at this daily chart, it is a little bit extended. So I just marked that prior high at $39. If we pull back to $39, I think that's where I'm going to get involved. But again, if you want to follow the strategy says buy this if it breaks that IPO high, put in a stop at a couple standard deviation level, and then look to take profits into hopefully what's kind of a short squeeze. Last chart I just want to show you, we're not there yet. It's not close to that all-time highs, but Reddit is holding up very, very well and came up on this scan for the IPOs and put in a nice week last week. So this has a little bit to go to get to that prior high, but it's looking nice. So this is going to be one that is on the list as well.
It'll be interesting as we continue down this path of interest rates coming back down. If this market, if that also helps this market be a little more appealing for some of these companies that are still sitting on the sidelines.
Yeah, there's a couple in the wings. We all know about Stripe. I think Stripe's been talking about IPO for 10 years now. So yes, the more that these come out, the better. There's a whole conversation to be had about why we're seeing less IPOs. It could be venture capital or private equity money, things like that. That could be why the strategy's starting to dry up. But whenever I see a strategy like this, that the returns look really, really good, especially that very low drawdown, and we can scan for it in trade ideas, I just want to bring it to you guys in case anyone's interested.
Great stuff. As you mentioned, check them out on Twitter. You can also scan the QR code bottom of the screen, guys. Get 20% off Trader TV 20 over at Trade Ideas. Best of luck on a Monday, Mr. Noss.
I'll talk to you guys later tonight.
Oh, that's right. Later.
Thank you very much, Sir Michael. Yeah, we'll talk to him later tonight in the market recap show. Maybe we'll discuss how Maple Bear did on the day. Instacart.
Maple Bear. I remember. We
were having. So I'm trying to remember, like last week when we were talking about Cart and Maple Bear, was it in the morning because of Michael, or was it in the middle of the day and someone else was bringing it up? Either way, Cart doing some power moves. It's recent IPOs, man. If I'm looking at, it's Kava. Like Kava is just like, it's just been a rocket ship. Like there's no question about it. You want to talk about, like, forget about the IPO, like. Forget about any highs getting broken. It's like, which high do you want to break out when it comes to Kava? I'm just kind of zooming back out on the daily chart so you can get the full picture. But the early high after the first couple of months here was probably the most gorgeous level you could ever get, because he essentially made a 3-month high, and when it finally broke it out, oh yeah, like how about just throw in some dip support at that same price at 58, and only a double up now plus. Looks like it's going to break $130 today, as it's at an all-time high literally right now. is Kava. So this one's pretty much always going into the bull territory as we speak. Yeah, triple top broken on Friday. Continuation day today. Heck, I mean, if this did pre-market volume, we'd probably be talking about 130 breakout trade, but it's done 14,000 shares, which is just not a heck of a lot, and it's more of a steady gainer most days. Although Friday, $4 move. Yeah, Kava just a super impressive one. I mean, obviously Chipotle's done its thing for a long time, but this is the best IPO I've seen in a while.
Oh, man. Yeah, Kava continues to work out. I remember when they missed and it fell down and it was like in the 70s or something. We were like, wow. You never had Kava, have you? That chain, it's only in the U.S. All right, welcome back. How's everything going?
What's up, brother?
Still got the shorts on. I was wondering if this might be one of the last days there. It was pretty chilly coming in today.
I got to stop. I got to start wearing pants.
But it's not that. It's supposed to still be like, I don't know, what is it? Maybe get to low 70s today? Like I think it's supposed to get to 20, 21. I think today, so you're okay.
It's cooler tomorrow.
Catch any fish or anything? Or is it a lot of fish? Good eating? Good eating. Yeah, and you're back. Any more holidays this week? Or are you trying to be here all week? Or maybe that's good.
We're supposed to have a shawarma party on Friday, but then you weren't
We waited
here.
for you to have it.
Look, we want to make sure you're here when we get
Yes,
shawarma.
we're going to have a shawarma party this Friday if you're here. So we've been promising that.
Yeah, there you
Incentive
go.
to be here. Yeah, but I think if you still want to take time off, I think you should still do it. But your Exxon bounced nicely from 110 up here to 115, 116. So you're starting to get going at the bottom here a little bit, like with 5-6 straight days upside. A little bit of a hangover there on Friday, but trying to make a move there right now. It's almost time, I guess, to buy that. And it looks like also Tesla here, Randy, trying to break higher. I think it gets to 250 at some point right now. Nice little move upside. Look at the momentum here on Tesla. Huge move from 190 up to 250. So we're liking that. And then, man, once a shit show, always a shit show, I guess, with Rivian. I mean, this stock here on Friday, you should see the trade that we had on this name. We were short right here, Randy, and we held it for more than $1, only the last 10%, all the way down to the downside here as it absolutely threw up all over itself. And the reason why is quite simple. You get the Neil Roberts cliff break right there, coming from 1280. Well, it's because was it the Brecher? You always have
No, it was the Brecher ledge.
Ledge, that's what it is. So I'm trying to
just a flat
I'm trying to
bottom
think of
break.
Neil one. Yeah, because Sharif says flat bottom break, and then there you go. But look at that. Wow. What a move there for Rivian. It might not look like anything kind of when you zoom in, but on a $12, $13 stock, to lose $1 and change there on Friday was pretty nasty for Rivian. So
It was clean.
Oh, you still want to buy the dips on Rivian, eh? Okay, all right. Well, there you go. My wife still wants a Rivian, so whether or not that's coming in, we'll see or not. All right. So you're welcome. Someone in there is from Finch Jane says thank you to us for covering Palantir for the last couple of years. I mean, yeah, it's been easy to cover this name as it's been well traded because of the price of it and because of the moves you get, and you have ARC and all this kind of stuff that you often get new contracts coming through. They always seem to be in the news, and then of course today is really the big day for them because now they're going to be and are in the S&P 500. So right now you get a little bit, I could see a little bit of a hangover in Palantir. But again, look at this stock. I mean, where does it go? Even if it comes back into 34, 33, I mean, that's still a great run. I could see it getting faded out a little bit here, but I still think the stock breaks. And I'm going to look for long. It's on the sticky note here to break higher today. Long Palantir. So I'm excited to see where this name can trade over the next couple of weeks. I think it goes higher. I think 45 is probably in play here for Palantir. So we'll continue to watch it. Nike moving around a bit right now. Crypto 63, nice hold.
Yeah, I was just noting some of the other automakers here. Definitely not as strong as Tesla. Nice look for Tesla. GM just popping up in front of me here on a day low break. Bernstein with a note on GM today to the downside with quote unquote earnings challenges ahead for GM.
I love the way you put that, Brendo. Yeah, well, they're laying off workers, Brendo. So here's a look. There are supposedly going to be temporary layoffs. 686 full-time workers and 250 temporary workers are going to be sadly laid off temporarily again November 18th. It's part of two planned layoffs by GM. The whole point is to pause production of the Cadillac XT4 in Kansas. What they want to do is they want to retool that particular line. to the tune of about $390 million, basically, so they can make the Chevy Bolt EV. And so it's not a bad look, but hopefully they don't stay off too long.
Yeah, Ford was not really doing much. I mean, there's not a lot of volume behind this move in GM either, but worth a note. There's DJT. I saw a couple of people mentioning that. Yeah, moved down here for DJT back to basically where it ended the day on Friday. Still trying to hold on to Friday's lows here for DJT, but again, not a lot of volume behind this move. All right, we're a little early. That's okay. Well, let's get a look at the overall market. I have one of the scans that I watch in the corner of my eye here is all the stocks that we talk about frequently on the show, and the only one that's really, really green right now is Tesla. So, kind of gives you a sentiment for the day. Sure, let's get some analyst moves first before we get into the market with Adara over at the screen.
Pretty stacked upgrades and downgrades list to start the week here. We're going to kick off with On Holdings, ONON, getting this upgrade from BofA Securities down, up about 2.5% right now. We have Keurig Dr. Pepper up about 1% with this Citigroup upgrade. Pinterest getting an upgrade from Deutsche Bank, and Sienna getting an upgrade here from Citigroup. On the downgrade side of things, first two names here especially interesting. Microsoft with this downgrade from D.A. Davidson. D.A. Davidson basically noting that Microsoft's peers have kind of caught up to it with regards to what it does in cloud, specifically naming strength from Amazon. So MSFT, some cloud concerns there. Palantir getting this downgrade from Raymond James with regards to concerns about its overvaluation. Ulta Beauty getting this downgrade here from TD Cowen. And last but not least, GM with a Bernstein downgrade. Very stacked list on both sides of the coin, guys.
Stack up.
Yeah, when Brendan was mentioning, Brendan Shreve were talking about GM there, it was, look, you're going to have a lot of things to look at last week, so I'm not going to harp on why we probably didn't pay attention to GM, because usually you don't. But the $50 level is getting very obvious in here on that stock, and you can see last week, for the third time, failing the $50 level. That's going to be a popular one if it ever sees it again. I think it's a fade before anything else. There's not a heck of a lot. When I was looking at my quote board, and again, my quote board is not the entire market, obviously, but if you look at what's red, okay, well, UVXY, fine, market's up. And then you have Chinese EVs, you got Palantir, Hangover, cares about GameStop and AMC, and then it's like Apple and Microsoft that are to the downside. Now, Apple, we saw what happened on Friday with that reversal. Microsoft, just on a downgrade, that's all it's going to be. But then you look at it, it feels like it's getting a little bit of a curl underneath 440. And I don't wonder, I look at this 430 level, if it can't hold 430, you got that 50 period at 420 just sort of lingering. It's not really any kind of a flat bottom break, but you can see that last line of support recently. Like it was down at 429 in there, then you double topped, and then kind of a double bottom at 430. I think if it loses that area this week, you could be in a little bit of trouble with Microsoft back into 420. So that does bear watching. I don't know. I'm probably not looking for like a 29 breakdown or anything like that today because you're trading a full percentage away from it. I feel like this is diddling in the middle. Much more interested in trading Apple, but I'm going to throw that alert in there. And if we lose this 429 on Microsoft, I'm expecting that you could see a test of 420. Downgrade, I don't really care about it. It's more the double top and the bit of a rollover that it's making.
I just want to look at this On Holding here because this name continues to fly higher as well. Like we talked about Nike having some competition. I mean, look at this name, just huge, almost the opposite of a chart here, trying to break higher. I'm trying to show it to you. We've gotten high. This is, I believe, close to all-time highs because right there is when we sort of IPO'd, got that little IPO bump up there. I mean, we IPO'd down here, sell off, then the IPO bump. And I'm just saying that right now, you're right back to a level of On Holding that if you believe in the shoe and there's sort of a little bit of a change here from Nike over to other brands, this name has a great opportunity to break out again here. So you want to talk to Michael Nas or other CMTs here, stocks that are breaking all-time highs. This is, again, another name that's a relatively new IPO, comes back from 2021 September right to now. So 3 years now breaking out. I like the stock. I mean, this looks pretty healthy as long as you can hold this 50 period, which is down to 43. Give this one 10%. I think you have a little bit of a runner possibility here on ONON. So I don't know who didn't catch who exactly upgraded it. It doesn't matter. It's a good one, I think. Up 2.6%. taking out all-time highs right now, ON.
All right, let's get into the market here as we start to break to the upside. 0.3 now for the NASDAQ. A little bit of buying volume coming through. Sharif will have a look at the ES.
Yeah, the ES is coming to close to highs, Brendo, a quarter point up already here in the pre-market. Here's a look, guys. We keep projecting off this 57.75, and this takes us all the way back to mid-July. I realize this contract wasn't doing too much volume around there, but that level is still intact. So if we can break above 57.75 on a closing basis, we're looking at 5,800 as support. If we don't, if we give up that level, we're looking at 57.25, which is basically the consolidation top that we broke through a few days ago last week.
Keeping my eye out here. I'm not really seeing a heck of a lot, but nice move back higher here for the overall market. If you haven't done so yet, make sure you get down to the description of this video. And there's a link there for the watch list. If you haven't done so, enter your email address. You get that for free. Absolutely every single day has everything you need to know on it before we come on at 8:30 in the pre-market. I just realized that it's still a little bit delayed, I see, in my inbox this morning anyway. So, I mean, there's a lot of different things we can touch on. I mean, Intel is going to be top of mind for everyone across the board, not only after what happened back on Friday, but again this morning, we had this move back downside, trying to bounce right now. But if you missed it, Qualcomm headline takes this thing up huge on Friday. It ends the day at 22. Rumors floating around this morning about Apollo even interested in some sort of arrangement that would see a $5 billion or up to a $5 billion investment into the company as well. Giving some back right now, but still nicely positive.
Yeah, this Qualcomm headline, Brendo, is a bit of a head scratcher for me anyway. Yeah, let's take one company that doesn't make chips to buy the other company that still doesn't make chips. It's in the process of doing it. So neither one has actual fab experience. So this is a little bit bizarre. There are talks, they're saying the talks are in the early stages. There's likely going to be scrutiny from regulators, so this article reports. Qualcomm's market value actually is a little bit less than Intel's when you look at the market cap, including debt. So that's going to have to be factored into if they want to be able to take over the company. Debt is going to be a bit of an issue here. Separately, Apollo also interested in investing about up to $5 billion in Intel. This one's going to be an equity investment. There's not going to be any takeover attempts there. And I should just tell you that Apollo recently acquired about 49% equity interest in a joint venture related to Intel's new manufacturing facility in Ireland. So they're already doing business together, Brendo.
How do we approach this? That's the, I think, bigger question. A lot of people wondering at this point, guys. We're trying to hold this support from after the close on Friday.
Yeah, with like with it sort of being bounced around there that Qualcomm might not be interested at all. There was like a note of from insiders in Taiwan saying it would be a disastrous deal. But it is what it is. I think we just got to trade the price action. Where this was able to bounce off this move that was a clear, like it was a clear sell event. And I think that's probably in response to some thinking this is just not going to happen. But you had what was a triple top last week, twice on Wednesday and then once on Thursday, right at like 21.70. And that's where this has managed to catch a bid. Yeah, it's only up 1.5% now. I feel like if we get any kind of news that there's a real offer, it probably breaks this out because down here would seem relatively cheap, and we talked about that on Friday. But if there isn't a deal, you just go right back to square one where we were last week in theory. And to me, that's an over-under at this 21.75, right? Like if that was resistance, either there's buyers above here and things are looking okay, or if it loses that, I'd be wary of it. And the other thing you can always do is keep an eye on Qualcomm, because I feel like if Intel starts to spike and there's a move down in Qualcomm, then I'm speculating that that's going to be that there is some kind of an actual offer. And if Qualcomm were to get a big spike and Intel drop, I think it's the other direction. Yeah, but I'm just eyeballing 21.70. That's going to be the over-under for me. If Intel holds that line, I think you can look for longs there. But anywhere else, like in order to take a breakout, I'd need to think there was an actual deal happening. Otherwise, I'd rather just play off 21.75.
Okay, let's just break it down as simple as we possibly can here. I mean, those are some great levels. We're going to look for that. You see this price earnings ratio on Qualcomm, 21. Okay, Qualcomm changed since January 1st. 17%. Okay, so PE of 21. All right, Intel's here. Change since January 1st, minus 60% with a PE of 90. So we're supposed to believe that a company that's actually operating quite well right now, 21 PE is fine and up on the year, is going to come in and overpay for a name like Intel that is clearly in the dumps. I think Pat Gelsinger at this point would take 22, 25 cash if he could right now. So I'll wait to see what winds up happening here. I think Intel's in desperate need of like a whole management change. And I don't think Qualcomm coming in here does anything at all to the stock other than just give people a way out. So we'll wait to see if Qualcomm wants to come to the party here. You know what this is like? It's kind of like when you're a general manager and you want to get rid of a player, and then you kind of just put some whispers out there just to try to like, you know, generate up some business. I feel like that's what's happening right now with Intel. Let's wait to hear exactly from Qualcomm. Maybe there'll be some sort of a statement coming out right here. But this company has been floundering for quite a while here and looks like it will continue to do that. I don't think someone comes in and rescues these guys. And if they do, I feel like it's going to be a very big disappointment to the premium that's given if and when a deal's ever done. So I would not chase this name because you think it's getting bought out. But as far as a day trade, I mean, yeah, this could be absolutely fantastic. We just did break. Remember, we traded this on that Amazon news through 22, and that was a great trade after hours last Thursday or Friday. But if you just look here, just on what's been happening, we actually talked about this. Shakib, I think, is the biggest supporter of Intel that I've seen. And we were talking about it down here when it was at $20, $21. And I was saying, and this is all before all of this stuff happened, that there was a good downside risk here that you can get out. As long as you don't come in one day and it's at $17, you should be able to get out around this $18.50 bottom. So worth taking a shot. So right now, if you did buy something around 2021, you're now like 1-to-1. You could get out of half, and then the rest of the ride is house money, because you get out of half now for $2 winner, and then you hold for that $2 loser, 50-50, play with house money to the upside. That's how I'd be playing Intel. But yeah, it should be exciting, man. I mean, I don't know anything. Let's just wait to see what winds up happening here with Intel. So Qualcomm, I just think, is smarter than that.
This portion of the show brought to you by our friends at VinFast, Vietnam's leading electric vehicle manufacturer. They've announced their Q2 2024 financial results. Deliveries up 44% quarter over quarter, with 13,172 EVs delivered, bringing their first half total to over 22,000. That's up 101% year over year. Q2 revenue climbed to $357 million, up 33% quarter over quarter. VinFast's success in Vietnam is pivotal, driven by rising EV adoption with global expansion and new models like the VF3. VinFast aims to deliver 80,000 vehicles in 2024, maintaining their commitment to sustainable mobility. Let's continue along to Microsoft. Trying to roll over here right now, actually, back towards 433. Yeah, D.A. Davidson with a downgrade today on Microsoft.
Yeah, D.A. Davidson analyst Gil Luria downgrading it from buy to neutral, basically saying that competition's caught up with the company and that reduces the justification for the current value, basically citing a couple of reasons here. Cloud business growth starting to slow down, the likes of AWS as well as Google's GCP catching up and adding more users. Also, the code generation business, Microsoft's lead in that business also diminishing. They maintain, though, the price target of $475.
Not a heck of a lot of volume here behind this move so far today, but worth noting, guys, a little bit weaker than the rest.
Yeah, I mean, you downgraded, your target's still 475, which would be like above its highs. So it is what it is. But Microsoft, like we were just talking about there maybe 5-10 minutes ago, I don't necessarily love what I see with that double top and then rolling down into what looks like a bit of a flat bottom break. If it wasn't for Apple and the way that Apple moved on Friday, this might be the one that I was looking at for a fade. But instead, I mean, Apple, you saw what it did, false break, and then double top here. It's a very similar setup, like lower high, double top, rejection candle, and a very clean sort of over-under at previous close prices. If we can't hold on to 227.5 here on Apple, I mean, I think that's a fade. And if it does hold that at the open, I think it's easily a breakout above 228.70. So yeah, I just feel like Apple, while Microsoft has trouble if it loses 429 there, 429, 430, Apple was the bigger mover on Friday, which would lead me to believe it's the bigger mover today. Could be wrong, and they're both moving about the same percentage today, but I'll usually take the one that was more volatile for the opportunity the following day.
I was looking at our note here. Yeah, just a downgrade there. I don't know. It doesn't look that exciting to me, Microsoft. Too expensive to me, honestly. If you're looking for it, I know that our watch list is being delayed, so just keep on refreshing your inbox. But if you are looking for some trading notes here, the sticky notes should be out both on Instagram and on in X there. I have Apple as well. I'm looking for a 229.50 break long on this name. So, that's something that I'm going to look for. We've really hit Apple long real well the last couple of days, but now this is actually developing into maybe this long right here, 228.75. When we wrote this note, we were here. We've now faded out. The Nasdaq's coming back in. Maybe Apple is a lot weaker than we thought here today, so let's be careful about that. There's 229.50, the bottom right there. So I was just thinking we can get into this area, break it, see if it holds. If not, we can probably take $1 or so risk on this name, but for right now, it's coming back in. So I don't know, maybe I was thinking that the market, and I wrote down here on the sticky note that I was feeling pretty bullish here today, right? And so I wrote down feeling bullish to start. Let's see if the positive September, and I remember at the beginning of September when we had that first week and it was so negative, I was on the show saying, I feel like there's too much negativity about how bad this month is supposed to be rather than what it's actually going to be. And we'll see if we can hold positive for the month of September. That'd be nice. At the end of the day, though, Microsoft's still down 0.45. Look at how the Nasdaq has given back a little bit here this morning. We'll see if Microsoft, although it's looking, I don't know, like I wonder if we've just topped out a little bit up here at that 445 area. Like Meta's breaking out. Like there's a lot of names. Like Amazon's back to 190. I actually have to check Amazon. I didn't check it today. And a lot of these names right here are possibly primed for a little bit of a turnaround back into the 50-period moving average, unfortunately. It's made its highs. We got that sort of Fed bump right there. Now let's see if Microsoft can sort of fade back into this 425 area. This is where I think it's a buy, and we could actually get to that today. You're only at 433 right now. A $10 drop for sure, I think, is a buy area, at least to try it, to see if we hold that 50-period moving average down there at 420. So I like Microsoft here, but all the charts I feel like are vulnerable a little bit in a possible sell-off after what we've seen on the Fed. I know I wrote down bullish, but now we've broken below the 50-period moving average and heading towards VWAP. I thought that if we held this 2020, which is what I wrote up here, 20,200, it'd be good, but we're not even there yet. So right now, the market's actually giving me a little bit of a feels turnaround. We'll wait till the NASDAQ imbalances come out to get maybe a better feel for it, but for right now, Microsoft, I would say, would still be a short.
All right, let's go back to EV stocks. Bit of a pullback here for Tesla, but still the strongest of the group here so far this morning. As you were mentioning, there was this story about the Biden administration going after some Chinese EV software specifically. A couple of analyst notes on this group as well, but definitely active here so far.
Tesla looks fantastic, though. I'm just guessing no headline today for Tesla. We're running up, accumulating possibly for that October 10th robo-taxi day. Make sure to check that out with us. Separately here, though, as a group, Chinese EVs showing some weakness. The U.S. Commerce Department wants to block any software and hardware connected in connected and autonomous vehicles. Basically, they're saying it's due to national security risks as well as data collection and potential manipulation. Basically, this takes effect from 2027 onward for 2027 onwards for software, 2029 for the hardware, and automakers are not happy about this because they need time to switch hardware and software suppliers. They argue their systems undergo extensive pre-production processes, Brendo, that are not easily altered, so they're not happy.
Yeah, I mean, we're right back to Fed levels here, or post-Fed levels, guys, for Tesla after the sell-off on Friday.
Earlier. But look, Tesla's, I was looking at some of the Chinese EVs to see if there might have been a trade on some dips on those or maybe like a reversal, but didn't see anything I like. But Tesla, look, the market's basically flat. I mean, Tesla's up almost 2%. And whether or not we get a 245 breakout today, I'd like to think it's possible. I think you're going to need some serious strength here. It could just do a consolidative type of day in Tesla. And if that happens, I'd be perfectly okay with that. Because if you dip into what was double barrel resistance in the afternoon, like 240.5. You can see both those wicks. That's already the pre-market low. So very similar, like when Intel made that drop, it bounced off 2170, which was resistance last week. On Friday, your resistance was pretty clean here at 240.5 to 241. So I would go dip buy hunting on Tesla in that range. Relatively strong. That's the key. Relatively strong in a good upward trend. Maybe it breaks out 245. Certainly that's possible this week. And we can't really talk about EV names and just completely ignore Rivian. Rivian's actually up 1% today. I think that headline may be getting a bit of a bounce for EVs in general that aren't Chinese. But at the end of the day, when you have a flush like it did, like a flat bottom break, even if it were to pop, that was all the way up at 1270. So it could pop and fade 12. You had some resistance at 1230 that looks pretty good. Just want to look for general continuation. If there is a move up on Rivian, I'd just be looking for a reversion back into the downside. As long as it's underneath that 1270 from Friday. Going to be bearish on that one, but bullish on Tesla for sure.
Look, we missed Tesla last week, 235. We're not going to do that again today. So here it is. Tesla right here off the sticky note is 244 break long. So I really think this is good. What I wrote down here is just worth a shot. Momentum's picking up here on Tesla. I believe this is worth a great opportunity here up at 244. So that's been the high right there, 244, 244.50. Let's just take it if it takes the dollar. So, I mean, you can wait for 244.50 if you want that. For me, I'm going to try to do, a trade that has worked quite well, and that's been these Tesla breaks. So, we saw that here. Here's 235. We talked about missing that one right there, how good that was and just being distracted. And then on Friday, again, it was a really choppy open, and this could always happen to us. If we do wind up, there's 244. So if that happens to me today, and it didn't break there, but let's just say it does, then you got to play it back to some of these levels, right? Like that's 243. So if you're going to look at that break right there, that's 242.50 is the 50 period. VWAP right now is 242. We only have 15 minutes now, or I guess 12 minutes until the market opens. So I feel like it's worth the shot. Up market, up stock, not crazy catalysts. That's the only thing that I'm a little nervous about. But look at the momentum here. We talked about how Microsoft's trying to turn around. In my opinion, this name's trying to go. So I think we get 260, 270 by, what day is it here? The 23rd? I mean, we could get 260 by the end of the week. And then after that, anything's possible. So let's just wait to see Tesla. I think you want to play the momentum, but this is the market. The market's falling down right now. So if we don't hold VWAP, then everything's going to change off the open. I feel like the sellers will try to come. So we'll hold off hope. But right now, the order's in, man. Hands are off. I have no bids out. The only bid I have out is NVIDIA, but I'm waiting for Tesla to break the top, and then we'll punch that long. It's a breaker trade on NVIDIA.
Let's go on to Palantir. If you zoom out on a higher time frame chart, you get a better perspective of what's happening this morning, which is really absolutely nothing. We're chopping around in this range, which we've been in all last week, basically. But Raymond James with a note on Palantir in a downgrade today.
Yeah, basically saying it's priced to perfection, downgrading it from from outperform to market perform, citing the recent stellar gains. They're saying that it's trading at a premium compared to its historical average, and therefore it's a candidate for this Rule 40 regression, which essentially implies a lower valuation. It's a statistical thing, not really a big deal for here, so we'll keep an eye on it, but it's run up aggressively here since being added to the S&P 500, Brendo.
Yeah, as the guys were mentioning there, market downside, Palantir hanging out, not too far away from those highs from last week, guys.
Yeah, and to me, unless it breaks out those highs, like it's got a range. It put in a range all week long, right? Like 35.8, 37 the third. So as long as it's going to hold out in that range, and I'm looking to fade the top, and the buy to me is down at the bottom of that 35.8. So Palantir wants to go sideways. We've seen the sell the news before. That happened with SMCI, that happened with Uber. This is not comparable to when Tesla got added, obviously. Tesla was just bigger. So I think you want to be pretty clean about this. If it breaks out the top, great. But if it doesn't, we're about 50 pennies away. It's like 1.5 points. It would be trying to go green through 37.20. So kind of a red to green story if it tries to break out the top. But my initial look is fade the top and play the range. When the range, if it's closer to the high, I want to be looking for shorts. If we were trading at 36, I'd probably be going dip and rip on this one. I just feel like the aftermath of the addition to the S&P 500, I'd rather look for people taking profits at a resistance level than anything else. And then, the other one that went in, you look at Dell just doing almost nothing in here, and that's red on the session, bit of a false breakout. I think if Dell was at 120, I'd probably be thinking the same thing. Before we go back up to the desk, I know a lot of people we've got a few people in the chat that were like, what? No, no NVIDIA today? Well, the thing about NVIDIA, and nothing against NVIDIA, it's just there. I thought I had this channel drawn when I tweeted out this morning, but 115.5, 117 up top. Much like we were just saying with Palantir, it was very range bound for the majority of the session after the early break, but clear support at that 117 till it turned into resistance on Friday. So it needs to bust 117, or you're just waiting for it to get down into this 115.5 for a bit of a test. So I think the range bound nature of Palantir allows you to short that pop. If I see 35.8, 36 in there, that's where we're looking to catch that bid all week long. I mean, it just basically held that bid all week long. I don't see a reason why it shouldn't if it got down to 35.8 on Palantir.
All right, Palantir, let's go. I mean, this has been a stock that we've had long since its inception. We really like the stock, and I like it even more today. So I just said 37.50 break long. I'm not trying to... I've really only lost, when I've tried to dip buy this name. Thing is, you have to dip buy it once it settles down, because very hard to catch that knife on Palantir, I find. It's like you believe in it, and then just goes, it goes that extra little penny. Anyways, 37.40. I mean, it looks pretty good on the daily, so this is setting up for me to take this. The only problem, like I was saying before, is this is its day here, right? So everyone's been waiting. We've now been added in. Again, some big rebalancing trades coming through there on Friday. You see, it's had a nice move up. Came as a buy imbalance. We were talking about that huge move to the upside. We actually had this 37 long break right up into the close. It was a really good stock. That's a couple rebalance days in a row that we've done really well on names. So Palantir continues to be one of those. That 37.30, I mean, that could be a punch long as well. I just think you watch the stock, you wait to see what it does. And if you're up here, you punch long. I already have that order in. So I'm already going long, and what I've written down here again, and I know our watches is a little behind, make sure you do scan that QR code on the screen right now to make sure you get it every single day. But I already have Palantir 37.50 long break. It's already the 52-week high. Why not do it? Post S&P 500 inclusion. Again, here to trade, right? So not just trying to give you ideas, but if they come through, this is the trade that I want to take. And if it's a loser, it's a loser. We'll wait to see if it comes back in through 37. So for me, 37.50, I'm looking at how many shares I have. That's fine. I'll lose it all the way back here, 50 cents. I think we can go. So this could be a hold all day. But again, we might not get into it. If it doesn't take the top, then I am staying away from Palantir. I'm only going long this name unless the market really starts to give us a reason to turn it around.
Yeah, we apologize, guys. I'm in the process right now of trying to figure out why this is so delayed. I mean, to their defense, Beehive, the email platform, has been fantastic to date. So not sure if there's an issue on their end, but we will track it down. Let's talk crypto here to wrap things up. I was just noting this is a 30-minute chart, so a little bit of a pullback here on the 30-minute time frame. Anyways, we're back to that's 63,000 just below us right now, still holding as support for Bitcoin.
We were knocking on the door of 65,000 last night, Brendo, so it was a good move up. Pulling back a little bit now, a couple of headlines here. IBIT, the BlackRock ETF, the most traded, most volume spot Bitcoin ETF now has options trading, so you can be able to trade options on that specific instrument. So good look there, probably adds a little bit of liquidity. And just to mention, obviously, we got almost into that $65,000 area, so 1 month highs.
Yeah, still by far, I was noticing on the weekend as well, I was reading about those ETFs, still by far the most active, that IBIT. So definitely worth noting there.
Yes, sir. And there was a bit of a failed breakout. I don't know, it's probably extreme to say that. Reversal off of 64,000 here on BTC over the weekend. It just looks like you might be in a bit of a topping consolidation, at least as long as you can hold on to 62. That's going to be key, I think, this week. I mean, obviously, you'd like it to go sideways. That's great. Consolidation for a run at that 65 even. But on the off chance that we are not going higher, you never really know. Generally speaking, when Bitcoin's been weak, it's been a kind of a layup to short Mara. When Bitcoin's been strong, it's just nowhere near as strong as some of the rest. And obviously, you got 16.5 in here for resistance, or any test to the upside of that 65 that fails. Short pops in Mara is the way that I would at least be looking. I don't necessarily want to be trading this off at the open. I'd like to see something set up a little bit better. But this is the one I'd watch on any strength in crypto, or in Bitcoin, I should say specifically. If we do get any kind of fail, 64,000, 65,000, it's Mara that I'm looking for on the reverse. Very, very clear resistance over that 16 level on MARA. So that'll be on watch for me. We keep, just quickly before we head over, did not mention this name in chips. I mean, everyone's looking at Intel, obviously, for the potential of news, and maybe there's a deal. But Micron, which reports this week, hey, they're the ones reporting on Wednesday. And guess what? They're finally breaking out the bottom of the consolidation here. So 91.5 has been resistance on Micron as it's made a bottoming pattern. You've got a nice rounded bottom into a flat top-ish break. It's really gapping over that level. But I'm looking to dip by. Like longs into that previous 91.5 is it's 9:28, a couple minutes to go, a little bit of a spike. Someone just bought some shares in there at 93. But I'm looking dip and rip here in Micron. Strong stock up 2% here today, breaking out of a little bottom consolidation on the daily. Looking pretty good relative to the other chip names from what I can see.
Okay, just looking here at Intel and these imbalances. So Intel was just here as a buy imbalance, and now it's gone. So all these imbalances are starting to pair off. It doesn't look like there's too much in here at all. I was just wondering if there was going to be some overflow from Friday. It appears to be absolutely nothing. Palantir is a small sell, so we'll watch out to see that one coming through with now only a minute and a half left before the imbalances. Let's zoom in. So there's Palantir with a little dip, so we'll wait to see where that goes. I don't think we have to get into anything right away. We talked about what Apple wanted to do today. There's the move higher again. I didn't see an imbalance on Apple, but a nice move up there. A little bit of volume coming into that name as that gets going. So right now, I have only what I'm trading on the sticky note today. NVIDIA breaking higher, Tesla breaking 244. That could be the first trade that we're in just because of the market move here. So we like Tesla. We like all of these names. And right now, let's go over to Sharif and find out what he's going to be talking about on the midday.
Triple tops and bottoms, Sean. We're still talking about reversal patterns this week. Catch that with Dara and I on How to Trade at 11.
NVIDIA, Apple, Palantir, Tesla on my mind right now. So we're just going to play. We're going to play the book here right now. Just look with what we're trying to do. I feel like Tesla will be the first one. Apple's not until 229.50, so we're going to wait for that. Yeah, Palantir also 37.50. That's 50 cents away. We'll see.
Now, I think Apple might come first. For me, Apple 228.70. It's kind of a weird price, but that's resistance I got on Apple. And it's right back above that 227 level. So they did do a bit of a liquidity grab. You can't really call it a liquidity grab. A bit of a bottoming candle there on AAPL. Obviously, Intel is going to be in play. But the bell brought to you by Firefly Neurosciences for this Monday. Ring it, Adara. Let's go.
All right, we're up and we are ready to go. So, all right, nothing in as of yet. So Tesla stocks dumping a little bit here off open, including Tesla, back down to 242 and change. Remember, we lost early on Tesla on Friday, trying to chase some moves. So let's be patient. Nice little move down there. Let's find out what our friend Apple is doing right now as well. So a little pullback in Apple. But look at the market. Market's just kind of dancing right now, not doing too much. We'll wait to see. I'm looking to see if there's any low levels on Apple right now. That bottom of the day right here is 226 and change. So nothing really coming through yet on that one. And then Palantir is doing a dip. I'm just reviewing some names that we were looking at. Palantir right now coming back in as well.
Fine.
Not really to too many names there. And Intel's going the other way.
No, Micron's flying to the upside. So, you can look for a dip buy, but that's not dipping anytime soon. 94 already. Look, I'm going to tell myself don't chase. That's that old mantra, don't chase, don't chase, don't chase. See if you can find something on the back end of it. Intel, conversely, tried to break out and is now pulling back. So Intel's still very much in the pocket, nowhere near the 2170. We're trying to just be patient about all this, right? But
Tesla looks
Tesla's going to the upside. It's not going to dip either, apparently. It's just going straight into a breakout. Man, NVIDIA also about to break 117. I said NVIDIA, I could care less which direction it broke, whether it was 115.5 or 117 into the upside. Looks like it wants that 117 as the market is inching higher and higher.
All right, we're in this one right now, so let's go, man. It's already $1 in the money. Well, it was just $1 in the money as we went up to 245 right there. So we took out of a third already. So it actually ripped up there. Our best fill here was 244.80s.
Holy crap.
We got some out at 60, some out at 80 right now for Tesla. So we had mentioned this might be the first one to break, and it looks like it was. Now breaking back in right now, Tesla. But we said we'd have to be a little patient on this one. You know, VWAP is at 242.50. So here it comes. We'll get another out. Wow, I was just at 60s. It missed us there. We'll see if we get another bump up. Sorry, 68. My bad. 8 and a 0. Missed up there. Let's see if we get a nice little bump here for Tesla. Market pulling back, though. So, again, not to be married to a name. You know, you can be wrong, and then you can be right, and vice versa very quickly. So that's 242. If we break that, I think we'd have to exit this trade. But for right now, here comes Tesla back in. Let's give it a second, man. You don't panic. Market's coming back in. What's up, Adara?
NV, this one up here. Nuvve, I believe is the name of the company here, up almost 100% right now. No catalyst, but very small float. We're talking about 456,000 shares. They have a market cap here as well of just about around $2.5 million. So NVVE on watch here, guys. Nice volume spike off the open.
To the downside.
Yuck.
Apple just broke low of the day, so over under 227. The answer is under, as we currently are. Okay, I'm going to be on the bid of Micron on the way back in, but going to try to go back in at VWAP here on this name. That's Apple. Palantir also went pop and fade, but it did not get to that 37.30 level, so it didn't quite get to that 3/4 mark. Was looking for fade into that high from Friday. We'll see if we can't get any kind of bounce, but the market's starting to roll over. I'm going to say it's because mostly of Apple, but the one that missed for me, of course, is going to be Micron. I'm going to try and join this trend. Micron now 3.5%. Just going to look back into VWAP here as it's clearly screaming to the upside. Everyone's paying attention to Intel when Micron was the one that looked better.
Oh my God, guys. This is just the undisputed heavyweight champion right now, Tesla. We are now almost $1.50 in the money. Look at that reload down there at 243, man. Good trading there for Tesla. Only name that hit for us so far today, TSLA. It's a big trade here again for us. Let's just wait to see where we go. Now $1 in the money, looking to get out some more, right? I mean, 245.30, that was the high. We'll sit, oh no, 245.60 was the high. All right, come on, Tesla. I mean, imagine what Tesla does if the market actually goes up. We might have a doozy on our hands right here. What's up, Adara?
BAVA to the upside. Alibaba here cracking through the $90 level, up almost 2% with a nice volume spike right off the open here. Working with NVIDIA here with regards to autonomous technology here for some of these Chinese EVs. So a lot of EV stories today, but BABA moving up on one of these as well, guys.
Go.
Autonomous EVs. Okay, good look for Alibaba in there. I'm into Micron, and the only other thing we're going to talk about here in a quick little second is going to be Rivian. But back into VWAP on MU. No breakout on, NVIDIA no breakout at 117. It's already down at 116. So the chip names are actually starting to get a bit heavy. Looking for VWAP to try to hold on to this bad boy as Micron's still up that 3%. It's NVIDIA taking the lows that's going to be a little bit of a concern because it could drag the trips with it. And Apple still looking to pop and fade into Apple. Over under a 227.5. It just showed you a 227.60 as the high. So that'll be good enough for me. If it breaks that, fair enough, it can be a long, but until it does, got to be looking for the fade on Apple.
All right, nice play right there. Look, man, no watches, no worries, guys. I mean, we'll get that figured out for you right now, but look at this trade right here, Tesla. I told you the names we're looking at. Tesla's $2 in the money. So right there, it's a 244 break. So we'll give props up to Neil's trades. We'll give props up to our trades here today as there goes Tesla breaking through 246. Look, man, as it was written right here, Tesla 244 long break, upward as momentum. Fund picks up, momentum picks up. So there it goes. Nice move higher there for that name. It's Tesla, and it is fantastic right now. Good trading today on Tesla. Congratulations to the traders behind myself as well, as Tesla was a huge trade today. We don't even have to probably talk about any other names for now, but there goes Tesla. Nice move up for me. Good fade. I know you're looking at that fade on Apple, so we can wait to see if anything happens there. My next victim will be Palantir, possibly. Let's just have a quick look to see what's happening here. Nice move down. Let's see if Palantir wants to take the highs right now. But oh boy, man, this is already a day. We only have right now a third left of Tesla, but for me, that's been pretty good. So we'll wait to see what happens now as Tesla's pulling back a little bit, but we did get a nice out there at 245.80. Maybe one more. Let's get one more piece out. I mean, the fact that we're still in a third of this trade, Neil, has been pretty huge. So we'll wait to see where it can go. But right now, good trading today on the desk, man. Micron, Tesla, Apple, all these things still continue to go. I know we're not in Apple yet, but Intel as well. Another name maybe we should look at.
Well, you know what? I think Intel is a bit of I don't know. I think it's kind of a crock today because everyone was excited to see if there would be a deal, and there really isn't one. Yeah. So we're just kind of flying by the seat of our pants here, waiting around to see if we're going to get an update. But you know what? As Tesla goes up, as you see that move to the upside, 3% now to the upside on Tesla. Rivian did it again. That's Rivian's chart. It stinks right now. You could get a V-shaped recovery on Rivian, but if we're thinking pop and fade and looking for a continuation short, it's about to retest, it looks like VWAP and Friday's lows here on RIVN. Already red. I'd like to get some kind of a curl, but that was one heck of a candle. I do not want to just sit there on the other side of it, shorting back into oblivion. Micron's trying to retake $95 as we speak, take $95, not retake. It actually hasn't broken 95 just yet. We did want to go dip buy hunting. There was never one to be taken. If we don't break 95, this market's not exactly flying to the upside. I don't like the weakness in the chips, to be honest with you. So I'm going to get out in front of 95 if we get a chance to grab that. But still no Apple. It's nowhere near resistance for me. And Rivian has to be a short at some point. Adara.
Another small cap here. This one has run in the past. It's Treasure Global, TGL. Kind of had a push into day's highs here, but still up about 80%. Worth noting for TGL, no catalyst, but we do have a really small float, around 708,000 shares. Market cap of around $888,000. So small market cap and float for repeat runner TGL, guys.
Here, maybe.
All right. I thought like $1 would be pretty good to start the day, $2 would be pretty good to start the day, but you know what's even better? Put a 3-pack on that right now. Tesla, $3 in the money again. And remember what we said, if you're going to look for some resources, look no further, man. We have our watch list. Neil's put a note out, but this is what we're talking about. This is every day we're putting on names on here. We only have one name that's triggered so far. It's Tesla 244 long. We'll go look at Palantir. We'll look at NVIDIA 115, see what that's doing. We'll look at Apple if it gets going as well. But right now, it's one trade, and that's it right there. Already hit the day's goal on this trade. We got some more out on the top side. So right now, we only have about 20% left of this, maybe a little bit more of this deal on Tesla. So it gets as high as 247.50, 247.20 right there. The high of the day, 247.17. So congratulations again to all the traders behind us that have this name. I know it was a day maker for 4 or 5 traders, including myself here behind us. So congratulations for all of that. It's 9:39, damage already done, but there's always more to come, including NVIDIA, which is dipping into that 115 area. So I do have a bid down here. Oh, we have a little bad wick there. I'll have to zoom in a little bit more. But here's NVIDIA right now, bouncing off 115.80s. That's not low enough for us. But it's Tesla. Like I said, this has already been a day maker for a few traders here. So congratulations to everybody that's been on it. Let's just keep on watching it, though. I mean, we don't have too many numbers coming out. We have some sort of a flash PMI reading that could affect the market temporarily. I don't think it stops Tesla. So I called 250. Let's wait to see if that comes through, man. We only have 25% left, but there it is. It is a $3 banger, and there goes Apple ripping to the upside. We're only looking long Apple, so hopefully that'll hit, and then we'll watch out to see what we can do for Apple. But right now, so far, so good, just on this one trade. Palantir going, apparently.
Palantir's trying to make a move to the upside. It didn't really break that high just yet, but okay, check that. It did wick the high.
It did?
Let me see over here. Yeah, it looks like I have it wicking Wednesdays or Thursdays high by a couple of pennies in there. So for now, it's right back underneath. Apple's the one at the key price. I mean, for myself, Apple's trying to break out this top. I have 228.70. If it breaks that, I'm looking long on Apple. But another pop and fade. We didn't get it at the open, but another pop right into 225, 227.5. So looking for the curl on a failed breakout. So I want to try to stop there, try to get short the $0.5. That's about 85 resistance here on AAPL. Still weak relative to the market. I mean, actually, the NASDAQ's about to go red. So I can't even say that it's weak relative to the market. Not very good here for Apple. Looks like Tesla's really carrying the charge. NVIDIA is about to lose 115.5. So that's actually breaking the lows on NVIDIA as we speak. Yeah, it feels like it's not exactly everything that is screaming to the upside today. Still holding on is Micron. I want to get out in front of that 95 level. Didn't just pick it up. But as it bounces off VWAP, it's early for VWAP, but you're seeing a bit of a consolidation higher on this little bull flag pattern on MU. The way the market's taking those lows, though, got to be cautious. Bit of a breakout when we wanted to dip by here on Micron. Don't want it filling in the gap on me. Nice little bounce there on NVIDIA as well. That should help out for Micron.
All right, man, I got mouths to feed, so I think we're going to take this 260 right here on Tesla. We're 260 in the money. I'm offering 80s right now. I do think there's more room to go here on Tesla. Again, it's the only trade that I have on, but you see that we just got, like, I was waiting at 85. It just got to like 80s and stopped. Here we go. Just put an offer right here. There we go. So we get 80s right now. So bang. So that's a big trade, man, and that's the highest Tesla's at right now. We're $3 in the money. We just take some out at the highs right there for Tesla. Now we have about that 20% left. So let's wait to see here where it goes. I mean, now we're playing with house money from the jump, but again, there's the initial break. There it is moving back. Now let's wait to see. It's Tesla. It's a dream maker today. We've talked about that. All right, so Palantir, Neil just hit on that 37.40. It basically makes that move and then comes right back in. We've been wanting Apple, so we can have a quick look at that one again. I'm just going to leave Tesla alone now because the more I see it and the more I see this P&L start to go, it's like the more I want to get out. But now it's breaking higher into the highs of the day. Look at Apple fade off that 200. So that could be a short right there. I mean, Apple's not acting the same way as the rest. I mean, right now, trying to break higher. Apple actually still holding VWAP. Don't mind it, but still relatively weak against the market. We'll see if Apple can get going. Honestly, man, we are now, Neil, we're $4 right now, almost $4 in the money on this Tesla trade. And again, it was written down right here, Tesla, 244 long break, worth a shot. I guess so, right there. We talked about giving this name 50 cents to $1. So right here, 6-1 or 4-1, depending on your ratio. So far, so good here on Tesla. I'm going to look for some more opportunities, but like I said, we've almost now doubled the goal that I sort of have set for myself every single day, and that's just on one trade. So let's just keep going here. 350 in the money on this one. Apparently, Intel's at VWAP.
Intel is really not moving. Let's be real. Like it's an inside move for Intel. It's holding higher. But like I said, I wanted 21.70. So the only time you got that was pre-market. It's holding a higher low at 22. There is the rumor that there's no interest from Qualcomm at all, which you think would weigh on the stock a little bit more, but it's relatively strong. So buyers are starting to come back into it. It's putting in some higher lows. I like higher lows. I just like a little bit better, and when we get the numbers in a second, I like a little bit better the name that's actually going to the upside right now, which is Micron. So I'm going to try and get some more out in front of 94 halves. If we can do that, we'll look for that 94 top. But you're starting to see some strength in Intel. Volume is fantastic, no question about it. But it's just not convincing enough for me yet. Let's go over to Adara. We've got some numbers.
We just got here the S&P Global PMI data. This is the flash print. So the first print we're going to get here for September. We have S&P Global Composite PMI flash 54.4 here. So a little bit higher than this consensus of 54.3. Manufacturing PMI flash coming in here 47. So below the consensus of 48.5. And last but not least, global services PMI 55.4, slightly above here the estimates of 55.3 and the forecast of 54. So just to recap, manufacturing PMI lower, slightly higher here though for global composite and services PMI. S&P 500 not reacting too much to this, still up about 0.1% as we head into 10 o'clock. No new numbers at 10 though, guys.
All right.
We did have numbers at 10.
Okay, we'll watch out to see. I mean, there it is. I mean, that's pretty violent move, to be honest with you. I mean, it spikes up, it spikes down. This is the 1 minute candle. 20,038 up to 20,077. So 40 handles up and down as we figure out what is good with that number. So yeah, I'm gonna stay away from anything like that right now, and just sit in the name that we like the best. That is Tesla, almost like I said, $4, $3.50 in the money. I keep saying $4, but it's only $3.50. Okay, so Palantir, my hands are getting freezing cold right now. I gotta put out that bat signal to Randy to get a nice little warm coffee up in here. But right now, 30 already. All right, so 37.40 comes and goes for Intel or for Palantir. That was not a level for me, so we did not get into Palantir. We wrote down on our sticky note, of course, 37.50 for the breaking level there for Palantir. So if you guys were looking for some trade notes here at Trader TV Sean, it's Apple, Palantir, Tesla, and Nvidia. Those are the 4 names that I'm looking at with levels and my trade ideas on there. So hopefully one of those hit. Looks like that 37.50, we might have nailed it dead on, but maybe it's a turnaround spot there. So maybe we want to buy this name at 37 flat where VWAP is, but the market's pulling back in again. So we're in a little bit under about that 20%, but in and around 20% right now for Tesla as it's trying to come back in. Our best outs on this name was not the highs, but also not the lows, of course. 246.80 was our best out. So right here, right now. Let's just keep on going here. I do appreciate all the talk in the chat, and yeah, it's not easy to do this, and I know that a lot of you are watching it. So keep your own ideas, keep them going. Watch what Neil and I are doing, ask questions about it, and we'll be here to help you. But make sure you do hit that like and that subscribe. As I only have one position on, it's been the same one all day. We will get into Palantir in a couple minutes, I'm assuming, and then Nvidia.
Nvidia's
it's been kind of meh.
Nvidia and Intel have been very meh. Like Nvidia does not break does not break 117 bottom, does not break 117 top for the breakout, does not break down at that 115. Like for dip buys, I wanted the strong stock. I thought this needed to break out of this channel to be fun, and it's not breaking the channel. So I still have my stop order to go long. On the off chance it happens, the market is coming back into the upside. So I think Nvidia does have a chance to go. Micron's just holding on to VWAP as we speak. So this is staying pretty much in the pocket. I wanted to break that 95. Rivian is still trying. So Rivian's actually starting to trend up here a little bit. So it might have just made one heck of a bottom at the open. And maybe let's allow it to get into the previous resistance or barcode, whatever you want to call this nonsense that happened in the pre-market about 1185, 86. If it goes in there for a curl, I do want to be patient if we're going to end up shorting this one. And then the other name we didn't talk about at all in terms of the chips was AMD. I just happen to I kind of feel like 157 and 117 AMD to NVIDIA or about the same thing. AMD just way bigger of a range here where I like the compression that NVIDIA's got going for it, but absolutely nothing going on here for some of the chips. Could get a bit of a breakout in NVIDIA, but still going to hang on to MU as long as it's going. I just got to be careful. This market is trying to get back to the upside. Apple 228.70. I like for a break. It is still inside the range for Apple as well. So a lot of inside moves here. A few things broke out and are running like Tesla and Micron and apparently SMCI, but that wasn't on my radar.
I don't know if you've seen Tesla today, of course, but yeah, that's the name that we were just both talking about right now. Look at Tesla right now. Now it's officially $4. We just touched 248 right there. So that's $4 winner right there to start the only trade that we're in. I am going to take NVIDIA long if NVIDIA does want to give it to us, of course. And we'll see if it does want to do that. So here goes NVIDIA breaking through 117. That's the high right there. We'll take it. Just play some momentum names again, higher. I think it's more than the market right now, NVIDIA. So we'll continue to play. Yeah, 0.6 versus 0.36. So yeah, it's relatively strong right there. But we already have the one, man. We've already now we're almost at 2.5 times daily goal right here on one trade for Tesla. So for those of you that we talk about our number one sponsor here being Real Trading, I can't, this is no more real than this. One trade, banger to the top side, and post it up for you guys. So let's just continue to be that and be the trader that we want to be, right? One that's in control, has the positions that we want, can justify why we like them, give them to you guys every day. This is the kind of trader that we want to be. We want to be sitting here very focused in limited names in the best spots right now. And I feel like this is a good spot right now for us. today. So, all right, IBIT, we want to check out Bitcoin, but I'm looking at Bitcoin right now. And it's not moving, so I'm not really sure what I'm checking out exactly. But right now, this is what IBIT's doing. We talked about option eligible and all that stuff. Should be a good reason to go forward here for IBIT, but it needs to break this 3670 area, and we're not really there. So I don't have too much here on that one. But again, we don't want to let this name get too carried away. We could get another piece out. That was 248. I was getting greedy, man. I'm at 249.50, thinking that we were going to see $50 today, but 250. But you can see this move now in the futures coming back in. So just two positions on board for us here right now. Let's go back over to Adara.
This part of the show is brought to you by Benzinga Pro. Tired of being late to the trade? Always playing catch up in the market? Missing out on the big moves because you're too slow to the news? Benzinga Pro is your unfair advantage. Get breaking news alerts up to 30 minutes before everyone else. Pinpoint exactly why stocks are moving and join a thriving community of traders who share their strategies in real time. Ready to see how Benzinga Pro can transform your trading? Visit benzinga.com/pro and get a free 14-day trial.
I know, my hands are freezing.
I know, I'm wearing shorts. I'm freezing in here. So, look, a couple of topping tail candles here on PLTR. It's trying to break out that top. Sometimes you're patient. If you want to take a fake break or a false break reversal, allow it to actually do so. So it does not manage to break out into overhead resistance. Yeah, do I like this one? I feel like this was the setup that we're looking for, and it's going to come in here. The current high is 37.47, which sets you up at 37.5. And I was just saying to Sean, I don't know if NVIDIA wants to break out today. I mean, I can want it to go all I want, but I can sit there with an order that just doesn't want to seem to fill. So unfortunately, NVIDIA is not going to be there. I might grab some in the mid-30s. I'm going to sit at 40 and see if I can get Palantir giving it to that 50. But NVIDIA pulls back. Whoops, canceled the wrong order there. There we go. But also Micron. So we took profit on Micron a couple of times. And then the second NVIDIA turned off the high, Micron loses VWAP. So obviously Micron could have been a breakout at the open. I was looking dips, anything over 91.5. But if it can't hold on to VWAP, do not want to fight it. Lower highs, couldn't break 95. We'll see it try to pull back into the pre-market breakout area, 92.75, or just into that 91.5. And speaking of NVIDIA, once again, another top. No break, still higher lows, still trending up into a break. But at this point, we just have to be really, really patient for it. It doesn't seem to want to give you that clean move and ramp to the upside just in one shot. It doesn't seem like that's going to happen here on NVIDIA. It's SMCI in the chips that's giving the continuation. So Micron might be up 3 points, but SMCI is holding those 3 points. Not a red candle in sight for that chip name. I am still looking fade in Rivian. But as I said, let's see it get back into that high the way it's going and have it fail up in here as opposed to just going short into it. I want to see it curl, then try to grab it on the way back down or like a false break of 12. Not just going to stand in front of a moving freight train. Now up 1.5% on Rivian. Good for them. Not necessarily a big believer, though.
Yeah, no. All right, well, I'm winning at 247.40 now. I was at 247.50, and it missed me by literally 10 cents right there the last time it came up. You could see there's some wicked candles right here. There it is. Sharif, 370 in the money now on Tesla right there as it continues to go to the upside. So there it goes, man. 1 for 1 today, and yeah, now 2.5 times. Goal. So just letting you guys know, we don't give you share size, but we could definitely tell you a ratio of success here, and that's going to be a good measure right there. As here it comes even higher right now, trying to hold on, man, but not trying that well as we keep on getting out. So nice move now to the high side. We keep saying, what's the next stock? What's the next stock? I'm trying to be patient. I had NVIDIA written down here on the note that I like the 118 or 115 there for NVIDIA, but I'm getting to be a little wondering now if 117, as we've talked about, doesn't really want to break that. So I'm not sure we're going to get to that 118 level. Might be worth the shot here, trying to get higher through that 117. I think we'll take it. But you know what? I'm actually going to cancel that now. I liked it earlier. I don't know if I like it anymore. Trying to come back in as we have only 10%, exactly 10% left on that Tesla trade. Look at Nvidia coming in right now. I'm actually going to cancel that bid as well at 115. Let's just be very, very careful with what we're doing. The Palantir trade that we had again was 37.50 break. That has yet to break on Palantir, so we are not in on this trade yet, but it was very, very close. It looks like 37.50. We nailed the price, but not the action yet. So we'll wait to see what does happen now with Palantir. So, all right, that's what we're doing now. We'll just continue to go a little bit further on some of these plays and just look for new names, right? I mean, Nike, Uber. Let's check out Nike. I know that Nike was a talk earlier on the pre-market, so we can have a quick look.
Isn't it a downgrade?
It was a downgrade, and it's making its way back up, but not doing anything there today for Nike, of course, on new management. So Elliott Hill now in charge over there. So we'll wait to see. Meta's breaking 570. Is that true? Oh, my God.
Wow, Meta. Every time you take profit on a Magnificent Seven name, it never looks good in retrospect. I'm going to get to Meta. We can get to Meta in a quick little second. We got the lower high in PLTR, Palantir here, 37.34. Not quite up in front of that 40 level. Just sort of moved the order a couple of pennies to the downside. If it breaks high out, if we get VWAP, want to take some profit back in. And this is just a simple, hey, it went through, did a wick above that local high, and then came back underneath. So it's like that fail break setup. If it now takes a fresh high, I don't necessarily want to immediately reverse into it. This feels like it's not necessarily a breakout kind of day the way the market's going. I think you want to join a trend rather than try and get that high. At least that's what the market's sort of telling me in here. Rivian's still pressing and still pressing that pre-market consolidation level, but now you're right back underneath 1185 or so. So it did that wick, trying to break out. Now a little bit of a curl happening. Not a believer unless the buyers can get out in front of that 1185. Micron doesn't want to fill in the gap. I thought it would break VWAP, give us an entry, maybe down in front of like 92.75. It might just want to retake VWAP altogether as we speak. All right, NVIDIA, this has got to be it. I still left my order in there on NVIDIA.
Where's NVIDIA?
So it just bounced off VWAP. I'm still looking for that breakout at 117. If it doesn't do it on this next push, I guess we'll have to go like inside trading on NVIDIA. It's been a half an hour now, so you got the opening range already set in here. If no breakout, we got to go dip buy hunting, maybe play some VWAP retracement here on NVIDIA. But it's starting to press into these highs, looking for that top side break on NVIDIA as Micron, right back at 94, as everyone's mentioning, Meta trying to break out those highs. I feel like the market's about to take the top off, and if it does,
that'd be nice.
NVIDIA is the one I'm looking for still at that 117. Don't want to deviate from plan.
All right. Let's go. We're into Apple, new position alert right now. We just long 23s there. We just got some out at 40s. Let's see if we can go a little bit higher. There's our tick. 39, 38s right now. But here it comes back in, so watch out now. If this breaks 227, we're gonzos now on Apple with a little bit more under. There we go. So now this is our last chance here as we are back. We're not back. We are in this name for the first time now, Apple. And here it comes in. So this breaks through. It's not trading the way we thought it would, but I think it's worth the shot here coming back into the 50 period and into VWAP. So we lose this, but there you go. I was going to say we lose this, we're out, and there it goes. We lost it and we're out. Now, will it bounce? Maybe, but we're not going to give back too much here on this play for Apple. I think now we can try. Let's just try to, darn it, just try to buy some 04s. We'll buy some more 08s here. Nice move back, Apple. That's too bad. So we had some shares there at 227.09. I think our average price there was 14s, but too bad. There it goes back up to the upside as it refuses that first break and now goes back up there to the upside. Palantir trying to go as well. We're going to have to massage this Apple trade as there it comes. Watch out for that bottom. It just retook it again. 226.85 it looks like is the bottom. We're back long into Apple, but maybe not for long. All right, 10 o'clock, it's Adara with a few numbers and we'll come back.
Actually, no numbers right now. We did have at 9:45 some S&P PMI data. So services and composite a little higher than expected, manufacturing a little lower than expected. No economic numbers for the rest of the day. Then we do have two Fed speakers, Goolsbee and Kashkari. Goolsbee at 10:15, Kashkari here at 1 p.m. Right now we have the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ chopping around a little bit, more or less flat in the day. On September, this has generally been a little bit more positive than most. Still the market reacting here to that rate cut, the surprise 50 basis point rate cut. We had some comments from Kashkari earlier today saying that rate cut was the right idea. Let's see what he says when he speaks later on in the day. In terms of individual stocks to look at, we're looking at some continuation plays. Constellation Energy, CEG, not at its highs of day here, but still up about 4.5%, getting some price target increases from Wells Fargo and Morgan Stanley after its 20-year power purchase agreement with Microsoft announced on Friday. We also have Intel right now, chopping and turning here, but still up about 2.5%. Wall Street Journal reporting on Friday that Qualcomm is looking to take over INTC. And last but not least, Supermicro, slew of less than positive catalysts for this name, but this one up almost 5% on steady green candles here to the upside on that 3-minute chart. We had the company announcing that they received a non-compliance letter here from the NASDAQ on Friday. Loop Capital lowering its price target for the stock from $1,500 to $1,000. So $500 price target cut, not stopping SMCI as it pushes higher, guys.
Wow. Yeah, SMCI, you got to be kidding me, that stock. All right, so I'm out of Palantir. We'll slap the L on that one. So at this point, accidental on Intel earlier for a win, but Micron did work, and obviously Palantir to the downside. There was a bounce. There was a big volume candle that got in and out like a very, very quickly on NVIDIA and tried to jump back in. At 11 o'clock, it was like there was a number, the way the book had responded to it, but there wasn't. So I still think we can see 117 break. I'm now back in at VWAP on the bid here as it's trying to hold the line on NVDA. I want to get back into Micron trend, but it's not obliging. It's underneath VWAP still, so I need to put in higher lows here. Otherwise, you just have a retracement happening over in MU. So NVIDIA, come on, put up or shut up. I mean, it's either a VWAP retrace or a breakout trade, so I don't want to get too far away from this. I mean, this is the one that we wanted, so going to be ready. If it breaks out the top, we're going long 117. The difference now is I want the VWAP as well if we're able to get it. See, a lot of people talking about PayPal in the chat.
Really?
Look, PayPal was on one last week, load.
Yeah.
And it continues up 2.5%. It is breaking out on the daily as far as joining a trend. Like, I'm not going to slap a trend line on it just yet. But there you go. Break out of last week's highs. I think dipped back into 28.70.25 makes a heck of a lot of sense. But come on, NVIDIA. So close for that break. I keep looking over to see if AMD is giving a better opportunity, but it's not. But I feel like it's still just going to be NVIDIA.
Guys, the opportunities are right here. It's just sticky no time. There's Palantir. What did we tell you, man? What did we tell you? We said that this was going to be the break, 37.50. We have it. Takes them out 60s, takes them out 50s, wherever you want. Here it goes. Nice upside move. So we're getting out of Palantir here. Again, trading with shares, getting out when it pushes higher. Let's see what winds up happening here with PLTR. Already out of a bit here as we break through 60s. There goes Palantir. So we got 53s. Like, we actually got slippage there. 51s to 53s, which is okay, actually. We'll take that, but there it goes. It's just an average price, so nice upside move there for Palantir. Let's wait. I mean, the market isn't doing a whole heck of a lot. We could take the top still. I wrote down that 20,200 was pretty key. We're not even anywhere near there right now. So we'll wait to see if that can go. Stop out spot for Palantir. Let's just, again, as we get out of it, I mean, we could turn red on this, no problem if it turns around on us. They're 37.15, 37.12 or so for PLTR. Apple has not been our best moment right now as that continues to fall down. We're long right here at 76. Let's start to get some more out because if this breaks 226.50, then we have to take the big L here on Apple as we've been chasing this one all day here. Not all day, in the last 5 minutes, I guess. Why am I saying all day? Waiting for it seems like all day for this to make a move. And I thought higher. Definitely going to be wrong on that as Apple right now. And we're going against the way we normally trade. It's got to make sure my stop is in because, okay, yeah, breaking through right now. Okay, almost. The idea that I'm getting at here is it's relatively weak. So it goes against the playbook of trying to buy stock with the market. So I deserve that one, that flush down there on Apple, I feel like. Relatively weak name. And here I am trying to catch the long. So we did a little bit of long there, but at the end of the day, back-to-back losses there for Apple. It looks like the whole market wants to come in a little bit now. Tesla's okay. We still have 10% left. Coming back into VWAP. Could be a reload position there for Tesla as well. But you don't want to spit everything away just because a couple trades aren't working. So let's be patient with Tesla right now, bouncing off 246. I think that's a good area to get out if it does wind up breaking too much below this 246 area.
Yeah, I mean, patience is patience, but I mean, it's one of those, I don't know, I'm feeling like I'm almost too patient today, but the market is not moving right now. So you got to look to what is. Still nothing really going on with Intel. I feel like it's a kind of a put up or shut up level, but what did move to the downside, and apologies, it's a short till it's not on DJT, but unless you were basically breaking down the fresh double bottom here at 1350, that was your only chance. It's only now getting back into VWAP. You can see $13 and VWAP in there. I paid for locates like early this morning to make sure that we'd be ready for it, but if nothing else is setting up, if I don't have that trade, I'm usually looking for a continuation to the short side. So DJT, it was pretty cheap for us to be able to locate them here at Real Trading, less than 1 cent per share. Looking for any fail at VWAP that we're able to get and then do a pop and fade. NVIDIA still, like what can I tell you? Like it's not even getting to VWAP at this point. So you had some higher lows being put in. It's still in a bit of a nice little trend to the upside. Here with these higher lows that just got put in, as you guys can see. But if you're not getting the support, either that wick support, VWAP all the way in, or 15.5, it's that or breakout at 117, and none of those are setting up just yet. So still going to be patient. And that put up or shut up on Intel, I think, is about to happen. So forget about the dip into 2170, just held 22. Now it's trying to break out at 22.5 right in here at VWAP. Whether or not they're getting bought, it's definitely holding the top end of this trend on Intel. Been pretty sleepy, but it could also just be coiling up for a test of that 23 level if it can break through the 22.5, which seems like it's going to come well before NVIDIA does anything.
Yeah, Apple's still at the same level. I was just looking at Intel as well because it's just at this top. For me, I'm going to wait a little bit. 2260 maybe could be the top, but this 2250 is right here. So like all aboard on that one, I think. If you guys like this trade, there it goes now breaking through 2250. So I'm gonna give it a little more to the upside and see if it can go 2250 or so. I'm going to wait for 2260s, as I had just mentioned, so we'll give that some little bit of room. Palantir, I'm giving it some room, but like how much room? We're right at that 3750. We've seen Palantir go for a ride the other way as well. I'm going to take something off here at 54s. Our average price is only 52. We didn't even get 54. There we go. Now we get it. We reloaded a little bit there at 46, but it was like 10%. So just because we get out at 10% gives us the opportunity to get more sometimes to the downside. So not really moving the way I thought it would off of 37.50. I thought we could go for a decent run. Sure, we got some outs. Our best out, I think, is 63s or 64s, something like that on pound. 64s is our best out. We actually have 62, 63, 64. I must have just been going a little nuts there. But yeah, so right now that's Palantir. Just waiting for that to work out. All right, Tesla. Great dip buy. We were waiting at VWAP. Did not hit us, unfortunately. That was a great opportunity there. Now Tesla's taking out the top again right now for that one. So I see we can go back over to Neil because he's probably in the one that's going to matter the most right now into Intel because I don't have much going on. Tesla right now, $4 in the money. As I say, I don't have much going on.
Yeah, so good look on Tesla. I mean, right now, the market's trying to take out some of those highs. I am into Intel, but also a bit of a VWAP tester on DJT. We wanted to see it fail at VWAP. It just popped above, got to 1302. I'm going to give it to the 05, and we're short at VWAP with a clear range here. You got 85, and then you got 75, and then you got 65. I'm not making it up, but those are just the lower highs or the higher lows that it's put in. So going to get bids in front of each of those is DJT. Moving back up, down 4%, but trying to move back into the upside is I'm short here at VWAP, down 4.5%. We did have to pay for locates, but again, they're relatively cheap at Real Trading. If we lose VWAP on Intel, I mean, it's been going sideways enough that if it loses the bid here, I think you'll wait for 22s, just a little bit of a local break, looking for it to press into the 60 level. But if it loses VWAP, I'm giving up on it, at least temporarily, at least this trade here at VWAP. Still want to see some volume come out above that 35, 22.5 level. It broke it. Not a lot of buyers out and above. So I want to make sure I'm taking profit in front. NVIDIA is just crazy in here. Like,
is it doing nothing?
Well, what's hilarious about it is if you were looking short on NVIDIA, the selling that's going on here above 116.5 is like a short. It's been a short. Up in that range. Like it's rejecting everything above it. You can see the wicks here on NVIDIA, so no 117 break. I feel like if it can chew through that, obviously it's going to set up pretty well for a breakout long trade, but just nothing really going on here in NVIDIA. And it seems like SMCI has stolen I mean, I want to say all of the thunder. Up 5%. It's holding out the highs much better. No question about it. Micron, which was an early breaker, is now just trying to regain VWAP. I still like Micron for a long. I thought it was the chip name of the day, but does not hold on to VWAP the first time. It's trying to a second time here. I'd like to get back into this. It's finally reversing this downward trend here on MU, up 3 points.
Yeah, for me, the name of the game here is very, very simple today. Tesla up 4 points, 4%. Right now, we just touched 248. I mean, that was quite the move right there to back to the upside. I'm still going to hold on to it in case this market wants to figure itself out. And then Palantir, by the way, let's just go like this. I mean, we flushed ourselves down the toilet on the Apple trade because it was no good. We have to at least give some kind of credit here when Palantir finally goes to the upside. And again, just talking about different styles there, right? Neil was short, got out. We'll go long, hold it. We'll just wait to see. We could actually both wind up pretty muted here because there isn't much happening at the end of the day on these names. So on this name particularly. All right, Tesla, nice move. I mean, it's breaking higher, which is what we want. So that's all good. All right, Apple. Apple was a little bit back and forth for me, obviously, as we talked about that. It sucks to be down on this name. We're not down on it. Well, we're up on Tesla, not even close. But at the same time, still a red mark here for us today as we'll go up on Tesla, down on Apple, up on Palantir. Right now, we'll wait to see. I know Neil's going to be in Intel. We're waiting for a higher break than that as well. But 226.80 right now. Okay, $4 and change now in the money on our posted note here. This is sticky note, free resource for you every single day. Not only does it have on here 244 long for Tesla, which is now $4 in the money, it also has the Palantir break of 37.50, which right now is singing. So good trade here on Palantir. We just got some out at 63s there. So again, if you don't sit there and have your orders out, you can't get filled. So that was a good fill right there for us at 62, 63 as Kathy comes in probably and buys a little bit of that. I still like this Apple long, man. It's just, I don't think it's going to be there right now. So let's stay away. Someone said, why are we not trading more Meta? I've already told you why. Meta's a huge stock for me, generally speaking. It's just, honestly, the spread and just some of the violent moves that Meta has, it's not really in my wheelhouse right now, especially when I'm looking at some of these other names. And we already have huge moves, man, with Tesla's already $4 in the money. Like, that's better than the 570 break only goes $4, which is still great. But you gotta be a little more aggressive with that play. So we'll wait here. Tesla, I might put an offer at 438.30s just to get another piece out here on TSLA. What's up, Adara?
We have some comments here from Feds Goolsby. This is our second or third Fed speaker of the day here. Feds Goolsby saying that, quote, many more rate cuts are likely needed over the rest year and that next year, and that the rates need to come down, quote, significantly. Also expressing comfort with the fact that the Fed cut the rates there by 50 basis points because apparently it shows that the Fed is focused on risk to employment, not just inflation. We know the labor market has been a huge focus for the Fed as of late. So Feds Goolsby confirming that. Interesting note here. I'll let you guys know if there's any other comments coming from Feds Goolsby, who is set to begin speaking around 10:15. Looks like he's a bit early, guys.
Oh no, he's a little bit early. The market is a little bit late to the party to the upside. Like, this is the NASDAQ. So when we talk about trying to be patient here, the NASDAQ has tried to break the high at 2,100 a couple of times at the open, and all it's done is pull back and fade, and you can pretty much blame that on Apple and NVIDIA. No questions asked. Okay, so DJT just printed 85s. We're able to get some in there, but Intel lost VWAP, although, let me check that. Okay, no, it didn't lose VWAP. Why is VWAP different up here? It doesn't really matter. Actually, it held on to VWAP. Should probably try to get back into this one. I'll let it get to the bottom end of the range, but it's just not a crazy mover today. Like, it was a big move on the speculation that maybe there wasn't going to be a deal or that Qualcomm wasn't interested, but it is holding an upward trend line. I think playing the dips into that trend is going to make some more sense. NVIDIA is still trying to hold a bid, but now it's failing down into the bottom. This is the problem stock, I think, for the market. You could say a couple of others, but it feels like NVIDIA and the selling that was going on in front of that 117 is going to drag us down a little bit. Can't believe I was looking longs on NVIDIA all morning, but it's not looking like a long right now. So suddenly it looks like it could just be a flat bottom break on NVIDIA. Cannot take out the top. A bunch of selling out in front of that 117 when the market was trying to go. So I guess I'm changing. I got to listen to what the market's telling me, or at least what NVIDIA is telling me, that this is not a long. And I should be looking for a short entry on NVIDIA instead of staring and trying to will a trade that is not there. It's just not there. There has not been a good entry point to a long at any point. I feel like it's a flat bottom break to about 115.5 or whatever this low is. It's 115.45 actually. Or maybe we're just shorting pops back into VWAP. NVIDIA doesn't want to go, man. It's not looking that great today.
All right. Yeah, and like you guys, I mean, it's not going to be a great trading day every day. Today's been a good day. About half the floor behind us positive, half the floor negative. So, 50-50 kind of day there, with Tesla being really the real big winner for the floor today. So congratulations to anybody that has this trade. And I'm glad that we do. That is for sure right there. We were in it right off the open. So that break of 244 again, what's the point of doing work if you're not going to do it and take it? So that's the day maker for us. The day loser here is going to be Apple. And it's funny because it's not really doing anything, but we didn't want to hold on to it for too much there, and it did fall back in. So a little bit of an out there for Apple. Really wish we didn't take the bottom there of 50, but the bottom really is 30s. So we did hold out a little bit there for it, but at the end of the day, it does not work out for us. And then just a quick update on Palantir. I just sort of said there before I went back to Neil, I have to change my stop now because it's hanging out here. So now these lines are changing, which is fine. I do have a buy at 30s. So if it comes into 30s at the 50 period, fine. And if we lose VWAP, which is 20s, I'm gone. So we're gone out of this trade if we hit 30s. Averaging in if it hits 37.30 at the 50 period moving average. I mean, look, it's a 6-cent winner right now as we break above 52s, which is where we're long. We're going to have to wait. So reload there is what we'll do. Maybe a little bit higher as it looks like these levels are going to change. Chicken dinner winner right there as we get another fill on Palantir. And where was that one? 61, 62s. Giving it out to VWAP. So here we go, man. We're on one again here today and proud to be like that. Tesla's starting to go. Palantir's starting to go. Only scratch on the surface here today is going to be Apple. So we'll go 2 for 3 with a very green day for us, but did give some back there. Now, if Palantir continues to go, man, oh boy, do we have something special brewing right now for us. So keep going, Palantir now. Brand new 52-week highs. The name that we've been loving for a very, very long time. Direct listed, bought in our account and holding ever since, and averaging into it, trading it today. Your number 1 or 2 idea here on the sticky note. So far, we'll continue to watch it, but Adara has some news.
This part of the show is brought to you by Trade the Pool. Becoming a fund trader means trading with a firm's money instead of your own. At Trade the Pool, you first complete an evaluation by hitting profit targets while managing risk. Once you pass, you get access to up to $260,000 in buying power. You keep up to 80% of your profits while the firm covers the risk. It's the perfect way to trade big without risking your own funds. Ready to become a funded trader? Join Trade the Pool. Scan the QR code or click the link in the description.
Thank you very much, Sarah Dara. And take your shots where they happen to be. The market trying to bounce again. Right, Intel's still not making any moves in there. You're able to get another leg there on DJT, but it's still just going to be a VWAP retracement. If it goes right back in, I want to try and reload this one at 13. There is this Cavill, KVL, Cavill Brands halted again. This is halted multiple times here today, probably like 4, maybe even 5 or 6, as it's attempting to break out a fresh high up a couple of hundred points, but it's only a $2 stock, just to keep in mind. So big breakout here on KVL. The indicated reopen is essentially flat, but it's a NASDAQ stock, so sometimes we don't get that update until much, much closer. So KVL in its, 6th halt of the day, about to take out those highs on a reopen. So good luck to anyone that's trading that one. A lot of halts here and decent volume. And the volume's like 60 million shares, but the liquidity obviously at a bit of a premium here on KAVL. Still looking for Micron to resume that trend to the upside. It's looking a little bit better than it was earlier. You never got the dip buy, just looking for a continuation play here to hold on to VWAP. Now you're getting some higher lows. If it can hold on to VWAP, this will look a heck of a lot better. Only in DJT, that's a short. And thoughts on Rivian, Ryan, Nola. I mean, there has not been a short entry on this way back in. It was a short at the open, and all it's doing is screaming higher. So until it shows me some kind of a trend reversal trade or a reversion trade that actually sets up, why would I just stand in front of it? Like, you're still making pretty strong trend up. If it reverts that move, Like I want to see that trend line break, like something along this, breaking back down. Then I would look for the short reversal here on Rivian. But just standing in front of it because I think it's going to reverse doesn't make any sense. Let's go to the small cap recap at the screen with Adara.
We have IWM here trying to make some higher lows, slightly up on the day here, up about 0.25%, looking a little bit stronger here than the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ, though the Russell 2000 is off its highs. We have here starting things off Treasurer Global, TGL. This one near high of day here, up about 91% right now. No catalyst, but it has run in the past. It's getting some social media attention. And we have a smaller float and short float of around here, 710,000 shares. Market cap around $888,000. So market cap and share float below $1 million. We have Kaival Brands, KAVL. I know Neil was just mentioning this one, up more than 100%. Entering this merger and share exchange agreement here with Delta Corp. So KAVL market cap of around 4 million, share float here around just under 4 million on watch here as well. And last but not least, NNE. This is Nano Nuclear Energy. This one at high of days, 12% to the upside. This is a bit of a larger market cap, just under $400 million market cap. This one announcing this new subsidiary called Nano Nuclear Space, trading higher on that announcement here, guys.
All right.
Good luck on some of those. I just remembered there was a small cap that we didn't mention that, remember GameStop on Friday?
Yep.
That kind of did some things, and I looked over this is why I love the segment, because I wouldn't have thought about this, and you said small caps. I'm like, wait a minute, GameStop, 22. So it got up to 22, false break, it got to 03s or 04s up here, and it's putting in higher lows into a top end break. Now, look, whether or not you're into meme frenzy or meme craze and all that stuff, it doesn't really matter. But if a stock like this does a continuation and breaks a double top while giving you an upward trend, then I'm going to like it. It's that simple. Apple is, like, now it wants to go. So was staring down NVIDIA, which absolutely refused to break out. I feel like I'm about to stare down Apple, which, is it going to break out? I mean, I'd like to think so. So it's held on to the bottoms. I've been looking for it to break out and above. 228.20 was the previous close. But I'm looking for it to clear out this top here. If it can do that, I want to join Apple. So DJT hopefully doesn't follow the market because the market's headed to the upside. But if NVIDIA can't break, it seems at least like Apple is going to break into green territory any second now. So 228.20 was the previous close. If it breaks out the quarters, I guess we're taking this because NVIDIA doesn't seem like it wants to be strong enough. And if that never breaks out, you got to look for something else to continue the trend. The market just took out that opening range top. So I feel like you're getting some continuation. Finally, it took forever for a few names to try to play some catch up here. They're finally starting to do so. We're going to get the order in here on Apple. If it breaks and goes green, we're looking for that long. NVIDIA nowhere near those highs. It's still a bit of a dog. Unfortunately, it's just not the one today. Everyone is looking elsewhere. It is what it is.
Yeah, it's crazy that this was the one name that we lost on Apple. It's really on one right now, going back up to the upside. As I mean, as soon as you get those iPhone numbers, the stock's probably going to be ripping like crazy. I'm taking NVIDIA here at 116.40 just to see if it breaks. I mean, maybe 46, maybe 50s is a little bit of a better play. Let's just see if it wants to go. Try to hold through VWAP here of 116.20. It's there right now. We missed that. I tried to get Apple. I just didn't want to punch it, and so that was a little bit of a problem right there. All right, so up on Palantir, obviously, we talked about getting out of it. I mean, we just got these fills up here right now, 65, 68, so these have all been good. Here's the reload at the 50-period moving average. It just came back in, so we're going to sit here and wait to see if Palantir gives us the juice or not. And we're going to get out if it breaks through 20. So worth a shot for me here. Now that we've got this price, am I bidding anything else even a little? Yeah, I'm still bidding those 31. So the drop-off will be 20s. As the 50 period creeped up, I want to get something there with a little bit of a bigger order down here into this area and then giving it that next 10 cents. So Palantir could still be a blemish, man. I mean, let's just wait to see what winds up happening here with PLTR. And it looks like, despite the market ripping all the way to its highs again, it looks like Tesla is going to have a problem up here. So we're still long. We're still $4 in the money. I mean, there's no worries about it, but we don't want to lose it in case the market does come back. So that's 248. So I was actually waiting at I am waiting at 248.30. So that's a little silly. So let's just, if I'm getting nervous about it, let's just take something out here at the quarters on Tesla. So we'll give it 15 more cents. Hopefully we'll get a little bit of a whoop like that. Money. There it is, man. $4.20. Last piece out. We have a small piece left right now, but that was a good out for us. We pretty much got out of everything there on Tesla at that high side. So no better trade there today, I don't think, than this break of 244 straight up there. Now $4, not in a straight line, but it was a straight line early. Now we're trying to barcode. I think I'm going to look back and maybe like that out. We'll wait to see on that one. Tesla, I mean, I know Chill Vibes and everybody. I know Meta is definitely, you know a name that we looked at earlier was Microsoft. We looked at 420. We talked about it trying to hold on to this 430 level. It looks like it did that exactly, which is quite nice. So maybe now we get a bounce back. I was still thinking of a little bit of a lower play there. There goes Intel. We're in it for the first time here as Intel breaks higher.
Intel finally going up there. With the market actually just wicked the high one more time. I just rang the register on the lows here on DJT, which is about to test the absolute bottom. Every bottom is going to be an all-time low for this stock, so it is what it is. If it makes a flat bottom break, I'm not adding to it. I want to short pops after any move like this. I'm not going to be punching any bottoms when it's already done the majority right here off of the open. So if it gets back into VWAP and we get to 13s, I got 96s with a stop at 2s. And we'll see if this can continue to go to the downside. Micron's holding on to VWAP, so getting back into this one, starting to look a little bit better. It's got a nice little trend after that dip buy. We dip bought a couple of times in front of 94, going right back to the well at the 94 level. But that no breakout for me, unfortunately, was trying to get it down in 92 area off of the open. Now we're looking at 94s. Why do we like it today? Just a nice breakout on the daily for Micron. They report on Wednesday after the bell. They're the big tech name that's reporting this week, and plenty of room to the upside as it's up 4 points on the day.
Okay, here we go. The Intel Whispers in a position now. There goes Intel. We talked about breaking through that 2260, so we're long here at 2261 with probably, I mean, it probably will be the biggest Intel position for me today, but we'll wait to see here. Let's get some more out, man. 69s. If we can, hey, we'll take 8 to 10. I mean, with the shares that we have, we'll be happy taking it out right here, right now. But let's go. See if we can get a little bit higher, man. We're going to wait for some 70 break, then get some out at 73. That high right there is 75. And again, I'm just a little bit different strategy, right? I mean, I'm waiting for those ultimate levels to kind of break to see if it wants to do something. And then right there, now Intel sees like it's struggling a little bit. But again, this is the benefit of, again, trading a little bit higher, trading a little bit more. You can get it in and out, still have a winning trade. But again, if it fails on you like Apple did, then you sort of ramp up your losers a bit more too. So you got to watch out. We'll get out of a little bit more here. Trying to think about how many shares I punched. I'll have to double check it after these 4 or 5. Yeah, so we're probably out right now of about 30%. Waiting for this break of 70. Then we'll get something out at 73 and then hopefully a little bit higher. So that high right there is 75-ish. We'll get something out in front of it. But right now Intel is having a little bit of a hard time. So I was thinking about now VWAP. We came back in, we didn't break it. So right there, 2240. Let's give this a little bit of love back up there. That's 1-to-1. So right now we're we're long at 61s. This can break through 70, then we'd be much happier with our positioning now on Intel. So let's wait for it. Hopefully we get a break higher. There's the break through 70. I'm offering 73s to see if we can get it. Right now it's Intel. Oh, and by the way, oh my, right now on this one, as Tesla is now, here we go, this is for you, Ozan. But for everybody that wants big winners, that's a supporter of real trading, trades options, looking for big runners, looking to put damage onto your P&L, this one's for you. It's 1, it's 2, it's 3, it's 4, it's 5. Right there, nice move upside there for Tesla. It just touched 248.70 right there to the high side, so about 470 or so on that move up there. It's Palantir right now that is coming back in. So we get a 31 fill. Our average price now 41 on PLTR. I'm taking a little bit of pressure out now at 36. Let's see if Palantir can get a little bit higher. It's Intel that's stopping there, almost dead. Intel stopped almost dead at 70. Let's take a little bit more out now as we just get a nice move back up. There we go. Take out some 68s now. Let's see if it wants to go higher. We're still there at 73 on Intel. Big trade alert.
Yes, sir. Get up there, Intel. I like it. VWAP's trying to hold on a few things right now. I'm still sitting on Micron. I don't want to buy the highs of the day here. Rejected 94 half already, so I want that 94 even if we're able to get it. And then Apple, it's consolidating. It's about to break out the top, so it's about 28.10 right now. It's going to go green in 15 pennies. I'm taking the break when it goes that red to the green. Nasdaq's holding above 20,100, so still looking pretty good. DJT, I'm going to slap a trailing stop on it if it breaks the low of the day. But I feel like Apple is the one that's, okay, as I say that, it kind of dips a little bit, but it's strong, trending into this top break on Apple. All right, I'm not going to stare at it forever. We have our order in. Still looking for Micron. Now you have a nice little trend pulling back into VWAP. I think we should be able to pick some up. If I can't get any around 10s, I might jump in. If it starts to buy at 94 a quarter and turn green there, then I'm going to join the trend back at 94 quarter or so on Micron. That's still looking pretty good. Rivian is on another trend up. I'm looking for a mean reversion on Rivian, but not until it breaks the trend line. At this point, it's now a V-shaped recovery that could just be headed to the previous flat bottom break at 1270. That's a ways away. So I'm going to give it a chance to be a fade. Wanted to lose that trend, as we said. So Apple, no break just yet. Remember I said NVIDIA, if it's not going to be a long day on NVIDIA, we just have to look for a short entry. Well, it no longer wants to give you the chance to short where everyone's been selling the stock. And that's been about 116 and a half and above. It's now starting to lose it at VWAP on NVIDIA. So NVIDIA can barely even hold on to green. As we speak, it might just be a VWAP short. I kept saying, we should just be shorting it in front of 117 instead of looking out for the break. Don't want to be too early to it. We'll give it a chance. I think Apple's going to break out next, but I feel like that's going to be the next trade for me if we don't pick up Micron. And then, as I mentioned, DJT, now that it's breaking, once it breaks the low of the day, I'm trailing it back into 75, and then we'll look to pick up some more shares down in front of that on DJT. Jill Vibe saying, Meta. Ooh, Meta's all the way at VWAP already? I thought this was stronger than that. Yikes. I don't like when something like this, when the market's back at highs, it's pulling back into VWAP. No, I want it making higher lows. Like I want it to be doing something like a Micron is doing, where you're making higher lows at least and still trending into the upside. Yeah, was probably correct there on Meta. I don't know how much I like that. At all. Not quite as bullish on it as I would have been if it had been making a higher low right now.
You want to say right now, guys. Oh, by the way, four red traders, 4 green traders on the floor today. That's a good one. We'll celebrate that one. Of course, look at Palantir. Palantir's starting to go as well, but look at Intel right now. Props up to Intel. Again, not on the sticky note. In the wild, as people say here, and in the wild trade with Intel breaking higher and higher right now. Intel's been a good one. We were able to get out of more Palantir there. Palantir went almost up to 50 there, and we were able to get something out at 46. So let's see if Intel and Palantir continue to hold the day. Thank you for all the love now. Professor, last time I saw this guy, this was only $3 in the money. Now almost $5 now in the money on Tesla as it continues to go. So proud to be here once again, sitting with all of you, trading the winners one more time. And again, another green day. Let's just keep it going. That's all you can do, man. You wake up. You still put your socks on the same way every day. You come in there and you push a little bit of this. That was the wrong one. A little bit of this, and then hopefully able to get that through. Now look at Intel, man. And on big boy shares, Intel now 15 cents in the money. Let's take a little bit more out and go back over there to Miss A. Ouch, Ram.
Right before the crypto update, we're going to thank our sponsors at Firefly Neuroscience. Firefly Neuroscience is revolutionizing brain health. Our groundbreaking brain network analytics technology is transforming care for patients with depression, dementia, anxiety, concussions, and ADHD. With 15 years of research and a wealth of brainwave data, we are set to illuminate the future of diagnostics and treatment. Pharmaceutical companies and medical practitioners, get ready. FDA 510K cleared BNA technology is here to supercharge your clinical trials and enhance patient care. Join us at Firefly Neuroscience, traded on NASDAQ as AIFF, and be part of the next big leap in neuroscience. Ignite hope, one brain at a time. In terms of crypto here, one ticker to look at especially is going to be MSTR, a little bit stronger than its peers in this space. Friday announcing that they completed a $1.01 billion convertible senior note offering. Today we got some price target increases from TD Cowen and Barclays. So MicroStrategy definitely on watch here, still up about 3% and a bit. Bitcoin was at one point here poised for its 7th straight green day. Now it looks like this could get a little bit red as we have a bit of a doji candle. Currently in a bit of a range here for BTC in terms of its ratio to the USD on the daily chart. Support at 54,000, resistance at 64,000. Let's see if we can clear this level. Still in an uptrend, but having a bit of struggles with 64. Currently at just below 63.5 for BTC. Ethereum a bit stronger here, holding on to that 26.50 area and up about 3.7%. Some strength here in BNB as well, Toncoin, but a lot of these crypto-related names going to be slightly positive. Solana up about 0.5%, Ripple up about 0.4%, Dogecoin up just under 1%. Ethereum definitely looks like it's leading the pack a bit here, guys.
Well, about time, because it's been lagging for a while, relatively speaking. So I do like to see that in a general sense. Obviously, when you look at the crypto names, I said Mara if it fails 16 this morning. I was like, if we don't break 65,000, anything above 16 on Mara is usually a sell spot. But just a bit of a correction, you need to get up into the high 16s in there. So it is trending up, and I still think it's a fade if it gets up there. But I don't think you want to compromise on price altogether on something like this. Mara up 3 points. I'm not really much of a believer in this until it breaks out that high, as you guys can all imagine. All right, Apple, it's put up or shut up time.
Yeah. I like those times.
Okay, so this is, you can call it a bull flag, you can call it a consolidation higher, whatever you want. This is, it's either breaking here or probably about to test VWAP. So Apple, they just tried to dip it into 227.5. That was the bottom of that big move on Friday. I feel like that was an over-under type level. It's trying to hold over with the strength in the market. I'm here for a breakout. It's at the top. Feel like we're going to get it this time a little bit stronger, like the 15th time it goes. I'm just kidding. It's not the 15th time it's tested higher, but it is a nice consolidation higher for the breakout. It's held the support level. If it breaks out the top, that 227.5 becomes your support line, and it's trying to go. Chill vibes, just said the SPY in the 1 minute just bounced off the trend line. Great. It's going back up. It's Apple I want on this breakout. It ain't going to be NVIDIA because NVIDIA is at the lows of the day. It's got to be Apple here trying to take out these highs as we speak. DJT just trailed out, by the way. If it gets back to VWAP, I'm shorting back at VWAP, but it just reclaimed the low of the day at 1265. We're in at 95. We're out at 65 on the last of it. But as I stare down Apple, there it is. It just failed to break again and does not go green on the session here on Apple. Maybe it is going to be a VWAP trade. No break of the low for NVIDIA. I'm still thinking this is a short, but it's not breaking the low, and it's not giving you the short up at the top either. Although it is headed down into the low of the day. I'm no longer thinking NVIDIA is a long, as I was mentioning earlier. If we break out the bottom, that's 115.40. Wow. I still have that order to go. It just has not broken the low, the same way Apple doesn't want to break the high.
All right, thank you so much for all the kind words. Beautiful Gate, Adam Deleuze. There's been so many of you that have talked about this. Coffee Trader, there's Beautiful Gate. Great trade on Tesla. Sorry about missing most of it if you did, but again, just make sure you check it out. Sticky note had it written down there, so as soon as it executed, we were in that name. And then Adam as well, thank you for the nice talk there about that trade. So yeah, I mean, that was... it was the day maker, right off the open. So we're pretty proud of it, needless to say. But look what just happened to Intel. Intel just lost it, but it just came into VWAP. So we were able to take money on Intel early, and then we talked about what we'd always like to do, right? If we think a name is strong and it pulls back into this area, we have to buy it again. But it just lost VWAP. So on news right now, I'm going to go underneath this. Maybe now it's a short. 2250 here. I'm okay to flip this over into a short. I think we're going to do it. So I am doing it right now. We'll punch some 35s there and then get this into the short. We're now short on Intel underneath VWAP. I just want to flip this on its head a little bit here. That's 2250, 2260, 2255 to be wrong on Intel. I'm fine with that. We averaged into the point where we're still green, obviously, here on Palantir, as all like this was a good take out. This was a good take and out. Hopefully this will be a good one as well. But if you lose VWAP on Palantir, then we can scram on this. So yeah, just a little bit back and forth. I know we talked about the Tesla trade. I'm still in this, but I'm in it less than 5% left on Tesla. So we'll wait for that. Flipped it up on Intel. Let's see if we get a downside move. That's 20. Some of these wicks are 20s. So if we can wait in the middle there at 25 in case we get a flush, let's do that. Let's just actually sit at 27 looking for that flush. And then our out's going to be 55s right there on the upside. I'd hate to lose on Intel after making a good trade early, but we'll wait to see what happens now. The market has been so disappointing. I mean, we said that we were feeling bullish today. And I mean, I think there's been enough for both. Come over to the chart here, Ramin, quickly, and then we'll go back over to Adara, I guess, if she's ready. But yeah, I mean, there's VWAP. You're at VWAP. So I think it's bears versus bulls. I mean, shout out to our chat moderator there. It's bears versus bulls today for sure. Neither are winning, it feels like. So yeah, that's about that. Is it small cap sector or recap?
I think it's sector watch.
Sounds good to me. Sector watch right now with Adara.
Interesting, Sean. I was going to say here as well that despite the fact we're basically flat here, slightly positive on both the NASDAQ and the S&P 500, we actually have a lot of sectors that are notably pretty green. Energy and minerals strong across the board here, led by an almost 2% move to the upside for XOM. Tesla leading consumer durables to the upside. Producer manufacturing pretty strong. Finance has some strong names. We have some strength as well in industrials and process industries. What could be leading to some of the weakness is the fact that a lot of these Meg 7s, with the exception of Tesla and Meta, are a little bit more muted. Amazon, Apple, Nvidia, Google, and Microsoft a little flatter on the day. We also have some other names like Oracle and CRM in technology services, and Broadcom and Qualcomm in electronic technology, leading those groups to the downside. Health technology isn't particularly strong either. Some of the larger components here, Eli Lilly, Merck, and Thermo Fisher to the downside. We're going to have to wait and see how these sectors shake out. But right now, interestingly enough, these bullish sectors not able to lead the market to the upside, guys.
So what is it?
Apple is the most obvious flat top break that you could even see here. Just very quickly. So Nvidia broke the low of the day. The low of the day was 115.45. I mean, the 50 level obviously is a bit of a thing. 45 was the bottom. I got 40s. It's tracking into 115. It just took 115. Sorry, it just ticked 115. 115.01 as Nvidia turns into a flush, man. I was staring this thing down for all morning, and it just wouldn't go. So sometimes if it's not a long, sometimes it just means it's a short. Down 1%. Almost here on Nvidia. Well, the market's still green. So we're in this one. It just broke the 15 even. I think we got to start looking continuously short on that. But on the other side of the coin, Apple is right there breaking the high. So on one side, you have Nvidia breaking down. On the other side, you've got Apple breaking up. It's one of those types of days. It is what it is. It just tried to go red to green here. I just got in at 27s on that break and give it back into that 28 level. Look to see if it can pull back into 229. So this is a bit of a recovery from Friday where Apple did a gigantic reversal. Like it was strong all afternoon, big sell-off, looking for it to take out this top. Needs to get through that first $0.50 where I'll be taking some profit. So Nvidia down, at least for now. Apple to the upside. And Darius just said, have a look at SMCI. Well, we're in Apple and Nvidia. I know SMCI has been a big time runner. Shout out to anyone that had that long early, obviously. But fish to fry now with the Apple breakout.
Guys, Nvidia now 40 cents long in the money. So Neil and I will go the opposite way, but I'll tell you this. Right now, Nvidia, P&L number 2 on the day from this trade alone. Right now, going to the upside, 115.03. We're long. Oops, that's on Apple still. There it is, man. Buy the dip right there at 115 because you know what? That's exactly as we had it written down right there on the sticky note today. The sticky note's going to go 4 for 4 here, and I'm glad that we have this one. NVDA really brought my spirits back up there. So nice move now for NVIDIA. Let's take one more out. Well, I mean, the spirits were always really high, but we were waiting for another trade, and it's just been a minute here because we got sort of thrown around a little bit on on Intel when it was upside there, and we tried it. Now we're trying it again short. Let's see if it works. But it's NVIDIA that is making it sing right now long. Just a good way of showing you right there. Neil has it one way, we have it the other way, and we can hopefully both wind up winning on this one. All right, Palantir. Palantir. Look at Palantir. Let's go, man. We face slapped that one. Not only do we like this name in the long-term account, we like it even better right now. Palantir, another one. A nice move higher right there. There goes Palantir. Look where we bought it. We bought it off VWAP 27, straight upside. And there goes that NVIDIA right now, guys. It's a hot dog cannon kind of move. It's 50 cents in the money. We'll wait again. We're not waiting that much. As we're getting out of it, we now only have about 25% left as that just hit that shelf right there that I know both of us are looking at, this 115.50
Well,
area.
it probably wicked me out. Like, it was a breakdown trade. It just went, you'll see, I'm out of it right now. It broke the low. It reversed at 115 even. Anytime you go even dollar reversal, sometimes it's a bit of a long setup. I know Sean's in it, but once it got back above this line, I'm either waiting for VWAP or it to hold back underneath that flat bottom break. So obviously couldn't be red on it because we did get the 115 print, actually 115.04 at the bottom, but still think it can. I still actually am looking short if it fails back underneath this 115.40. It's a little bit of a flat bottom breakout and a pretty quick little trade in there. Apple now still working into the upside as that continues to go. The other name, which is that I wanted to quickly
Intel's
get
starting
to.
do something.
Yeah, you're starting to get a big move to the upside here, but also breaking out the high. Shout out to everyone that was mentioning this. Bouncing off $5 and breaking out the high is NEO. But the good thing about NEO is it's got a long way to go till it gets to resistance. Needs to break 550 and to get to that 570. Bigger levels in there. There was bad news on the Chinese EV names, but they're headed back into the upside. So Apple now green on the session. It just tagged 228.5. I think it can start to run pretty much all day. I have 228.70 as the next key level on Apple. We're going to get some out there. 228.70 was just an area that it stopped at on Friday afternoon.
It's crazy that our only losing stock will be Apple today, but you know what? I mean, we put on damage right now on NVIDIA. And again, like I hope you guys are. I know we had a problem with our watch list today, but look at these prices. Just everyone, just stick with me if you're still here. Apple 229.50 should never have been in it. Didn't do anything. NVIDIA 115 long, now 60 cents in the money. Palantir 37.50 long. It's at 37.55 right now. And we already got some good outs on that one. And then the Tesla 244 long, that one really, man. Where's this for you, Ozan? And I just tweet this out, man. The number one name on the floor here at Real Trading, and it's not even close, is Tesla today. So congratulations to all the big dogs there behind us that were trading that one here today. That is for sure. And by the way, Intel just did like a little bit of a dip down, duck and dive there. So we're going to wait to see now what winds up happening with Intel as we are just really, really taking advantage of this nice move up right now on NVIDIA. I mean, that came to 115, and we were like, is it Christmas all over again? We really like that trade. So a good little level there for us to get in. And, of course, the posted one up there on the sticky note, as today will be a podium day. So we raise up the trophy here with only 10 minutes left. Another great day over here. And you know what, Neil? This Tesla trade, okay, or Sharif, this Tesla trade, Neil, $6 now in the money on this one. So thank you, Adara. Thank you, Sharif. Thank you, Neil, for all the love on this trade as it just continues, man, to break higher and higher. This is what we do, man, every single day. Come back and check it out. Look what we're sitting in right now. NVIDIA, 50 cents. Palantir, 30 cents. Intel, womp womp, 8 cents. Tesla, $6. So right now we have over $6.50 or so in the money just sitting here right now. A clean trade on Tesla. Anybody can have it. It's the number one stock there today. Congratulations. But again, stay focused early. Stick with your guns, man. And just really thank you so much. Hey, Real Righteous TV, man. I just figured out what the GOAT was, and I know that's not me, but I do really take that into consideration, man. Thank you so much, Coffee Trader. Yeah, today Sean is killing it. Yeah, and this is like my worst day pretty much of the month so far here today. We did have our worst day was our only red day, which was the first of the month. But we're still going upside right now to close out what hopefully going to be a really strong September. Once Neil's done and once Adara's done, we'll tell you what everyone really wants to know, and that's what's for lunch. But right now, we'll go over to Adara and then back to Neil. But right now, it's Money Talks with A.
Very fascinating level here for the DXY on the daily chart, continuing to find some support though with continuously lower highs around this 100.5 level. If we break below this, the next natural support on the chart seems to be that 99.7 level that we hit back in mid-July 2023. So let's see what happens here if we get the DXY hitting more than 1 year lows. Not a lot of economic data today. We got a higher than expected Chicago National Activity Index at 830 and some mixed prints here for the S&P global PMI. So generally pretty much in line with expectations. What's more interesting though today is going to be Fed speak. Fed's Kashkari speaking for the first time earlier today. He'll speak again at 1 p.m. saying that the 50 basis point rate cut was a meaningful step with regards to progress for deflation. Fed's Goolsby saying the same thing, seeing that they're, quote, seeing many more rate cuts over the next year and comfortable with the first cut being 50 basis points. Now, for what we'll have for the rest of the week, we actually have more Fed speak on Thursday throughout the week, but Thursday will be especially interesting. Fed Chair Powell speaking on Thursday, as well as the one Fed member dissenting from the decision on Wednesday. That's going to be Fed's Bowman. So keep an eye out for more Fed speak on Thursday morning. We'll also get the GDP print on Thursday and PCE on Friday, guys. Busy week.
Yeah, busy week for sure. Obviously, we're going to also have Micron earnings in the middle of the week. That'll be a big chip name. So, look, I think Apple just took 229, coming back underneath it. But I feel like this market, you're now a bit of a curl here. Like, all of a sudden, Apple went from doing nothing when we had an inside day in the market, and this is what I mean by an inside day in the market, to it's breaking out without the market necessarily breaking out. So now all of a sudden it's a bit of a leader. I like the fact that it went red to green. It was going to be an important one, I think, overall. But if it holds on to VWAP, that almost doesn't matter at this point. If it cannot hold on to green, I want to be out of this thing. If we make this breakout to fail 229 and can't even hold on to green, I don't like it whatsoever. I jumped out of NVIDIA when it lost that breakdown trade. So breakdown was at 115.45, which was just a local bottom break. It did the curl. Now it's making a higher low. Unless you're back underneath here, I still think it's, that's still the line. You can have a V-shaped move, but if it immediately retraces a level, then it's like support is right back in there again. Like when I see V-shaped recoveries off of bottom breaks, to me, that's like running stops or wicking people out, and then you do continue back into the upside. AMD, which is a little bit stronger, that's starting to set up a little bit better for a potential long trade. But I like Apple in here. We're going to be buying dips back into green on Apple for that trend up trade. And thankfully, it is what it is. I'll stop to fail myself for this one. I had Rivian up saying, hey, the stock is screaming to the upside. We got to wait for a bit of a mean reversion here or a break of the trend line. Rivian just did the break of the trend line. I didn't grab it. It's looking like it's going to pull back into VWAP on this, but that's a bit of a missed opportunity for me. When you're looking for something to revert, that's what you want. Now, you can say the trend broke here off of these lows, or you can draw it from when it kind of pull back off the test of the pre-market high where I did. But Rivian now probably headed into VWAP. There as it heads to the downside. So Apple almost a buck in the money. Just got to be patient. We waited forever for this to break out that top. Now we're going to wait for 230. Afternoon support when it did that run going into the close. That's where I'm looking for the curl. What up, Randy?
So, hey, what's up, Randy? I just want to give everyone an update right here. Another real one is coming right at you very, very soon. One of the realist. It's Obi coming at you right now as Adara will be taking some time off just during this lunch period. And then Obi will be on, I don't know for how long, is the whole time? Oh, the whole time is Obi. So there you go. If you think you got one real, two of us right now, you got another one coming with Sharif right there. Still lessons though. Still lessons today. Look at this, guys. Bang. Oh my, we talked about real trading. What exactly is this then? Look at Palantir, right back up to day's high. You know what today, we keep talking about this sticky note because we're damn proud of it right now. It's Palantir long winner, NVIDIA long winner, Tesla long winner. And it's not just that we're long on these names, it's that we're giving you the exact prices as well. And then Apple, the only L on the day, is at the high of the day. And we were going long down here as well. Just did not have enough sort of to do that. And I respect you, Coffee Trader. You want me to write a book? Yeah. Let me get some time first, and then maybe we can do that. First, I'll try to read one, then maybe I'll write one. But there it is, a nice move to the upside right now. Apple continues to go, and I appreciate that, Coffee Trader. I mean, the fact that you said that you don't see anybody with the instincts like this, that's part of it. We've been sitting here for a very long time. Myself, Neil, Sharif, all been here many, many years, giving you guys hopefully good looks on these markets, being able to show you the winners, be able to tell you. I can look up my net right now and tell you we have one red day this month. You know, maybe two. I can look it up, and a lot of that is instinctual. We've talked about that. You got to put on the trades when the trades are there. We did it. We hammered it. It's hammer time. MC Hammer. All right, what is for lunch? That's the wrong one. Let's do that right now. All right, today we've been full of these ones, Neil. I mean, it's been a very, very green day today, so we do have some chicken dinner winners. But does that mean necessarily that is what's for lunch? Well, last week we gave you a little bit of a hint as to maybe what was for lunch now. I cannot predict the future. But yeah, last week my kids had a chicken that they really liked and enjoyed for the very first time ever. It was tandoori chicken. And today we get grilled tandoori chicken with mango confetti. Sprinkle a little bit of that mango on there, just like we're sprinkling a little bit of this cash on top of our P&L for the month right here today with white rice and mixed vegetables, as well as steamed vegetables, with a spinach salad, some carrot, mini cucumber, cherry tomato, and baby onion sprouts. Everybody, please have a great day, because that is what's for lunch. So there it goes, man. Congratulations again to everybody having hopefully that banger day that we're experiencing right now here, and just hopefully you guys can continue to join us, and make sure you join this wicked midday show with Sharif and Obi here taking the wheel from us very, very soon. But sticky note, 3 for 3, big time trades today. It's a podium day.
Mango was my nickname in high school, JKL just said in there. I'm a huge spinach guy, so hopefully our salad, which will probably not have mango on it, has a little bit of spinach. Because Popeye has been strong today. The market is not necessarily strong, but Apple's trying to make that dip back in. If it's red to green, then I want it to stay green and not go red again. So I'm going to try to get out in front of the high. It doesn't quite get to 223, but we're only going dip buying at the breakout price at 228.25. So we said, hey, look, this is the one we want next. It broke out, so we grabbed onto it, and now we're continuing that move to the upside. I do want to get back to this DJT short. It never got back into VWAP. I did trail out at the low of the day. It was kind of the first opportunity to short it back into VWAP. Now the next trade, well, if it's going to consolidate at the bottom, then we're going to short it off that consolidation. It's trend down. Every single day is a red day on this stock, more or less. There's been like one or two. You guys can count them up on a daily chart if you're bored in the middle of the day. But when that happens, next available short, right in here. Morning range bottom, 1275. If it breaks 75, wait for VWAP. If it holds under 75, just going to re-short DJT. Hail Fine Art just asked why Neo is flying. And what I mentioned, I only brought it up because it was in the chat and everyone's like, Neo's going. There was actually
Intel.
Most of these names to the Chinese EVs were all down early this morning. I have not heard anything specifically regards to Neo, why it is going to the upside, but there doesn't necessarily need to be a reason. The trend is just very, very strong. It's pretty parabolic. If I don't see any news, I'm probably going to look for a mean revert the same way I think Rivian gave you that opportunity, and it just kind of looks a little something like this. I like to draw it from the last little pullback, and then you have another higher low. If it breaks this trend, I'd look for a mean revert on NIO, or just wait for it to get to that 570 level. Big day for Neo, up 4%. No story that I'm aware of, though.
What's up, Pro Day Trader here? He says 90% of trading is instinct. Yeah, I think that's for me, I think that's what makes me different, is going based on that and trying to go for it, and just having that sort of look at the stock. And sometimes it can go wrong. We talked about losing there on Apple. XPI Biotech's definitely liking that. Again, thank you so much for the big day and for being here with us. We had a lot of viewers here today. Make sure you do hit that like and that subscribe. There it is. Look, we found our favorite guy, Mr. Bean there. Winner, chicken dinner on Palantir, by the way. Oh, and what I wanted to bring up there, so Palantir right now, 35 cents in the money and at day's high off of these reloads. What's up, Chef Joe, right there with the chef's kiss. The other thing right now is these are those instincts maybe that you're talking about. being able to win here on Intel, right? Lose it once it breaks here through VWAP and everything, then go short and put 20 cents back on this name. So 2240s, we did not get touched there, but our best out right now is 23s. So we could put another bid coming through here on Intel very, very soon. See if we could just catch a little bit more out here on the downside before the market gets going. And again, this is not instincts. This is just straight up chart reading right now as we put NVIDIA right there. P&L number 1 today, Tesla by far. P&L number 2, NVIDIA actually by far again. P&L number 3 will be Palantir, and then we'll work on Intel, and then the L for me today will be Apple. So we'll wait to see if that one can go, as that does not hit our two. We wrote down here 229.50 on Apple. Where do we get it from? I don't know, but it's also the high of the day. So if you were thinking short there on Apple, that's another banger for you right there off of that level. But you got to be thinking short, which right now, although that's probably a good call on Apple, right? I mean, it's underneath the market. Good little level there. We nailed that 229.50, but the wrong way. We don't have it. So, yeah, man, why don't you wrap it up there, Neil? Thank you so much for everybody for participating with us. I hope you guys could see these trades and able to be profitable on them. Good day over here.
Yeah, great day for sure. It is 11 o'clock. Apparently, we got the reversion man joining Sharif. It's Obi, and that Neil is about to revert and break the trend line once it's through 48. So I'm about to punch short. Well, assuming it breaks the trend line, it's pretty much on it right now. I'm about to punch short if it breaks this down underneath 48. But hey, it's time for the midday. We'll be back at 2 o'clock. We got Sharif, we got Obi, we got Learn to Trade. See you later, guys.
What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to How to Trade, formerly known as That Midday Show. He is the one, Obi-Wan Kenobi, shout out to him, filling in for Adara today. We're just going to do our patented roll call, Ob, so we'll check with you in a sec. We got Bot Ricks joining us as well. He's connected. He's correctly joined the channel according to Streamlabs. Fairchild, Benton C, and Pitchbull. Shout out to Mr. Two Pamps, Darwin, Saul G. We got Chucky, we got Josh, we got Derek Thompson, and Vic Yan Novak. What's going on, my main man, Adam DeLuce? I'm still hurting from yesterday. Omar in the house as well. Cesar Sandoval. We got Juan Alejandro Castillo and Gorav. We got Oliver joining us as well as Libation Farm, whatever the hell that is. Turin, Turinbur. We got Don't Shoot. Okay. Mary S. Lyman, Jeremy Newman, Hale Fine Art, Mar Ure. We got Rich Naples, Alaric B, PC Hoon, and Brian Rubin. Disciplined Trades as well joins us today in the chat. Oh, good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. How's your morning been?
It's okay. Everything's good, you know.
A bit of a shower, bit of a heavy rain this morning.
A little bit and a lot of humidity for the midday walk, so no good there. Anything you're looking at before we start the lesson du jour?
I was looking. Well, I'm still looking at Intel. Again, Intel coming out with that Qualcomm potential bid on Friday, and then this morning, bit of a quadunk. In the pre-market session there, I was a little involved. Thankfully, got out soon enough there as it broke down through the half there in the pre-market. Took a little bit of a cut there in the pre-market. Still alive though. Took a couple more shots on this potential prior high false break. Nothing too crazy when it breaks right back above, but I guess the high of day intraday traded false break was the place to kind of get involved as it's trading lower now off of a 2280 attempted push there on Intel, still holding in and around VWAP. So I do have kind of, I'm going to continue watching it. Maybe we get that sideways chop. Other than that, maybe a little bit of Tesla as well. I can see that ARM is moving around, but nothing too crazy. Intel was one of my top ideas coming in, and it didn't really work out in the way I was looking for. So I'm just patiently waiting, looking for the next trade.
Respect. Okay, fair enough. We'll check back in with Ob in about 10 minutes or so. When we're done the lesson, we're talking about these reversal patterns, continuing the theme on from last week. We finished off the week yesterday last week by talking about the rounded bottom, aka that saucer pattern. Today we'll continue talking about these reversal patterns, a much lesser known and much lesser appealing appearing, let's put it this way, the triple top and bottom. So in this lesson, we'll discuss, as I mentioned, triple tops and bottoms, which are key reversal patterns in technical analysis. What they do is they signal market shift. So much like their double top and double bottom counterparts, these patterns occur after a trend has established, whether to the upside or the low side, and it provides you potential signals for reversals. That's what we're using them for. So we'll explain on the content provided by John J. Murphy, off which this lesson is based, and we'll get into some of the materials and the content in the chartered market technician materials, off which this lesson is based as well. So let's get right down to it. No time to waste. Let's talk about the structure and the characteristics of these triple tops and bottoms. Again, I want to really press upon you that they do not occur all that much. If they, there a percentage had to be put to it, maybe they occur 66% less than their double tops and double bottom counterparts. So if you think you see them, check, double check, and triple check again, because they don't occur off that much. All right, the triple tops, they have 3 distinct peaks in and around the same price level. They don't have to be at the same price level, but in and around that general vicinity. They occur after a bullish uptrend. So it's incumbent upon you, after identifying the pattern, to look at the trend that preceded the formation of the pattern. Was it up and to the right? If it was, then you got put that check mark right next to your checklist there, that the trend that preceded the triple top was an uptrend. Breakdowns. This happens when they break below that neckline. Kind of hard to gauge because it's not always horizontal. I'll show you what I mean by that in a sec. But the breakdown occurs when the price falls below that established support level, basically the neckline for all 3 peaks. By the textbook says to take the lowest of the 3. So if you have multiple troughs, 2 troughs there, take the lowest of the troughs. This is kind of what we're talking about over here. So you have triple top, 1, 2, and 3, and then you're going to have 2 troughs to coincide with the triple top, triple crest. So you notice how this trough over here, a little bit higher than its first trough counterpart. So you're not always going to have that even horizontal line. Sometimes they'll be tilted diagonally up or down. Okay, so you're going to have to basically use a little bit of discretion here. Triple bottoms, essentially the same thing, but in the opposite. 3 distinct troughs at or around the same price level. They occur after a bearish downtrend. So again, after identifying the triple bottom, it's incumbent upon you to look at the trend that preceded it. The breakout occurs when the price rises above that resistance level set by the highest point between the troughs. And again, here you have a nice example of a horizontal resistance level, but that isn't always the case. Sometimes they're slanted upwards or downwards. So in that case, it's not really a support or resistance level that's horizontal, but more like a trend line. The psychology behind the triple top also important. So similar to other reversal patterns, triple tops and bottoms reflect a psychological battle between the bulls and the bears in the market. So in a triple top, buyers have attempted multiple times to push the price beyond resistance, but the sellers say, no, you don't. And they hold firm, leading to price stagnation. When the third attempt fails on that triple top, it often signals that the buyers are losing strength and that the bearish reversal likely here is imminent. But again, we're looking for confirmation. Conversely, the triple bottom, essentially the same, but in the opposite. So sellers try to push the price lower 3 times, but fail to break that key area of support. When buyers successfully push the price back up above resistance, it reflects a shift in the market control from the bears to what it was prior to the bulls. So we could be moving right back up there. All right, let's talk about how to confirm and validate some of these trends. So both patterns, like almost all technical analysis, require confirmation through a decisive break of either that support or that resistance level. It's often accompanied, and we'll get to this in a sec, by increased volume. Whether it's a breakout or a breakdown, you should be looking for that above average volume to take you above or below, above resistance or below support. This is essentially the key distinguishing feature that validates a false breakout from a valid breakout, the volume that accompanies it. Okay, so let's talk about some volume confirmation. The CMT materials really stress the importance of volume as a confirming factor. A breakout that occurs with significant volume is much more likely to indicate a true reversal, whereas one that you have a breakout or a breakdown on low volume, it may indicate to you a false signal. So you really need to be acutely aware of the volume that is printing with the pattern that you believe you see. Time frame considerations here also important. The longer term triple tops and bottoms are considered more reliable. I've said this many times in the past. The more times a support or resistance level is tested and maintains its position, the more relevant it becomes. So for instance, patterns occurring over several months, if you're able to chart this triple top or bottom over a period of several months, they are much more likely to be reliable than one that you're charting over a period of days or even a period of weeks. So look for a longer term resistance or support level when gauging these patterns. And here's kind of what I'm talking about. Look at this, October, November, December. It wasn't until early in January where you were actually able to get enough volume and enough buying to take us right above that level. So I want to show you this for two reasons. One, to show you the time frame consideration here, where this was over a period of months, but also to show you the neckline of the triple bottom does not have to be horizontal. In fact, most cases are not going to have nice, even and neat horizontal resistance lines on the triple bottom, or conversely, the triple top. They are likely to be skewed diagonal somewhat. This makes charting a bit more complicated. Where do I take the break? Is it off the previous crest or is it off the current crest? So I'm going to suggest to you one simple rule. Base your breakout off the trend line. So if there's a discernible trend line here, Ram, where we're getting lower highs and then you get a clear break on above average volume above that trend line, go with that. Don't kill yourself trying to figure out, which crest am I basing the breakout off of? Don't worry about that. Just base it off the trend line. Let's talk about the measuring implications of this pattern, like the head and shoulders, like the double top, like the rounded bottom or the saucer pattern. All these patterns have measuring implications from the breakout level. So once a breakout occurs, traders often use the height of the pattern measured from the highest peak to the lowest trough. So measured from the highest peak to the lowest trough to estimate that projected move. So this height is then projected from the breakout point to establish a price target. I'll show you what I mean in a sec. So in a triple top, subtract the height from the breakout point, which is that support level, to calculate the potential downside target. Exactly the same way in the opposite for the triple bottom. Add the height from the lowest trough to the highest crest from that breakout level, that area of resistance projected upward to estimate the upside target. So here it is. Here you have a nice, very clean triple bottom with a horizontal area of resistance, but it keeps the same thing. You're measuring from the lowest trough to the highest crest, you're taking that and you're projecting it from the breakout level. So if the range from the lowest trough to the highest crest was 150 bips, you're projecting from the breakout level 150 bips. My suggestion to you is that should be your first profit taker, because sometimes you can run way past that. So get your beak wet, lock in some profits, but save a piece for the dream. Let's talk about some of the practical applications, how to use this pattern every day for either intraday trading or swing trading. Trade your entry, okay? Enter the trade on a confirmed breakout. We already talked about where the breakdown or the breakout is. It's based upon that neckline, either below support in a triple top or above resistance in a triple bottom. It's crucial, though, in this particular instance, to avoid premature entries before the breakout is confirmed, because this pattern fails a lot. It's not like the double top and bottom, not like the head and shoulders and the inverse head and shoulders that have high reliability rates. The false breakouts on the triple tops and bottoms way higher than the rest. So I gave you two different options last time about how to enter the trades for the more conservative trader and the more, let's say risk inclined. With this one, I'm not gonna, because there's just such a high failure rate for this pattern that it's really incumbent upon you to take that more conservative trade. So that's the look there, and you're basically just getting in right above the area where the resistance line breaks. And again, you should be looking for above average volume. We'll talk about that in a sec. Stop loss placement, super important as well. You want to place your stop loss orders just above resistance for the triple tops or just below support for the triple bottoms to minimize your risk of a false breakout or breakdown. And the CMT curriculum really stresses the false breakout scenario for this pattern, so much so that they did an entire section on it where they hadn't done it for some of the other reversal patterns. So make sure you are entering this trade a little more conservatively than you would have the others. So there's your stop loss placement. Your entry is upon the trend line breakout. Your stop goes below the lowest low, and then your profit target, again, measured from the lowest trough to the highest crest, and then projected upwards from the breakout area. Volume analysis, super important, kind of alluded to this earlier. Ensure that the breakout is supported by increased volume. You're going to ask me, how do I know that this is increased? Look at the prior volume bars on the time frame in which you're charting. If you're charting on the weekly, look at the previous volume bars. Is the one supporting the breakout above or below average? Super simple, okay? A low volume breakout might indicate to you a weak move and the increased likelihood that this reverses, and the CMT material really emphasizes, again, volume confirmation as critical to the validity of the breakout. So really look at volume here, guys. And this is kind of what I wanted to show you. You're getting declining volume during the formation of the triple bottom. But then look at this big boy breakout, Ram. We get into that area over here, then all of a sudden, the volume goes higher and remains high as we ascend. So really do a thorough job of analyzing volume to help you gauge this particular pattern. Price targets, kind of alluded to this already. Use the pattern height as a guide for setting your price targets. For example, if the distance between the peaks and the troughs in a triple bottom is 20 points, project a 20-point move above the breakout level for your price target. Again, this is super simple, but harder to execute IRL. Lowest trough, highest crest, project upward from the breakout level. And the false breakouts, really need to stress this for this pattern. Be cautious of the false signals, especially on a lower time frame. That's generally the rule in technical analysis. The lower down the time frame you go, the higher the failure rate for technical analysis, okay? A failed attempt to break resistance or support can lead to a quick price reversal, trapping traders who enter too early. Again, that's why I'm stressing a conservative trade with this particular pattern. This is particularly true, like it always is, in the more volatile markets. Didn't really need the book to tell me that. To conclude, triple tops and bottoms are powerful reversal patterns that traders can leverage for significant market opportunities. However, success using these patterns requires a very disciplined approach, waiting for that confirmation, incorporating volume analysis, and having clear entry and exit strategies, and certainly understanding the psychology behind the pattern and the battle between buyers and sellers that's taking place behind the scenes adds another layer of depth, Obi, helping traders make those informed decisions.
Thank you, Sharif. Absolutely beautiful. Triple tops and bottoms, the false breaks especially. I love to use that kind of price action to make some decisions or give me a little bit of nuance or maybe direction in the trade. And false breaks tend to be absolutely beautiful. You expect something to happen, and all of a sudden it doesn't happen. Guess what? A lot of people were probably expecting something to happen as well. And if you can take the other side of that move, that false break can come in real handy there. And the best false break on a triple top that I remember off the top of my head that recently happened was the NVIDIA 130.
Oh yeah.
Right?
Oh yeah.
So let's take a quick look at that one there. Just to look back at it right here. Again, mid to end of August 20th, you try to make a attempt at that 130, right? Look at that, August 20th. You can't really make it through. The next day, you do get a little bit higher, right? You get a little bit higher in the pre-market, but can't really make it that far. Again, only printing about a quarter. And then on the third time we test, that 131, barely goes about a point and a quarter above, and then a nice little flush. And guess what happens? That was a false break on a higher time frame, and oh boy, did we reverse? Did we reverse, Sharif? We are trading at 115, so we did kind of do a little bit of a reversal all the way down to $100.94 off of that triple top false break on Nvidia. So yeah, these kind of patterns definitely very, very powerful. Something to watch out for, and kind of just like we say, price action is a little bit fractal. You can observe these kind of things on a lot of different time frames there, even short ones as well. And like double top false break right here on Intel today, high a day comes in right here. Let me pull it up on this chart as well. Right here, high a day comes in right off the opening range. 74s is the high, right? What is that? 75s is the high. Take a look at this false break, Sharif. It only goes to 78s. About 3 pennies above day high.
Oh, yeah.
That's a false break. And look where we come all the way right back down to the opening range lows here on Intel right now. So those false breaks definitely coming in real handy there. If you can observe them in the wild, real time, definitely can
MSOS.
provide great opportunities. What's going on with MSOS?
Yeah, well, people saying there's one in the wild right now. Who is this that's saying that? Red Plasma. Thank you for that. Let's have a look, Ram. See if, in fact, we do have a triple bottom on the weekly on MSOS. Okay, well, yeah. I mean, we have definitely some support. I see what you're seeing there. I'm assuming you're 1, 2, and 3. Yeah, you know, this is not as definable as you'd like, but real life doesn't always give you that clear area of definition. It's a good look. What I'd say here is you could just definitely have some support at 5, not necessarily with that triple bottom, though. But thank you for pointing that out. I love when we see things IRL, and definitely, keep pointing them out, because I don't necessarily agree with you on this one. I think it could just be a flat bottom break with all the umpteen amount of lower highs and lower lows, but absolutely could be, and maybe I'm wrong. All right, I'm setting up a trade here on Apple. I'd like to take Apple long to defend the, let's say the $1/5 of a dollar, $1/4 dollar, $1/3 of a dollar, in and around that area. That was the closing print from Friday after the big boy Khwadoom on the Friday afternoon. What was it? What was it? MSCI?
Just S&P rebalance.
As SMB, thank you. The S&P rebalance and the float adjustment for Apple, and that was a big sell. If you didn't have a look at that in the afternoon hour there, so go have a look. Closed out at 228.18 after trading. Instead of like 233 or wherever we were, like 10 minutes or half an hour prior to the close. So I'm looking at defending that area there. We'll keep an eye out to see if we can get anything in and around there. The order is already up, but we got to pay some bills, baby. So let's get right to it. Are you guys tired of being late to the trade? Are you always playing catch up in this market? Are you missing out of the big moves because you're too slow to the news? Well, if so, Benzinger Pro is your unfair advantage. Get those breaking news alerts up to 30 minutes before everyone else and pinpoint exactly why stocks are moving. And yes, join a thriving community of traders who share their strategies in real time. Are you ready to see how Benzinger Pro can transform your trading? If so, visit benzinger.com/pro and get yourself that free 14-day trial.
Yes, sir. Now, something that's holding up its highs quite well today on the day is Tesla, and some other related names that I'm watching as well when it comes to the EV sector is NIO and Rivian. So in both NIO and Rivian, so all I did was I was like, all right, what's doing the most volume today? And right here, we got a list of volume gainers right here so far. So Intel, obviously, a little bit of an interesting name here. Number 1 on the volume leader list. Nvidia as well. Nvidia not really doing too much, kind of still within prior days range. We did break below prior days low there, but we're still holding up right now just above that 115s on Nvidia. But look at this, Tesla, absolutely crazy. Bit of a breakout of prior levels there. 244s, 244 halves were the highs there if you count some of these pre-market and after hour levels right there. And look at that breakout comes in aggressive right off of the open, and we are holding higher highs and higher lows on this 15-minute chart right now. And take a look at who's next on the board. NIO, very, very strong from a $5 low. So $5 bid right there. 505 is the low of day as of right now. And look at that, Sharif, a little bit of a triple bottom ish. If you want to see that $5 area here on NEO over the past couple of days there, but it seems like bigger picture, we're pretty much in a range between that 5 and that 550, 560, 570 is the high right here. Let's see where we fade into if that momentum kind of dissipates. But it seems like some of these EVs are going straight to the upside. Palantir as well. We know this one was a S&P 500 ad that occurred on Friday, and a bit of a continuation happening today off of the open there. Again, holding some of its highs, holding VWAP as well. That blue line right there is VWAP. And we were talking about some of this Nuvei or VVE holding corp in the pre-market session there. Couldn't really make it past its pre-market highs. A bit of a double top action happening there as well. So nothing too crazy. And of course, Rivian, I was just talking about Rivian as well. These EVs hella strong on the day, but take a look at what happened to Rivian prior day. That is an aggressive sell-off with some relative volume there all day, going from 1320s all the way down to 1180s right there on the close. I'm getting a little bit of a reversion off of the open with some of this EV strength, Sharif. So, oh boy, I don't know what we have in store with some of these EVs, but I think you know what I might be looking for here on some of this strength. I'm looking for this strength to dissipate. Maybe we can play some reversions on some of these names.
So I watched the show on Friday.
Yes.
I saw that. I saw you hold Meta $3 without even wetting your beak. I saw those. I saw all those trades.
Yeah.
I saw you revert Apple.
Yeah.
I saw the reversion on Apple. I saw the reversion. Well, you took the reversion on Apple before you got on the show, I think.
Yeah.
You were doing that before, and then you took Meta on the show. And I'm like, this guy's $3 in the money. He's not wetting his beak. Like,
the move is good. I like that. The trade. I mean, I don't care about how many points in the money I am. That's irrelevant. It's
fair.
Like, how much risk to reward is that trade?
Absolutely.
Deserve? And if I'm risking over a couple of points easily, I'm looking for a few points.
You got to be.
Like, exactly. Like, at least a 2 to 3 at the bare minimum. Sure, we take high probability 1-to-1s as well, but again, those maybe not as often as I'd like. But if something outlier kind of shows up, if I see something that's like a 5, anywhere from a 5 to 10 to 1, again, being that those are can be very difficult to find. But again, if you're looking close, especially you watching that tape, maybe you can find places to risk less than 10 pennies, 10 to 25 pennies, and then maybe take off a lot more than that on the trades. But yeah, no, got a little lucky with that Meta trade again.
I don't know about that.
It could be much better as well. I still remember it. I did not size effectively on that trade. I was like, I didn't expect it to work so fast, so clean. And I'm like, I'll get more into it if it gives me more opportunities. But that first entry, I guess that was the one to have. And it just goes right away.
It was a hell of a trade.
Straight to VWAP. Thanks, man.
It was a hell of a trade.
Sometimes you get a little lucky. Sometimes that price action is definitely on your side. Palantir to the upside right now. But yeah, no, I'm patiently waiting. Let's see if any of these trends break, any of this momentum starts to dissipate here. Tesla, I'm looking for that Tesla to just start to slow down a little bit, but it's showing no signs of slowdown. Maybe we can get a little bit of slowdown on some of these other EVs as well. Palantir, again, not necessarily an EV, but still super strong, looking very, very similar to some of these other names. I'm watching TQs as well, man, but nothing too crazy. A sideways chop on the Qs as of right now, so I haven't really broken too distinctly out of some of these opening range prices here. Sideways action on the TQs. Again, this is a Monday, starting of the week. Last week we ended off on a crazy kind of S&P rebound. We saw what Apple did off into the close. Absolutely ridiculous.
Nuts.
30 million to sell imbalance, and look at that. Straight quadunk. It actually runs up into the imbalance numbers and then straight flush on a heavy outlier sell all the way down, breaks day low and comes back into some of these pre-market and prior day levels right off into the close. We do a bit of a grab of that of those prices. 225.85s here on Apple. 225.85s is the day low right now and still hovering above VWAP. So gonna pack my patience on that one, like you like to say. I see that you are involved in the Apple as well. What's going on there?
Yeah,
that reversion, I like that.
You like the reversion? I'm looking for something different. So I'm a little disappointed with myself here. I had this dip trade set up at 228.25. It dips in 226. So this is a little bit frustrating. So I had to chase it. through the $0.50. I wet my beak there in the mid-60s. I'm looking ultimately either to get filled and defend a key area of technical support, or I'm looking basically just to hold this little piece because there's not much going on over here, either for a 229 exit, or it's going to come down and fill me at the $0.25 where I'm waiting. So a little bit upset with this, especially what we're talking about, $220 stock, and you don't get filled by 1 penny, but that's the way it goes. So we're going to set up and see whatever this gives us, we're going to take it. Brings up a good point. Lower lows, lower highs, with what I see possibly as a flat top, the flat bottom, even though it's not manifested on the chart. To me, 228.20 is the closing print from Friday. It's a key area of support that we definitely were trading below to start the day. We reclaimed it. Now I'm looking for us to hold it. If we don't, I'll be looking for the reversion trade, but we'll see. Number one, can we get added at the $0.25? If we don't get added, does this run up and get us out at 229? We shall see. There are about 20 pennies in the money right now. I'm not going to do anything about it. We're just going to hold on to it and find out what's what. And I know it's a meaningless tautology, and I meant it. So we're going to keep an eye on that. Nice move up there in the future. I thought the future was going to reverse. We just dipped down to 20,000, almost in 50. Quick as you like, we're right back up to 20,100. So this zig and zag on the future today still very much in effect. This looks like the Doppler effect. You ever heard about the Doppler effect? Aren't you a science background?
Yeah.
Yeah, so the Doppler effect.
I do the sciences.
Yeah, this is the Doppler effect right here, no?
The,
There you go, right?
when you hear the ambulance like running by, you know that.
Yes,
yeah, exactly.
Yes, exactly.
That looks like that looks like definitely like a sound wave there.
Yeah,
on
and
a straight chop.
That's what Ram calls it, the sound wave.
Yeah.
So this is consolidation central here.
Signposts?
I know, right?
Yeah.
On the future, but not all the Mag 7 are trading like that. So it looks very consolidative on the NQ December contract, but then you've got the likes of Tesla. And this thing doing the absolute most. Again, no catalyst for this one. In fact, I don't know, not too many, you don't really have to worry about China designed things from Tesla, even though they make their cars in Shanghai, or some of them. But there obviously was a headline today about the Biden administration looking at putting restrictions on Chinese-made software and hardware when it comes to connected and autonomous vehicles. I thought maybe that could have a bad effect on Tesla. It's not even having a bad effect on the Chinese EVs. But this is, in my estimation, likely running up to that October 10th event. We saw this earlier. Remember when Tesla started running up in the summer, anticipating that August robo-taxi day? Then our friend Elon, true to form, comes out, postpones that August robo-taxi day into October. So I think we're kind of running up maybe in anticipation of that. We'll have to wait and see if Tesla can break that 250. It's definitely knocking on the door, 249.41 on the day. Back to AAPL, we weasel up to 80s. We have some resistance at 80s, but that's not where I want out, baby. I want all the smoke at around the whole dollar level, Ob. We don't get it, but if we do, I'll be pleased as punch. AAPL, I'd like something around the mid to low 90s, so much so that we're going to put our money where our mouth is right there. We're going to put it for and out at 1993. You know why, Ob? Because that's the last year the Blue Jays won the World Series, and now we are dead last in the AL East. Go Sports.
Go Sports.
Go Sports.
You ever play baseball?
Yes, I did.
Yeah?
I played a lot of softball because we weren't allowed to play hardball when we were younger. But yeah, when we got into grade 7 and 8, we played hardball.
Okay, true.
How about yourself?
I think we played a little bit of softball when I used to live in the States for a bit.
You're American?
I mean, I lived in the States for a bit growing up there.
Oh, that's nice.
No, distinctly different is the education system. Let's say that.
Oh,
and definitely a lot more sports oriented.
Yes. I don't know if you ever seen some of these Texas high schools for football. Oh my God.
Yeah.
They're more advanced than university programs that we have here in terms of sports. All right, there it is, Ob. We're gonna wet our beak up here if we can hit the flatten key, but we're not very good at hitting keys with old man hands can't hang. Happy with this trade, small trade, but predictable level. Disappointed with myself for being frugal and not getting the fill at the $0.25. That was my entry. I missed it. I suck. I'll do better next time. What are you looking at?
Spider is Jay Haas is pointing out in the chat there. So yeah, Spider is kind of creeping up 570. So yeah, it's been kind of it's been holding above prior day's highs as of right now. So I do have it on watch. Again, like I said, I'm watching Tesla. NVIDIA, Canadian reversion saying JKL 146. All right, let's take a quick look at NVIDIA. Is it reverting? Here's the thing, man. Those 15-minute candles, there's so much chop on those 15-minute candles. Maybe not the best, in my opinion, but yeah, sure, it could definitely work there. Reversion to VWAP right there, 115.94. So only about, like 30, 40 pennies away from that 116 as of right now. We're trading at 115.69s now. So maybe potentially, yeah, a bit of a reversion to VWAP there. But I don't know what kind of R you're really looking for here. I guess real risk is day lows. If you're trying to risk prior bar, it's down here. And that doesn't even look like a one-to-one for me just yet, unless you're looking for a reversion all the way to the highs. Then that's a little different. But let's see if we can get to VWAP there. Maybe we can reassess. Softy, super strong on the day here. Making a little bit of a bottom off of 430.40, and that was a little bit of a level last week. If you guys remember, on Wednesday, we made a bit of a double bottom at that 430, and as of today, we're making a triple bottom on Softy. So let's put that on, and so you guys can see. Shout out to Sharif for coming up with the lesson today. Triple bottoms right here, Sharif. Look at that. Boom, boom, boom. Bit of a triple bottom, a consolidation low as well. Range highs at 442.47s here on Softy as it consolidates sideways. And again, we know what it's been doing over the past couple of weeks here, attempting to make some fresh highs. Let's get that VWAP out of the way. Larger time frame. Oh boy, does that look absolutely beautiful. Look at that. Talking about triple bottoms here. I keep finding them, Sharif. This is on the weekly chart right here. Triple bottom at 220s on Softy. Boom, boom, boom. False break.
Damn.
Makes a higher low. Full on reversal. Talk about a multiple setup. Right here. That reversion coming in real hot. Oh my God. That's maybe for the swing trade there.
There you
go. Look at that. We're holding a bit of a support as a resistance as of right now on the trend on the weekly here. So let's see what we got in store with Softy potentially coming into that 440, man. Looking, making higher highs and higher lows above VWAP as of right now. So let us know in the chat what you guys are trading. Yeah. NVIDIA, yeah, I know I got eyes on NVIDIA. I got eyes on the Spider. I got eyes on the Mag, well, not all the Mag 7s, but I got Softy, Apple, Alphabet, Amazon, NVIDIA. I got some Tesla here as well. Tech sector, in terms of chips, I'm watching SMH. I'm watching TQs as well. SMCI reversion was quite nice here off of the open there. Definitely missed that one there, but you had to risk, I think, 5 to 10 points, in my opinion, for a reversion to VWAP. But definitely the RR, potentially worth it if you're looking, or if you were precise with it. But again, that's just retrospect right now. I didn't really have it on watch. On watch, and didn't really come in to mine right now. Oh, Neo taking a bit of a pullback here. Hello. Maybe that is poised for a little bit of a push lower there. VWAP only about 10 pennies away. So let's take a quick look at Neo here. Might have missed the most ideal entry on this one, but you can see the 15-minute starting to take a little bit of a pullback here. VWAP sitting at 530. We're trading at 542, high of day at 555. So maybe if you're taking it here, you're looking for a VWAP test. That would be a one-to-one if you're risking up here. 10 pennies to the upside, 10 pennies to VWAP. Ooh. I don't know about that one. Yeah, maybe I'm looking for a little bit more juicy of an RR to kind of set up here. But if you had it early, it might have been a little bit nicer. Let's see what the 3-minute looks like. Yeah, okay, so a little bit of dissipation happening on the 3-minute as well as we pull back a little bit lower. So we could have caught it a little bit, maybe potentially faster in the 50s or high 40s here on Neo for a pullback in. But it is taking a bit of a pullback. That begs me to question, is Tesla taking a bit of a pullback? Absolutely not, Sharif. Look at this thing, strong to the upside here.
Higher lows.
Higher lows, a little bit of a trend action going on top of VWAP here. Absolutely beautiful. Look at that strong wick as we attempt to push higher and higher, break through those consolidation highs right now. 250, Sharif. Jeez. 250, I think, potentially incoming here on Tesla. Let's see if we can get there today. A lot of lines, a lot of technicals here from my charts. But let's take a lot of those off. As you know, what I like the naked charts. I like to get a look at it without any of the indicators initially, and then maybe throw some indicators on going forward. But a little bit of a hold of that prior trend resistance. We were talking about that one. right here. So yeah, speaking of EVs, Sharif,
I know
you got one on lock.
Oh, I certainly do. VinFast, Vietnam's leading electric vehicle manufacturer, has announced its Q2 2024 financial results. Deliveries surged by 44% quarter over quarter, with 13,172 EVs delivered, bringing the first half total to over 22,000 EVs. That's a 101% increase year over year. Q2 revenue also climbed to $357 million, also up 33% quarter over quarter. So VinFast's success in Vietnam is pivotal, driven by rising EV adoption. With global expansion and new models like the VF3, VinFast aims to deliver over 80,000 vehicles in 2024, maintaining its commitment to sustainable mobility. So we're going to shout out our sponsors over there at VinFast. And I got to tell you, Obe, I was at the mall again because it was a cousin's birthday on the weekend. And so I weaseled over to Yorkdale Mall, which is near the place, and VinFast has a store at Yorkdale Mall.
They do.
So I'm like, let me just go in and see.
Take a look at those cars.
And they had a new VF9, oh
boy.
The VF9, oh boy. Even you would be saying, oh boy, to this car.
I think I saw the 8.
The 8's really good.
Yeah.
My preference, though, the 9.
Yeah.
It's got more sleek. It's got like that aggressive styling. It's a lot more expensive, obviously, but it's a lot. I don't want to say it's a lot nicer or anything. Your neighbor, Ramram?
Yeah.
Nice.
In my area as well, I've seen a couple of them pull out of garages. I'm like, all right, so people are actually indulging in this vehicle. Definitely you see a little bit more of them on the roads.
Certainly
these days, yeah.
All right, I promised Gaurav we'd go over the small cap gappers du jour, baby, because I haven't said a thing about these small cap gappers. It's not the best day for them. Last week was definitely fantastic for these small cap runners, and I love when they're moving, but they do come in waves. Feels today there's a little bit, of a lighter crop. Let's call it that. There's only one name in triple-digit territory. It goes by the ticker KAVL, this one over here, but it's below VWAP, so I'm not really that excited about it. Let's talk about the one that's actually moving and tradable currently under my system. UXIN started out its life at $1.60, $1.58, whatever, in and around there. And then this one actually started running up subsequent to the bell. The volume really started coming in around 10:15. So this doesn't have a discernible pre-market high, number one, as a discernible pre-market high. Number two, are you trading above that discernible pre-market high? Those qualifications do not apply to this one because it started moving after the bell. So UXIN, I love it at two areas. One, 2.25 over here. We obviously had resistance at this 2.25 level initially at 10.20, 10.30, whatever, in and around that time. We obviously clear it, knocking on the door of $2.50. If we do come back and test that 2.25, I will want the smoke, considering that I see what I want. It's also where the volume weighted average price seems to be hanging out. $2.24, $2.23, in and around that area. It comes back into the $0.25. I'd like to get long, but it's breaking through the $0.50 now, baby. This one's got a lot of momentum behind it, so it behooves me to tell you some of the deets on this one. UXIN, what are the deets? All right, market cap, larger, about $475 million market cap with 5 million and change shares traded today. So larger market cap, lower volume, quite frankly. The float here, bamboozler. Let's go to trade ideas, see if we can get it there. Okay, let's find out. UXIN. The float, according to trade ideas, same thing that I'm getting on my platform, about 1.7 billion outstanding shares. That's a float, and a very, very negligible short float, 0.05%. Not what you're really looking for. At least that's not what I'm looking for. I'm looking either for a lower float or a higher short float. This one's really got neither, but it's running. So can we really argue with that? The price action is what it is. So UXIN is going to stay on the side charts whether I like the deets or not. NNE as well, another good one. This is a holdover from last week. You can see this was running Friday and it's running today. Higher highs, higher lows. The trend momentum is with NNE at the moment. 15 and a fifth. HOD, we're well above that $14 area where the volume weighted average price is. I like NNE better at VWAP. Quite frankly, there is this area top from around 10 o'clock. We call this, we can't call it the IB high because that goes to about 10:30, but I like 14, the whole dollar level and the volume weighted average price. Let's see if it can work its way down. Right now, though, it is finding support at the 20. First hold up, 11 o'clock, we bounce off the 20. This is a second hold up, all of which has bounced or found support at the 20 exponential moving average on the 5-minute chart. It's only up 11 2/3 though, so it's not a big mover. KAVL, I told you about this one. It was a #1 gap scanner today, setting up for an interesting pattern here. Kind of looks like a head and shoulders. We're going to need that big boy neckline break, I would say, below 1 1/3. So I might look over the Katina or the Neil to perhaps get me shorts on this one because this is setting up interesting. It's also below the volume weighted average price, and there's no way I'm taking this bad boy as a breakout if it's trading below VWAP. So the only way I'm taking it long is if it gets above and stays above VWAP, a quick break above it and then come back down. That's not what I'm looking for there. There is also 250 on what?
250 Tesla for
go.
3,000 lots right there. 250 Tesla, 249.90. Sorry, I didn't mean.
No, go, bro, go.
So I tried to get short on a false break of that prior high there with a tight risk. Comes right into that 250. So it seems like we're poised to come in to that 250 right now with about 2,000. I think it was 2,000 lots that I saw there, if I'm not mistaken. Trading only about 20 pennies shy of that. So let's see what we do with that 250 here, Sharif. Market super strong as well. We just broke through that 20,100 here on the NASDAQ. So let's see what we got in store. Only about, 20 pennies. We're still trading in the 80s right here, so it's been grinding up nice and slowly. Prior day high right there was at 249.40s, and then pulls right back in, but continues to the upside here as of right now. 250 is incoming. I think we're poised to break this, Sharif. That 2,000, 3,000 lots for something like Tesla. Again, you gotta remember, this thing's done almost 45 million shares on the day. I think it'll eat that kind of size for breakfast. But the question becomes, will there be continuation? Do we get to 251 right away? Do we do a false break? Or do we kind of continue this chop and churn trend channel to the upside and slowly break that 250 maybe a little bit later there? I'm patiently waiting. Let's see what we do here. I took a shot at it. Nothing too crazy. Keeping the risk tight and looking for that moment to snipe a potential move here on Tesla. But the long there it is right there. You guys can see the size coming in right here on my book. About 3,000, 4,000 lots right there. Some of those gates a little bit duplicated, but I guess let's see. We didn't really get into that level.
What do you mean by duplicated?
So some of these I have to kind of fix because I'll have NASDAQ book and it'll be two different. It'll be a 4-letter NASDAQ book and then a 3-letter NASDAQ book. They're the same gate, so some of them are duplicated. Just here on the tape is what I mean.
Gotcha.
So I got to watch out for that. Don't want to think there's double the size than it really is right here. We're taking a bit of a pullback after printing a high of 250 to the T there, Sharif. 250.00 is the day high right now, trading at 249.80s. Oh boy. Tesla to the upside.
Yeah, I'm in it right now at 85s. I'm looking to add to defend 70s. My out's going to be the break of the $0.50. I've got a beak wetter on the north side of that 250. We'll see if we can get that break. Usually Tesla, when it wants to run, it wants to run. It's just whether it bamboozles you or not. Seller at 93, it looks like right now, but the seller keeps basically moving, and you can't really tell if it's the same seller or not. But we're going to keep our eye on this one. What I'm looking for is consistency in the lot size. Okay, there we go. Do we get the ad? Bruh, how am I not getting the ad at 71s? It did cross. It crossed well below. All right, that's fine. We're going to pack our patience, see if we can get the cross right back into the high 80s, low 90s. I'm disappointed there. Didn't get the ad. That's fine. We will possibly look to de-risk a little bit over here. And I'm going to do that. I'm going to have to adjust a little bit. Are you in Tesla? Can you take over for a sec while I adjust my position?
I tried a bit of a short, but I'm kind of just watching the tape, staring it down here, seeing if it's going to continue giving us that push back above. I do want to keep it tight here, but that 250, if that breaks and pushes, I don't know if all of that size was printed. I don't think all of that size was printed. It definitely printed 250s on the ask there, but I don't know if that ever went in, if 250 was ever sitting on the bid. But let us wait and see. We're still printing that last final quarter underneath that 250, Sharif. 249.70 still holding as of right now. So we've got to pack patience for that one. Pull back down into the 60s. Can we get to the half? Can we hold the half, Sharif, on a bit of a pullback here? Again, 250, maybe there's some liquidity sitting there. Maybe we got a little bit of selling. Maybe we got a little profit taking. I have no idea, but I'm kind of waiting and seeing what the book is trying to show me. And so far, we did not print all of the size at 250. And here comes another little push.
Come on, baby.
Spurt into the ask there as the ask gets taken out.
What got taken out, Oak?
The ask got taken. It hasn't gotten taken out just yet, but there's still some size sitting there at 250. I did see over 1,000 lots kind of on the book there. So just patiently waiting for that moment to potentially take a snipe at this 250 here. Either way, long or short, I think we're going to have a little bit of a decisive move here in and around this area for either for a continuation or a pullback. But what do I know? Just patiently waiting and watching to see if that can potentially come in. And yeah, here's another little up here. Let's see. Now double top on a 3-minute at that 250.
That's not good.
So, yeah. Going to continue watching this one. Still printing the quarters, man. Still printing the quarters. 249.70s. Nothing too crazy. Intel, though. Intel back at VWAP there. So let's see if Intel can push a little bit further past VWAP, or do we still have strong sellers on Intel? As we know that Qualcomm might have been like, yeah, maybe not in terms of that buyout, I guess, potential buyout deal there. So yeah, we can't really get below the 50s here. So that's kind of I'm kind of keeping an eye on that. 249.50s. As long as we hold above that 249.50s as of right now, I think we might be poised for a little bit of a continuation push. But it is almost 12 o'clock there, Sharif. So I don't know. That morning momentum has definitely kind of it's definitely slowed down. That aggressive momentum that we had right off of the open.
Right.
But the thing is, the momentum. We talk about trend deceleration and speed lines and stuff. You can clearly see that we did decelerate the bid, but the bid is definitely long and strong as we trade and make higher highs, higher lows above VWAP. Here on Tesla, that 250. What's this prior level here? Consolidation highs at 250.88, apparently. I have an alert from before. So let's see what we got going on there. Sounds good. And Intel holding VWAP as of right now. So nothing too crazy. Chill Vibe saying, slap that ass, Obi. Oh boy, if that 250 comes in, guess what? I know what I'll be doing. For sure, Chill Vibes. And hopefully, maybe you guys will observe that 250 as well a little bit. There could be an interesting area to maybe make some potential visuals at the book.
All right, I added at 71s, took it out in the low 90s. Now we're long 73s. It's going to have to hold the $0.50. I want no smoke. We've got one beak whiter on the north side. I'm being a little bit aggressive with this. On the north side at 250, I don't know why, but I had this bias going in that Tesla was just going to blow this 250 off the roof, and it hasn't happened so far, and we've been waiting. Well, I don't want to say we've been waiting for that long. Relatively speaking, we haven't. But what I've been noticing is that the high is coming down incrementally. So we were printing high 90s, mid 90s. Here we go. Now we're going to print low 90s. Okay, so the low 90s comes in now, and we reject every attempt or second, third, fourth attempt to break through that 250. We're printing lower 90s every successive time. Does that end? Can we break back into that high 90s and actually knock on the door of that 250? We're being met with a lot of selling into our ascent into 250. So I don't want to paper hand this trade. I'd like to execute properly on it, but what I'm seeing is not what I like, which is basically bigger selling, moving down incrementally, making lower highs, essentially. I don't even need to look at the chart to be able to see that. You can see that on the level 2, it's unable to reascend to the area that it was before, and that area was the high 90s. In fact, we got into the actual $10 area there. So TSLA, awfully strong on the day, and here we go, high 80s again. Look, do we even get into the 90s this time?
Yeah, that's the question.
Well, that's the question. So we're moving down incrementally, not by that much, guys. You know, it's a few pennies on every ascent. And here we go, 90s showing up this time. And let's see, does it reject off 90s this time? Because last time it was 92, Ob. And now we reject off 90s for now. So this is selling incrementally. The big whoever, seller, algo, whoever is, and okay, now we're printing 91s, moving down incrementally. So yeah, I feel like I want to get out of this trade, but I'm just too stubborn of an individual. So I'm just going to hold it and get stopped out, whether or not. I'd rather get stopped out than actually have this go through. And here it is coming back into the 60s, but we did bounce off this area before. Nothing novel. Let's see if we hold this area. And number two, if we don't hold this area, do we hold the half dollar? There is support at the half dollar. Look at this area crest. From what time was that? Like 10:50 or what, like almost an hour ago. So let's see if we can hold this area or not. TSLA doing all sorts of volume today. Put some respect on this one's name. Up 4 4.4%, excuse me. Again, no real specific Tesla catalyst today or headline. My assumption is that it's moving up in anticipation of that October robo-taxi event. It's coming back into 60s now, Ob. In fact, it's printing lower lows. I don't think it printed in the 50s prior, and the 5-minute candle right now looks like an ugly, ugly topping tail candle. Can't really break through that 250. What's your analysis on this one at this point?
I mean, I did get a little short on that pullback there off of not being able to print the 90s, and that's fine. I'm willing to take multiple stabs at this to see if we can pull back off of that 250. Again, there was size there. Can't really print the size just yet, but sure, we're still printing a little bit of that final quarter in the 70s, 249.70. So again, might take a couple of tries. Might not happen at all if we break right through that 250 as of right now, but it is taking a little bit of a break, a little bit of a breather. It's not as aggressive as it was before, but that aggression can always just come right back in, right? So you have to stay observant, stay vigilant for that, kind of staring that tape down. Let's see if we can break back below the halves is what I'm asking. If we can break back down to below the halves, can we come back into the trend that it's been doing, right? So we talk about reversions. We can just play the channel back into where the bid has been showing up, right? The bid has been showing up above VWAP in this bit of a trend on pushing into that 250. So a little bit of a healthy action into a key level there, and then we saw some size there as well. Couldn't really print all of it, so I'm taking that information and trying to make a little bit of a decision around that. And yeah, you were right. We did make a little bit lower highs, and the fact that we print OOs, that might be something as well, right? You could not even fill all of that size into the ask there at 250. So a little bit of size there, 91 lots there in the 49s. Let's see if we hold the half here. Prior highs, remember, it was 40, so maybe that resistance of that prior high maybe turns into a support. Who knows? So we are pulling back into 249 here on Tesla. Intel continues to hold VWAP as of right now. Intel VWAP is at 2239 is Intel VWAP, and it's doing a bit of a chop as it did kind of revert this flush that we had in the off of the open there, or off of I guess not the open, 1030 I think. We got that bit of a flush all the way back down to 2210s. And a bit of a pullback up into VWAP here. So let's see, are we doing a bit of a sideways consolidation? I have no idea, but since that pre-market action and that news that came out on Friday, we've been pretty much holding that range, this area from 22s to 23s here on Intel. So a bit of a wide range happening there. Bit of a pullback coming in as we trade below the halves here, 249.40s on Tesla there, Sharif. Market, are you taking a pullback as well? A little bit of a wiki action, maybe pulling back. How much time is left on this 15-minute candle? I am asking, and there is about 4 minutes left on this 15-minute candle. So we are well through half of this 15-minute candle. We're taking a bit of a pullback after testing these day highs on the NASDAQ. So let's see, where's the next trade? I'm still watching this Tesla right now, guys.
All right, I added right below the drop of the half dollar, got out at 69s, got short as it came down below 50 again, but now it's moving up. So if it crosses 69, I'm going to get out here for the short. It seems to be like a seller at 62. That seller keeps moving down incrementally. I don't have a great price at this level, so if it does break above 60, that's the end of that. So I get back a little bit there. Big move up there on Tesla. So now I'm going to pack my patience to see if this one wants to break the 250. So we'll give back back a little bit of this one. I'm kind of disappointed with that one, but that's all right. We'll look to execute a little bit better next time. 250 on the level right now. That's what I'm looking for the break. I'm not going to look to get in or out of this unless it decides what it wants to do with that 250. If it wants to mean revert and break down below the 10 exponential, that's a different story. So I'm not going to enter this trade until it basically decides what it wants to do. Doesn't want to break down below the 10 exponential or doesn't want to take out 250. On my chart, the 10 exponential is around 249.10, 249.15, in and around that area. So I'm going to pack my patience with this one, and whatever it wants to do, we will look at it there. I wanted to talk about Marvell as well. So this has been on my chart, on the side chart, and I have no idea what's going on with Marvell, but it's setting up for a possible reversion back possibly into that 71 1/3, 71 1/2, which is where the volume weighted average price is. This was almost down 5% at the lows. Again, no catalyst today for Marvell, or not one that I've seen, and it's really distinct in its decline today, as opposed to, as compared, I should say, to all the other microchip semiconductor names. Marvell, far and away the most negative microchip name on my watch list, and it's traded over 8 million shares, and this is the look on MRVL right now. Like I said, 4 1/4 down, comes into the volume weighted average price, topping tail candle, sells right back off, but comes into a generally, predictable level. I mean, $70, the whole dollar level, the $10 level, yada, 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 and it finds essentially support at $70.07, curling right back up. I want a lot of the smoke, all the smoke, exorbitant amounts of smoke at the volume weighted average price for a short. So I am setting up my alert. If this one does reascend in and around that VWAP area, I'd like to be notified about it so I could possibly get in short. MRVL, not really sure again why this is running. Could have something to do possibly with the Qualcomm news, with Intel. Not really sure. Again, no specific reason, just all these alerts from price spike down and stuff like that, saying that it's moving, but not explaining why it's moving. So we'll keep tabs here on MRVL. UXIN was a big boy mover. It's really given up It's really given up the top at 2 2/3. But what I do like it for is it's holding this 2 1/4 area, 230 area, 2 1/4. This is the area resistance level. Let's call it that, from a prior crest. It's also the volume weighted average price. So it behooves me to look at UXIN because it's in a very important area and one that I earmarked for possible trade. So let's take off our friend here, LASE, and put our other newly acquainted friend, Obi, UXIN. So we're going to look at this area over here. I do like this area, so you're not going to have to risk too much over here to get the trade that you want. 220 break and it's all over. What are you looking at?
Still watching this Tesla, man. Tesla is still holding that half dollar on top of the 249. So just continue to watch that. Nothing too crazy. I guess it's just going through some volume here. The tape, again, it gets incrementally aggressive as we push back into the 80s, and then selling kind of comes right back in and pushes us back down in the 50s. So just chop as of right now. Underneath the 250, 249.40 is coming right back in again. So let's see if this consolidation break happens and what we do with that 249.5. We're still holding that as of right now. Market taking a bit of a pullback. We talk about that prior 15-minute candle was about to close. It definitely closed red with a bit of a wiki action there. So you can see here both the 1045 candle and the 1145 candle here on the NASDAQ. Wiki action into 20,000, 120s, 125s. There on the NASDAQ. So let's see what that brings in here. But this 250, man, I think this might be poised to break if we're going to continue kind of sitting here and consolidating in the upper, definitely very, I want to say less than an upper quartile, but well within the upper quartile of the range here on Tesla today. That 250, maybe those orders will get taken out. Who knows? Other thing I'm watching, obviously, as you guys know, is Intel. Intel's still holding that VWAP as of right now. I'm looking for a bit of a level-to-level on this one. If we can break through that double top that we kind of made in the morning, might be asking for too much. But let's see if we can kind of do that there as well. Now, again, rumors of potential bids coming in, maybe some offers as well. So I do want to stick around more long than short on this name, just in case. But yeah, we'll see what Intel has to bring coming into this week today. What are you guys trading in the chat? That's what I want to know. GME, a few people talking about here. So let's take a quick look at GME. I know it was moving around last week as well. So let's see what GME has been up to this week. That end of week kind of push there was interesting. We did get some expanding volume through the 20 there. Yeah, there it is. So 20 closing in and around 22s. And today we're bidding up a little bit higher, holding this VWAP. This is today's VWAP right here. And then this one I think might be anchored, if I'm not mistaken, to earnings. To earnings, maybe perhaps. We go on a higher time frame for that one.
Oh, wow.
There, let's see if that one is definitely an earnings. I think so right there. So earnings anchored potentially as well. Actually, where did that line go? Okay, whatever. Let's just put in earnings anchored right now.
Get it, Obe.
And see what is happening here with that level. So yeah, we're trading above it right now. So above that 22.34 is fresh highs on GameStop right here. But Reef, I think we got a bit of a lesson right
We got hot lines coming up next, man. The hotline dropper himself, Neil Roberts. Time for his lesson of the day.
Let's go.
Thank you. Thank you very much, everybody. The lesson of the day brought to you by Firefly Neuroscience, revolutionizing brain health. Our groundbreaking brain network analytics technology is transforming care for patients with depression, dementia, anxiety, concussions, and ADHD. With 15 years of research and a wealth of brainwave data, we're set to illuminate the future of diagnostics and treatment. Pharmaceutical companies and medical practitioners, get ready. FDA 510K cleared BNA technology is here to supercharge your clinical trials and enhance patient care. Join us at Firefly Neuroscience, traded on NASDAQ as AIFF, and be part of the next big leap in neuroscience. Ignite hope, one brain at a time. Great look there, and thank you very much to Firefly. And look, we're always trying to get some more knowledge. So it's not every single day that you have a index for balancing. It's not every single day that you have big additions to the S&P 500. It's not every single day that you have triple witching. And that was on Friday. So today I want to go over kind of what you can look for on the day after. So just to tee things up, when you have index for balancing, you'll have sometimes some major names doing big volume at the close. Maybe it's being added to an index. Maybe it's coming out of an index. Or maybe they're just a reshuffling and you will see large volume. But it does provide you with an opportunity, I think, in the next day worth of trading. And it's not always, we talk about key price levels as support and resistance and close prices, moving averages on the daily, lots of like even dollar psychological levels, maybe options type prices. Those are the kind of things that we pay a lot of attention to. But when you get a liquidity event like a rebalance, sometimes it's going to provide you with some very, very interesting opportunities. I'm going to lead off with maybe the most obvious one because Palantir was the addition to the index, in addition to the S&P 500 on Friday. And if you look at it, it was trending up. But we're going to be focused on what happens at the close. So if you look right here, and now this is the bottom wick in the final 15 minutes of the day. So when the imbalances were coming out and it was bouncing, it was right here at about 336.65. And then the top of the move, where it doesn't close at this price necessarily, but the top of that move, 37.28. With a close at 37.20. So you have a nice little top end and you've got a bottom end. And what happens this morning? What you can consider about these types of levels is they are clearly liquidity points. Now, when we talk about a closing price or an opening price or support and resistance, that's what we mean. It's simply just a liquidity point where buyers have found a bit of an equilibrium and you can get it, and sellers, and you can get a bit of a turn or you can get a consolidation. So at the open, Palantir opens up by just giving you a dip right into that previous liquidity point and bouncing pretty much straight into the top end of the range, which is then turned into a support level. So clearly, if you look at the two key prices and areas to trade on Palantir today, really, it's just been after the numbers came out, top, as the numbers were coming out, bottom. Now, is it always going to be that simple? Not really. but I think it provides you an opportunity because traditionally speaking, you might have looked at 37.20 as the closing price. But if there was nothing happening at the close and I had no reason to suspect the close, let's just imagine there's no gigantic candle as big. No, I'd be thinking dip buy probably back into 36.40. You had resistance in the opening range, you had support in the afternoon. Certainly I'd be looking dip buy there. You can argue that, yeah, you had a previous top at this level in here in 36.70 or so, but I'd probably look at the deeper dip buy. But I like using those big levels when you have a big rebalance day. Now, it's not always going to be as obvious. Let's just go Dell. Dell's over on in the New York as well. But if you look at what's going on with Dell, it's a similar story. However, now why might I have thought, and I probably should have been short Dell if I'm being, hindsight being 2020. But if you look at Dell's move relative to Palantir's, you had, before we even get to the closing range, you had a distinct bottom at 230. Now, a lot of times, this is where you'd be looking, if not for the imbalance day. But the failed break at that high on that close to then close back down here at the bottom, about 117.50. Now, if you're looking at the difference between Dell and Palantir in terms of closing on strength or weakness, clearly closing weaker was Dell, despite both of them being added. And when you come over to Dell today, kind of the obvious over-under was that 117.5. Now, clearly it ended up being a short for the majority of the morning. I think you got to cue that up to, hey, Palantir was showing you those tops and then higher lows into them. Dell was showing you, a false breakout in a sense there at the end of the day, and then you're gapping down underneath, and that close price becomes a reference for resistance. There was no big support unless you count the aftermarket, which lined up here at the bottom. So I think it's about finding the ranges and liquidity points in untraditional places when you have so much action in the last 10 minutes of the day. Again, a lot of times, I probably look at this level anyways, but would I be favoring shorts on a bullish stock after that V-shaped recovery? Maybe not, but this certainly gave you the opportunity in there if you wanted it. But I think the biggest one has nothing to do with what was expected. Both these names, they were buy imbalances. You see them run going into the close, or at least attempt to run going into the close, and then a bit of a reversal. But there's a name that did something distinctly different from the rest. While everybody was anticipating that the biggest move was going to be on Palantir, the biggest actual move in both directions ended up being Apple. Now, Apple was screaming going into the imbalances. It was supposed to be an upweight. And then it was dump city in Apple. Now, it's not often that you see this big of a move, but when it was an expected buy and came 30 million to the sell side, you see what happened as it absolutely dumped. Two things here. Very obviously, you can see where the top is going to be. And it was just a move into the imbalances, just like Dell. That previous bottom ends up being the resistance point. But the other place to look was right in that close. So it found equilibrium at about 228.20, dumping into that close price. Once it did this, now obviously it should have been a short at the open. We can all pull mea culpas in there. But once it did that move, it's simple to say that, hey, they've sold this one off in a big way when it was expected to be a buy. If it can't hold that line, then something is going to be up. And it showed you resistance, 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 wait. If you're favoring the long, eventually it did break that 228 and a quarter or so, that close price, the red to green. As a matter of fact, it's about to lose it. Sometimes a level like this just provides you an over-under. Because either people want to buy the dips above this, that nasty move to the downside on Friday that caught everybody off guard, or they're looking to take a bit of a step back. And when you go out to even the higher time frame on Apple, I think when I look back at this, and for myself, it's a bit of a learning experience because I think I should have been short. I came in initially thinking it would be a short, missed the first one and didn't stick with the second. When you take another step back into the daily chart, it was also a topping tail candle on the daily. Topping tail candle on the daily at a resistance point, and then you add the over-under of the close price, which was where the only place where there was any buying on that imbalance. It's not as if it bought anywhere else other than the absolute low. So yes, it did break out there, but early it was just a short right underneath that level. So a lot of times your bias can get the best of you. The bias from myself liking Apple got the best of me. It was underneath that close price the morning and gave you 1, 2, 3 times where you could have actually had them. Right at the open, a second time at 940, a third time at about 950 if you zoom right in there. And once it got over, it was a long, and as a matter of fact, it's going to challenge it now. So the key about a big rebalance day or a triple witching type of day is have a look at that last 10 minutes. When big imbalances hit, where does equilibrium get found? Can you trade off of that level on the Monday? Oftentimes, that's going to be the most important level. And if no equilibrium until the close price, then the close price is going to be doubly important because that is a huge liquidity point where the buyers and sellers were able to merge. And ultimately, that's where you want to trade. You want to go long off of levels of support and equilibrium. You want to go short when they break down. It's pretty simple. So on a big rebalance day, and we'll get another one at the end of the year, take a look at that previous Friday. Look at the biggest imbalance names, the ones that move the most, the ones that had the biggest imbalance, and then track those prices at 350 and then the price at that close, and then look to trade those on the Monday. They give you some big opportunities. And as a matter of fact, Apple losing it right here and about to go red, right underneath that resistance. That's your lesson of the day.
Thank you very much, Neil, the hotline dropper extraordinaire, baby. Dropping hotlines midday. We're going to thank Neil very much for that. And Obi will be joining us in just 1 minute. I'm long on the triple Qs over here just to play the range. We've been putting kind of higher lows. Higher lows essentially all day since basically it's been a wick farm. Okay, so we just got into the lows there, put in a bit of a higher low at 20,050. So I got long on the future. There we go. We just got the print. Let's see if we can run up a little bit more along 51s, just printing 61s. Basically, it's been a range all day with incrementally higher highs and higher lows. It's been very tough to trade because they haven't been staying at these levels for all that long. You can just see that depicted by the wicks with the closing prints far north of exactly where they were printing. So just got out my beak wetter there. If it continues to print newer lows below 20,050, that's going to be the end of the trade. But I'm basically looking for that level to hold up. We got a big spill right now on the future to the downside. That is everything basically on the way down. You've got Tesla rejecting 250 for real. Down about $1.70 off that OB, and then you got Apple breaking the volume weighted average price, trying to reclaim it here with a bit of a hammer candle forming. Meta just printed the low of the day, 564. I can't believe we're saying 564 a low of the day on Meta. That's crazy, man. What a move up for Meta. It's been by far the strongest, I would say, of the Mag 7 names in September. So we'll see. I'm not sure if that's accurate. It just feels that way. So Meta just printed lows. Softy also took a bit of a tumble. Likewise with goggles. It's really the best one holding up today is going to be Tesla. And I got to say, Amazon is doing one hell of a range over here. I was looking at this 192 and a quarter for a possible short. Missed it. It dipped down into 191.80, but got bought up quick as you like. So keeping an eye out on Amazon there for the range play. Otherwise, the future just dumped below 20,050. Big move down there for the future. Apple on the way down, Tesla on the way down, even NVDA not spared lately with this little midday dump getting into the 200, I should say, exponential moving average on the 5. This is NVIDIA and doing its perfect little doji rejection candle and then 5 successive red candles in a row. What on earth is that noise?
No idea.
It's an interesting noise, though.
Yeah, I think maybe the boiler room is
the boiler room.
Perhaps.
Kind of felt like an airplane is like warming up for takeoff, perhaps an F-22, maybe something like that. Yeah, big move down on the futures, though. Seriously, midday, good volatility midday.
Bit of a flush there on Tesla from a failure to follow through. again, we talk about like looking for risk to reward opportunities that are kind of skewed there. So again, I'm in from 70s. I was risky. I can tell you what my stop is. I guess my stop was 96, right? Getting out before that dollar even comes in because we made a high at the thing. So it's like, all right, well, I'm risking about 25 pennies and then looking for VWAP there. But again, looking for places even on top of VWAP. We can see that Tesla has been holding higher highs. But take a look at this as well. We broke the trend when we got through 249s. Right, so it's like, all right, you're risking 25 pennies to do what? To make a point and a half, to make 2 points. If we're going all the way down to 47s, you're trying to push for 3 points, risking 20 pennies. So those are like the outlier, or like not really outlier, or like skewed risk to rewards that I really like to look for. Now again, sometimes you get a little lucky, sometimes you don't. But again, Tesla provides the liquidity for sure to kind of take some decent size on some of those moves. Now again, I don't have much size on at all. Classic, but that's something I have to do. I definitely have to get a little bit better with as well. This is kind of that initial high area, that 248. So I did cover I guess partially there as we held that 248. Teens couldn't really get below 248.10 there on Tesla. So just patiently waiting. We did break this bit of a trend here, but again, we talk about trend deceleration, right? And speed line. So if we were to put up a speed line on this one, as of right now, as we make a fresh low, so I'm just taking it from the prior low right there, and then look at that, a little bit of a deceleration off of this bounce as of right now. So question becomes, are we going to slow down all the way down into VWAP? Market tailwind definitely helps there. And then let's see if this is the bounce that'll take us up into 250. I'm more than willing to take that 250 break as well, trying to stay as nimble as possible with the mindset and the trading. Again, haven't been doing that too well as of recent, but that's why we have our reviews. That's why we do the journaling, so we can reflect on what mistakes. Sometimes, sometimes
Just
not.
making sure.
Not as. Sorry.
No, she's talking to me, bro.
Oh, okay. No, Sharif was asking, do I aggressively journal? No, sometimes I guess it's definitely part of it. It's just trying not to make the same mistakes over and over again. If you always lose based off of the same kind of thing, which is, again, I'm sure I can speak for myself. I can't speak for others as much, but I find myself, I lose the most when I'm tilted, man. And when I'm tilted, the chart usually tends to look very similar. You know, a lot of decision making and not a lot of rationality as well. So I'm trying to do a little less decision making and more of a proper execution there. We did kind of slow down there right here in between that prior trend line as well. So let's see if we can use that support trend as a resistance at 249s as Tesla takes a little bit of a breather and we pull back off of that morning momentum dissipating. And with a high at 250 OOs, which is again a little potentially significant there. It couldn't even print all of that size. And again, after trading, I think we were around 45 million shares on the day. I was like, yeah, we can take out that size, no problem. And then the bid starts to dissipate. So it's like, all right, maybe not yet on Tesla. So a bit of a reversion to VWAP potentially coming in as of right now here. And another one, Intel still holding. It does have a bit of I'm kind of looking at this. We double top there. Initial reaction high, or the reference high of the catalyst of the news from prior week. Again, this thing halted up, man. Attempted to push even higher there. 23.14 was the high on Friday. Guess what today's pre-market high was? 23.16. And I got caught up trying to take the long for a breakout. And oh boy, part of the lesson today is false breaks, and false break it did off of prior day's high for a nice little flush. Quadunk all the way down, as Qualcomm says, yeah, maybe not. Quadunk. The deal making there. But let's see, a bit of a trend resistance happening here on Intel. Let's see if we break it. Long from, I guess, what am I long from? 22.15s as of right now. So just this consolidation low right here, looking for a potential break. Sure, it's a little bit anticipatory, but again, with that bid potentially looming for this ticker, maybe, I don't know. I think Apollo also said there might be interested, maybe not for a full-on buyout, but maybe
$5 billion.
It's like, the thing is, like, it's poised for maybe new bidders as well. So you never know what could potentially come out intraday.
Did you play Street Fighter as a kid?
I've played a few times. Yeah.
Yeah?
I've never been like a
No, you weren't avid, eh?
Yeah, no.
Oh, okay.
Why? What's up?
No, just
Yeah, like Mortal Kombat was
there's
Street Fighter.
kind
was
of like a closed door there. If you're not, really well versed with it, you're not gonna get the joke. So,
okay.
Obe.
Hadouken. That's from Street Fighter.
Yeah, but it's Hadouken.
Hadouken.
Come on.
So you're telling me right now Tesla is Hadouken?
It is, 250. But I was able to catch it quickly off that $50 and able to scalp out quite nicely there. I got low 90s. I got 50 on the dot, and then I took it out low 90s, super scalp. But I gotta tell you, ex post facto, this is the wrong trade because we're still putting in lower lows and lower highs. We have what seems to be possibly, I don't want to call it a flat bottom, but a general area of support in the low 248s. You want to call it the fifth of a dollar. Or the quarter of a dollar in and around that area. In fact, has it touched 248 in this last little descent over 248.11? Yeah. Okay, so you're bang on. I got 11, you got 10, same thing essentially in this candle here that printed at 12.15.
I got lucky there. I covered 12.
Seriously?
Yeah.
You're one penny ahead of it. I love that. Those are the best trades, man. Most satisfaction, but they'll bug you to no end. Yeah, let's just use that word. Bug you to no end when you don't get printed by that penny, like me at 25s instead of 26s on Apple. But that's neither here nor there. Speaking of Apple, it is on the way down. Nope, 227, just defended quick as you like right now. On AAPL, Ram. There we go. Kind of putting in a bit of an inverse hammer candle, a hammer candle, I should say. I'm not interested in anything on this until it sets up a little bit different. No discernible levels of support and resistance for me. Today, you would have assumed, or at least I would have assumed, 227.75 would have featured a bit more given the amount of interactions that we had with that level as resistance and support in the morning. Didn't feature at all. VWAP, I figured VWAP might have featured, didn't feature at all. The closing print from Friday, 228.20, didn't feature at all. Maybe a little bit over here, but you feel like this was stair-stepping down anyway. So I gotta tell you, my read on Apple intraday is nothing short of pathetic. So we're going to leave it at that, and we're not going to trade Apple if we don't have a read. So we're going to keep tabs on some other stuff. And some of the other stuff that I got for you here are some small cap gappers. I was able to extract a nice little trade there on UXIN, but I did sadly get stopped out for the rest, as this seems to be in a bit of a consolidative mood as opposed to the directional trend that it was on earlier. So UXIN, reason I got in here at $2.30 because it had an area crest off which it rejected 230. So all right, cool, sounds good. If it's just going to act as support earlier, it clears it, does it, or resistance earlier, it clears it, does it use it as support? Well, kind of, but the bamboozlement is still going to come fast and furious, baby, because it did dip below 225, and that's what got me stopped out. But true to form, weasels its way right back up 240. I didn't get stopped out too many times last week with these small cap gappers because they were respecting the levels. But as I always kind of try to push forward with you guys, these ones are around for a good time and not a long time, and they do typically come in waves. So strength on them seems to be, kind of like, I don't want to say hereditary, but it seems to be infectious, because once one really gets going, the other ones seem to pick up as well, and they become more directional. When the exact opposite is true. When most of them start failing, you'll see when the trend is that they start failing and breaking down below VWAP, you'll see most of them do that. They just come in waves, and I don't really know why. And it doesn't really matter as long as we can really identify those waves. That's the tough part there. LASE setting up real well. Real well here. If I had to choose a small cap gapper that's been low on bamboozlement, it's LASE. And this is the only bamboozling candle, let's call it a spade, 950 candle. That is the mother of all topping tail candles right there. That would have got a lot of people in trouble, but it did get its footing back under it, and now it's become respectful of the moving averages, the shorter term moving averages, that 10, that 20. Take your pick. It's respecting the 10, then the deeper retracements, as we've talked about in the past, come into the 20. This is setting up real well. It really hasn't respected VWAP, so I don't want to place a lot of emphasis on where the price is relative to the volume weighted average price. Instead, I really want to look to see what it's doing with the 10 and the 20 exponential, and it's also having a hell of trouble breaking and holding above 16. We've already seen what this topping till candle did at 950 at 16 bucks. But look at this, weasels up to 16 a quarter, right back down, but holds the 10. And even better, this area of previous resistance. So LASE setting up pretty decent over here. Let me give you the details on this good setup stock. All right. About $192 million market cap, so not, the smallest we've ever seen. 6 million shares or more, about 6.1 million shares traded on the day. Good short, not good short float, but good float, about 3.4 million share float. And then let's find out what the short float is. And shout out the Nas boss there. So first things first, the float on Trade ID is a little bit larger than what I'm seeing on IBKR. 3.4 I said on mine. This one's saying 8.8. The short float, though, decent. About 14.5% of said float is borrowed for short. And I was explaining to my family on the weekend.
Yes.
Like, we always chat a little bit, and they always ask me, oh, what do you think about this? And what do you think about that market-related stuff? So I was explaining to them some stuff about shorts and how to gauge market sentiment about a name, about the change in percentage short. So I'll give you an example, Obe. One of the, let's call it the best airlines in Canada, Air Canada. No, of course, you realize I'm being facetious when I say that.
Yeah.
Their short float, Obe, popped up not that long ago from 10% up to 25%. So I was giving my family kind of a little bit of a tidbit. Yeah, brother, about 25%.
Actually?
Well, let's do it. What's the ticker for Air Canada?
I think AC.
Thanks.
Yeah.
AC, that's it, Katina man?
Yeah.
No,
That short flow AC on AC definitely does not seem to be cooling off.
what's the, there's no American listing? Right. Okay. Yeah, because we don't have it over here, but we'll look at it after. In any event, I was giving them a little bit of, pardon me, Katina? Yeah, no, but the short flow, I was trying to get it with trade ideas, that's the thing. So I was giving them my family a little bit of a, here's one thing to look at to gauge market sentiment with respect to short flow. The short flow increased big time on Air Canada because basically it's a flaming, pile of
Stuff?
Human waste. Okay. And the market doesn't like it, Obe. And I was just giving them kind of like that little tidbit with respect to short flow. So when we look at something like this, not this one in particular, but LASE, and we look at 14.4%, well, yeah, that's all good and dandy. It's nice, 14.5%. But what was it prior? And so that's kind of like the point I'm trying to drive home. Keeping your eye on the percentage change of the short flow kind of gives you an idea about how the market feels about it overall without actually looking at the price. And usually, obviously, a change in the short float may have an effect on the price. No question about that. But just giving a little bit of a tidbit there for anybody who wants to use that information. What are you looking at?
Oh boy, we talk about a break of trend here, Sharif. So Tesla printing a little bit lower, below that 248 as of right now. So not only, so we're this speed line absolutely, I mean, I don't want to say absolutely meant nothing, but we did kind of consolidate a little bit. We attempted to push back through 249. That initial trend line maybe potentially coming in as a bit of resistance as the trend continues to break down. Again, 247.13s I have as VWAP. We're only about 50 pennies away from there. Some prior lows as well, 247.30s. Again, these higher lows each time. Again, this was a great place to buy as Tesla made a higher low and higher high every single time. So guess who's risking between all of these lows that are poised so close to each other, only about less than a quarter away, some of these lows away from each other, going all the way into VWAP. So maybe a domino effect.
Amazon.
Stops potentially Amazon.
Amazon. Okay, there's a headline.
Oh boy.
Amazon's breaking through highs. There's a headline here, guys. Here it is. AWS expands partnerships with SLB to accelerate energy development. They are with Schlumberger. Schlumberger. Thank you, Katima. SLB, formerly known as Schlumberger, the world's largest oil field services company and provider of digital solutions for services. Okay, so Amazon and SLB also entered into a multi-year agreement to deploy low-carbon technologies. All right, so it's good. AWS continued commitment, blah, 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 blah. There's a deal between them. Amazon just broke into 193. Big boy break through the range that we've been talking about, Ob, and it's great that I have the Amazonian next to me here, but this has been ranging all morning. I think you and I can agree on that. 192.40, 192.50 was essentially the range from 8.55 and even before onwards. But there comes the big boy break right at 20 after the hour, and the volume supports that big boy break. Now we are at the high of day, 192.99, Ob, as we weasel our way possibly back to that Bezos shelf. Let's call it the Bezos shelf at 200.
Lid, yeah.
Remember that?
Yep, of course I do.
So hopefully, by maybe mid-fall, mid-autumn, we get back into that 200 and we break it, maybe. Who knows?
Hey,
What's
man,
your look?
We get some crazy strength. We're only about less than 8 points away from that right now. Trading at 7 points away from that. Trading at 193s. Here we go. A little bit catalyst driven. Oh boy, we can get to that level in like this week. And that's I don't know. I'm feeling a little bit of FOMO on that one there. If it happens this week, let's maybe not let it happen. I mean, no, you know what? Let it happen. We'll take the next trade. It's fine. 193 is coming in on Amazon, but oh boy, if that 200 Bezos lid lifts, I think there could be something there. I have no idea. What do I know? But we were talking about that Apple reversion that you were attempting to take a look at, right? That thing, Apple, is all the way back down to so that thing actually reverted quite well here. Take a look at this beautiful Apple chart. Almost 100% reversion down into some of his opening range lows here. Opening range low plus low a day, 225.85s trading at 227.60 right now with the high of day at 229.45. So oh boy, a bit of a reversion to VWAP after the break of trend that happened here on Apple. So again, some strong action into the close from yesterday. And again, Neil talked about this one as well. That bid that comes in end of day at 229 halves. That's exactly just shy of that level. 229.45s is where we're sitting at on the high of day on Apple. So absolutely beautiful there. 193 trading on Amazon. So oh boy, let's see if that news can continue and take us a little bit further to the upside as of right now here on Amazon as it attempts to climb a little bit higher in this forest of candles. So let's see. That was horrible.
That was good, old man. You're painting a picture there, my guy. Okay.
Okay.
And it's a forest of candles because they're green, they look like logs.
Red, yeah, exactly.
Green logs. Although logs are brown, it's not a big deal. We don't need to nitty pick over.
I might have a bit of color blindness, but it's all good.
Baby.
All right, so we've been consolidating, trading higher off of some of these prior lows there. 168, kind of a double bottom base that happened. I definitely like that. This is the August 5th bottom, again at 150, 157, and we're trading all the way back up to 200, almost about 40 points away off of that August 5th bottom. So, oh boy, when everybody's panicking, it seems like the best times to buy on a longer time frame over and over again.
Yeah. I'm just waiting here, trying to get the print at 10s here on Amazon. There we go. We got the print. Now we're in the money nicely. We're long 98s. It's printing 16s. So it just printed 18s as HOD. It's up 0.8%. Let's set this is a bigger position for me. So I'm going to look to de-risk here at mid 20s. Let's see if we can we're getting some selling here. A bit of a bigger seller at 20, and that was not reflected on the book. You saw single digits on the level, but price is not ascending. What does that mean? That typically means a hidden seller. And there we go, Ob. Nice move up through the $0.25. No, we're still south of a $0.25. We are now at the $0.25. I misspoke, or I spoke too soon, so to speak. We're long 97s, just printed 25s. Come what may, we're going to let this one run. And if it comes back into 193, then the decision will have to be made. Do you add at 193 here, or is this just a quick topping tail? Thanks for the $0.25 and down as you like. Look at the volatility on this, Ob. Right back down. Good thing we de-risked, but this is the whole dollar we were talking about. Literally printing 99s, 01s in and around that area. Does it hold the whole dollar? I'm not going to add here because I'm already negative on the day and I don't want to add to more negativity. So I'm going to let this piece that I have here ride. Now, if it wants to defend 193 later and come back and test it, maybe we'll add at that time. But I'm not going to add here. Already de-risked a little bit. still holding one piece. Let's see what this one does. But right now, I'm going to send it to you so I can just readjust my stop because my stop is for larger size and we've already de-risked a little bit.
Yeah. So yeah, the future's coming right back into consolidation lows here. You can see even a little bit in the pre-market session, we found a base around that 20 thou. We're holding just above that 20 thou on every little dip. We got aggressive selling here, a bit of a double top in the 20 thou 125s-ish area. Here, again, in the opening session, both those highs were made, so a little double toppy action and aggressive that selling that happened right there, like I pointed out, at 1045, comes in at the same place at 1145 here on the NASDAQ and I guess the ES as well. So, and then we're trading right back into the lower end of that range on the market. So Intel continuing to bid a little bit higher incrementally back to back. So I like that. Let's see what it does in and around VWAP. But oh boy, Amazon strength on the intraday catalyst. That's some aggressive strength. And we broke out of a consolidation off of that. I'm curious to know. Oh, okay, all right. So we're getting some selling here across the board, testing the low of those ranges again. You can see, I just looked over. I saw it from my peripherals. I saw waves of red. I was like, oh boy, all right, let's go. Across the board, waves of red is something definitely. I like tape indicators, and one of the indicators that I like is if I have a few of the Mag 7s open, or maybe sector-related tickers open, and like just simultaneously, you just get aggressive action, buying or selling or whatever.
I like aggressive action
on the tape there. Maybe pointing out bigger orders or maybe basket orders. Who knows? But they're all doing the same thing, is what I mean. I just like patterns, fun colors. So 248's trading right now on that aggressive sell down. Let's see if we hold any higher highs, or do we make it all the way down to VWAP at 247 here on Tesla. 247.14's sitting on Tesla as of right now, trading much lower. So let's see, 247.25's. I like that. Let's see if we can get down there, only about 50 pennies away as the market tries to push back down towards that 20 thou there, Sharif. So
I like
we
that.
talk about some of these speed lines.
Where the money at?
Money's been all over Tesla today with over 50 million shares traded, Sharif.
Okay.
And at around 250. So that's a lot of dollar volume. And look at that.
I like those speed lines even better.
Yeah. The speed line's beautifully respecting as of right now. So I did get a bit of an ad there. A little premature, but I did get an ad underneath that 248 halves when I'm like, all right, well, how many more speed lines do you need to see at respect? We broke the initial trend and then we push back up. And you get market tailwind holding the near range lows, looking a little weak there, and a slowdown in the tape as well underneath the 248 halves. So let's see if we can print below this low right here, 247 halves as of right now on this low here, only about 15 pennies away from that on Tesla. So let's see if that market tailwind can bring us into the downside, Sharif.
Lace is absolutely flying. I was going to say lacing up its shoes to run, or I don't know. That's an Adara thing. We'll let her do that. But, this thing is going. 824. We were just talking right now. I was looking at this at 1620. I'm like, this looks good at 16. Let me set up an order for 16.
Oh,
I look away, and it's at 18 and a quarter. LA dang SE is absolutely flying to the high side. Small cap gapper, put some dang respect on this one's name. 65 some odd %, and it's $1 off the highs. You do the math. This thing is going, and likely probably gone. Well, until it comes back down, because these ones are around for a good time, not a long time. But the point is, right now, it's in its good time phase, and the good time phase is either off the 10 or the 20. I wasn't able to execute on this. We'll look to do better, but it's definitely in my purview. I wanna definitely execute something on this if I can, man. Then I wanna shout out Reliable Dang Rudy. We miss you around these parts, brother. Oftentimes when solar comes up, we're thinking of you because Enphase ENPH comes into the discussion, and we know that you've been very, focused on ENPH, and I think you're going to have a good time as of late, Reliable, because rates are coming down, and depending on how this election goes, baby, could solar go. So we'll keep an eye there, and obviously we're happy you're back. And he says he's been joining the show, checking it out from time to time. But love having you in the chat. Reliable, shout out to you, and thank you for rejoining us. And at perfect time, to remind you guys that voting is an absolute requirement on this show. No, I'm just joking about that. It's not a requirement, but the afternoon rundown is nothing without user input, viewer input, that is. If you have a ticker that is important to you, that you want to know how Neil and Sean would have looked at it or did look at it already, how they traded it on the day, get into the chat right now. Vote every day. You have till around 10 to 2, so 1:50 p.m. You can get your vote on. It's super easy. Ram will show them super quick again. Exclamation point, join, space, $, and the ticker of your choice. You needn't only vote for the small cap gappers nor the large cap Mag 7. Vote for whatever you like. Palantir, maybe Intel, right? A lot of love on that side of the desk for both those. So get into the chat right now. Have your say every day, but only the top 5 tickers make it on. So if you've got friends in the chat, get them to vote your way and you make it onto the top 5, and then we'll definitely get the big kahunas to cover it for you. So thank you again for participating. And I'm already seeing we got Vase 280. He wants to know, or they want to know about Microsoft. We got I don't know how to say your first name, so I apologize. Last name Morrison, talking about the SPY, but you can only vote for one. So you put join SPY without putting the $, and you put 2. You put SPY and Q. It doesn't work that way. Sorry. Streamlabs, it's not a human yet. It doesn't understand. Lee, June, Keat, talking about Apple. Get into the chat, my man. Vote for Apple. We got Alberto Law saying PayPal. Vote for PayPal. Look what Zion did there. He just voted for Carvana. Carvana obviously been in play. And by the way, CarMax, a Carvana competitor, reports tomorrow. So that should have some influence likely on Carvana as we hear about the used car market and such. Zion Lala voting for Carvana. We got who else voting for Michelle Hebert, always talking about GME. So get into the chat right now, guys. David, join RR. No, you didn't put the $, so that's not going to count. Super simple, guys. Exclamation point, join, space, $, and the ticker of your choice. Anything you want to let the viewers know about before we start the lesson again?
Intel is pushing some fresh highs here. So we're trading above VWAP now. We had a bit of VWAP consolidation a little earlier there, so in the 40s and 50s. I'm pretty sure that's where VWAP is. And I think somebody in the chat did point out saying that something's going on with bonds. I did pull up the 20-year here. So we're getting some strength off the 20-year on the 98-day lows, 99-day highs there. So a little bit of a strong trend through that VWAP action there on TLT. But I want to pull up Intel to see to kind of show. Look at this consolidation in the middle of this range that we've been doing. Let's see if we can revisit some of these highs here at that 2270 area and maybe potentially set up for a triple top, Sharif. So, we're doing that lesson on those triple tops today. Let's see if Intel can potentially give us one of those today. If it can get up to 2270s, oh boy. Might be seeing a little bit of that triple top action there, Sharif.
Love it, Ob. I love how you set that up. Great segue there. Thank you, Obi. All right, guys, we are talking about triple tops and bottoms. It's a reversal pattern. We talked about reversal patterns last week. We're continuing that discussion into this week. So let's talk about one of the fewer manifesting reversal patterns. The triple tops and bottoms, they don't happen a lot, but when they do happen, they're pretty good. So let's talk about it. We'll discuss triple tops and bottoms. As I said, key reversal patterns in technical analysis that signal significant market shifts. Similar to the double top counterpart, these patterns occur after a trend has been established, providing you with a signal for potential reversal. We'll expand on the content of John J. Murphy's book, off which this lesson is based. We'll also talk about what the chartered market technician materials say about these triple tops and bottoms. So let's get right to it with no time to waste. Let's talk about some of its structure and the characteristics of these triple tops and bottoms. Starting with the triple tops, you get 3 distinct peaks at or around the same level. They don't have to be the same price, but they should be in the same vicinity. They occur typically after a bullish trend, so you got to look at the trend that precedes the pattern formation. You should be seeing higher highs and higher lows, essentially up and to the right. Okay? The breakdown of the triple top occurs when the price falls below the established support level by the lowest point of the peaks. And I'll show you what I mean that in a second. So we got top 1, top 2, and generally top 3. Then the lowest point of the peaks is either this one or this one. Take your pick. The point is to be able to gauge which one of the lowest troughs is the lowest of the bunch and base your entry off that. So you're getting in once the neckline of the triple top breaks, and the neckline is at the lowest point of the troughs. There's two troughs there, as you can see. Trough 1, Trough 2, and then basically you've got the breakdown point. So you're basing it either on this one or on this one. The triple bottom is kind of the same thing. 3 distinct troughs at or around that same price level. They occur after a bearish downtrend. So the trend that precedes the triple bottom should be lower highs and lower lows down and to the right. You need to look at the trend. And the breakout high here occurs when the price rises above that resistance level set by the highest point between the troughs. And this is what we're looking at. So we've got crest 1 and crest 2, and we have 3 troughs because it's a triple bottom, right? So you're basically taking this level here. This is the highest of the troughs. And once that level breaks over here, that's where you're getting long. What's up? What are you so funny? Are you on the phone? Oh, okay. Thought someone was funny. All right, some of the psychology behind the pattern here. So similar to other reversal patterns, these triple tops and triple bottoms reflect the psychological battle between bulls and bears in this market. In a triple top, buyers essentially have attempted multiple times to push the price beyond resistance, but sellers hold firm, leading to price stagnation, essentially. So when the third attempt fails on that triple top, it often signals that buyers are losing strength in the market and that a bearish reversal likely is imminent. The same thing is true for the triple bottom, right? So sellers try to push the price lower 3 times but fail to break through that key area of support. When the buyers come in and successfully push the price above that key area of resistance, it's basically saying to you that there's a shift in the market control, from bears here to bulls. Are we good, Ram, or what's up? Yeah? Okay, so let's get right to business, baby, because we got bills to pay. All right, guys. Becoming a funded trader means trading with a firm's money instead of your own. At Trade the Pool, you first complete an evaluation by hitting profit targets while managing risk. Once you pass, you get access up to $260,000 in buying power. You keep up to 80% of your profits while the firm covers the risk. It's the perfect way to trade big without actually risking your own funds. Are you ready to become a funded trader? If you are, then join Trade the Pool. Scan that QR code or click the link in the description. Shout out to Trade the Pool. And we had this lovely gentleman on with us a couple of days ago there, so we're going to shout him out. But building on to the lesson, let's move on to the psychology of the triple bottom. Oh, we already mentioned this already. Let's talk about the confirmation and the validation of this here trend. Right. So both patterns require confirmation through decisive break of either support or resistance, often accompanied by increased volume. This becomes important later. This is the key distinguishing feature that separates valid breakouts from false ones. The volume in the triple top and triple bottom is super important here. Let's talk about the volume confirmation. In the CMT materials, it stresses the importance of volume as a confirmatory factor. A breakout that occurs with significant volume is more likely to indicate a true breakout or true reversal, whereas a breakout on low volume may indicate a false signal. So keep that in mind. The time frame consideration here are also super important. One second, just need to load that up. Time frame consideration is super important as well. The longer term triple tops or bottoms are considered more reliable. So for instance, patterns that occur over several months and they're spaced, the triple tops are spaced maybe several weeks or several months apart, those are stronger than the ones that appear over a period of days or even a period of weeks. So the longer the established resistance or support level on that triple top or bottom, the better, the more valid. Okay, and here's what we got. We got this bad boy over here, triple bottoming for almost, an entire fall season here. We start triple bottoming in October and we don't break that level until early in 2018. Okay, so triple bottom there occurring. The breakout occurs on above average volume. Look at that big boy breakout with the volume bar that stands separate from all the rest, and you've got a lot off which to work. Now, mind you, you're not going to see anything from this bar onwards, right? All this is unknown territory, but compare this bad boy to its predecessors. It is above every single volume bar except this red over here. So definitely above average. You don't need to be a chartered market technician to see that this volume bar is higher than its predecessors. So look for above average volume on the break. Also, measuring implications of the pattern. Talked about this with the head and shoulders, talked about it on double bottoms and tops, and talked about it in the rounding bottom. Still true for triple tops and bottoms. Once that breakout occurs, traders often use the height of the pattern, which in this case is measured from the highest peak to the lowest trough, basically using that distance to estimate the expected price move. So this height is then projected from the breakout or breakdown level, depending on if it's a triple top or bottom, to establish a target price. So in your triple top pattern, you're going to subtract the height from the breakout point, which is the support level, to calculate the potential downside target. The exact same, or the exact opposite, excuse me, for the triple bottom. You're going to add the height to the breakout level, which is the resistance level, to estimate the upside price target. And here it is. We're moving along our merry way. Bottom number 1, bottom number 2, bottom number 3. Finally, we get that big boy break. So what we need to do is we're measuring from the key area crest to the key area trough. And we're going to take that distance, and then we're going to take it from this blue line projected upwards, and that should be our measured target. That is where we want to wet our beak, so to speak, on some profits. But my suggestion to you is to have that as your first beak wetter and then leave a piece for the trade. Some of the practical applications of this pattern. Let's talk about the trade entry. You're going to enter the trade after confirmed breakout or breakdown, either below support in a triple top or above resistance in a triple bottom. It's crucial, though, in this specific pattern to avoid premature entries before the breakout is confirmed, because there is such a high failure rate for this specific pattern. So make sure you are taking a bit of more conservative trade on it rather than trying to guess that we're actually going to break through that key area of resistance. And here it is. So the reason that this chart is kind of important, that I've included it twice, is because the resistance level here is declining. So lots of times, especially with the head and shoulders, we saw, kind of the neckline skewed a little bit, maybe, 20 degrees plus or minus. In this case, it doesn't really matter. Right? You're really going to need to be able to look to see where the breakout level is to see if there's a discernible pattern with the lows. In this case, or the highs, excuse me, here. And the highs definitely are making lower highs, which is fine, right? Because sellers are in control. Because we're not able to, break through that level yet. But this all switches once buyers take control over here. So make sure you are drawing the right area of resistance, whether that's horizontal or diagonal. Stop loss placement, super important as well. Place stop loss orders just above resistance for triple tops or below support for the triple bottoms to minimize risk. The CMT curriculum also stresses, or warns, I should say, that false breakouts can trap traders. We already knew that. And it's important to wait for a close. You're waiting for a closing print, not a wick, above that key area of resistance to support off which you chart before entering the position. So here it is. We whiffle and waffle, triple bottom, stop goes here, breakout, entry is here. Stop goes below the lowest low, the entry above, a closing print above this trend line. Then your beak wetter. You're gonna measure from the high crest to the low trough, and you're gonna project that forward, and that should be your first profit taker in and around there. Volume analysis, we kind of alluded to this earlier, but I'll say it again. Ensure the breakout is supported by increased volume. A low volume breakout in this instance indicates a weak move and a likelihood of, an increased likelihood, I should say, of a reversal. And again, the CMT materials really here stress that volume confirmation is critical to the validity of the breakout. And so the reason I've included this chart, even though it looks super convoluted, is to show you that during the formation of the triple bottom, you actually had declining volume, lower highs on these volume bars. Then lo and behold, you get the breakout above that key area of technical resistance. All of a sudden, the volume surges again. That's kind of what you're looking for. You need volume confirmation for these patterns. Not last, but price targets, we already kind of alluded this. Use the pattern height as a guide for setting up your price targets. So if there's 20 bips between the lowest trough and the highest crest, you're projecting those 20 bips up from the breakout line or below the breakout line if it's a triple top. I'm not going to go through that again, but here it is from the highest crest to the lowest trough, and then you're taking that distance and you're projecting it from the breakout level north to wet your beak there, I would say, initially, and then leave a piece for the dream. False breakouts are an ever-present issue with this particular pattern. Don't know why, but that's the case. Be cautious of false signals, especially on lower time frames. As with all technical analysis, the lower on the time frame you go, the higher the failure rate is. Also, a failed attempt to break resistance or support can lead to a quick price reversal, trapping traders who entered early. That's why we say wait for confirmation in a closing print. And this is particularly true in volatile markets. So just to conclude the lesson, guys, triple tops and bottoms are powerful reversal patterns that traders certainly can leverage for significant market opportunities. However, success in these patterns requires a disciplined approach, waiting for confirmation, incorporating volume analysis, and having clear entry and exit strategies absolutely required here. And last but not least, understanding the psychology behind the trade between the buyers and sellers adds another layer of depth, helping traders make those more informed decisions. Obi, you look too stressed out there. You don't look comfortable at all. You don't look relaxed. I don't know what's going on over there. You know what I mean? Like you're leaning back.
I'm chilling.
Dude, you know that my language almost is exclusively in sarcasm.
I know.
You know that. How you doing, Obi?
No, thank you again for the lesson, Sharif. Again,
of course, my man.
I want to reiterate those triple bottoms, those triple tests, and those false breaks as well. Great points of pivot, potentially price reversals. We talked about reversions and reversals. And yeah, it's basically, okay, what's the, Sharif talked about an important point there, like what is the psychology behind that? All right, so we can kind of, let's do a bit of a thought experiment of just like price action, right? It's like, all right, you have bidding, let's look at a triple top, right? Let's pull up a chart and talk about NVIDIA, that 131. I did point that one out a little earlier in the trading session today when Sharif was going through the lesson initially right there. So we can kind of use that one as an example and maybe kind of break down some of those candles and really kind of maybe make some I guess theorize what may be happening here, right? So talk about psychology behind buyers and sellers, right? So let's go through this on this triple top of NVIDIA 131. Again, bigger picture, this is technically a lower high from all-time highs. All-time highs is at 141 on NVIDIA. So look at this, triple top action happening here, right? One test, two test off the open flush, three test off the open flush, and then we get lower lows, and then you also have an earnings flush to really kind of wrap it up and bring it in as that flush comes in off of earnings. So price action definitely beautiful there. Wow, Tesla reverted the reversion. I'm glad I got out of that one. All right, cool. VWAP, again, VWAP was where the bid was apparently, and we're bouncing off of that one there. So okay, so we have a nice little run up here off of that August 5th low, right? So August 5th low, a lot of things potentially did a little bit of capitulatory action there on August 5th, and we bid up significantly off of that price action there. But take a look at this. That bidding kind of comes to a slow, and we start going sideways here. So buyers have been winning. Buyers are like, all right, this is a trend. And then all of a sudden, knock, knock, that door is way too heavy. Boom, comes right back in. Knock, knock once again in the pre-market session, right off the open with the opening volume coming in. Maybe some catalyst intraday as well. Look at that flush that happens intraday. Another knockdown. So reasons to sell are being found here on NVIDIA in and around this 130, 131 area. And then the third top right here, right off of the open, you actually break out. You do a false break. Sharif just talked about that false break. So that false break of that prior high, 131. So triple knock right there. take a look at this. While we were doing that, we were consolidating. So buyers are like, all right, we're still technically in trend. We're still holding some of these prior lows here. And then you start getting weaker and weaker. And then all of a sudden, boom, you start changing, shifting sentiment, changing hands. It no longer has the same kind of bid that we saw running up off of that August 5th low. It starts to slow down a little bit. Guess what? Maybe longs are a little bit panicky. Price action slows down and it takes a nice little breather all the way back down for that 100 test. So, and we were just talking about that buyer and seller psychology potentially, or maybe whatever that you might want to, or how I infer it. Right? It could be right. It could be wrong. I have no idea, but that's how I kind of view that psychology of the triple top. Where, okay, you knock on the door multiple times, and then you finally, buyers are like, all right, well, this is probably not going to go right now, and then the selling kind of shifts in terms of who is in charge on the ticker there. So NVIDIA, a great example of that in and around that 130, and now if you want some confluence to that level, Sharif, take a look at that. That triple top, guess where that came in?
Where?
Boom.
Oh.
Trend resistance that's been happening from all-time highs. You attempt to break. That's not only a false break of that 130, it's also a false break of a higher time frame trend resistance. And guess what? Price tried to go up. Price tried to go sideways. We only have one direction left to go. Boom.
I like it.
Making a higher low technically on the bigger time frame as well. If you look up bigger or higher time frame charts, kind of take a lot of this chop away, you can see we have technically been making higher lows and these higher highs ish right now. A bit of a sideways consolidation on NVIDIA, but what do I know? Price seems to be compressing in and around this 120, 115 area on NVIDIA. And Intel, a bit of sideways action on these halves. Tesla, that trade happened to work out a lot better than I expected. It came right down into VWAP. We got a bit of that, resistance here as we kind of came down through the speed lines. Just again, speed lines. We talk about horizontal support and resistance. Speed lines are just potentially ways to look at trending support and resistance levels here as price kind of speeds up and slows down. And you can see how beautifully it can come in if you have some of the right levels there on Tesla. So right down into VWAP, I think I got my last cover in and around just in the 20s. I think the low of that print right there is, 247.21. There. So a little bit of a VWAP consolidation poised right now. Now something, again, this low right here, I think was 27. Yeah, and then that kind of licks that low right here down to 21s by only about a few pennies before giving us a little bit of a reversion, a little bit of a bid. But you can see market tailwind is definitely on the side of the shorts here as we take a little bit lower with these back-to-back red candles on the 15-minute chart here. So, oh boy. Where's the next trade? I'm looking at Intel. I'm still in this Intel. I did kind of this sideways action has been going on for quite a while there. So I did piece off of most of whatever I had, just trying to make some good decisions, right? Like I said, haven't been making the best decisions. Last week was not the best for me, but it is what it is. We live and we learn, and we take the next trade. We move on, and we try our best not to let that prior trade affect the mental on current trades as well, and that is something I definitely have to do a little bit better on. Okay, so let's pull up that VWAP once again. So you can see right here, this is the thing that I pointed out earlier, a bit of a trend resistance. We did break that VWAP holding at 2240s, anchored from the event holding at 2227. So we're trading above both those VWAPs there and attempting to push a breakout of this trend resistance, potentially 2 points to make a line, right, Sharif?
Yes, sir.
We're going a little bit sideways, but one could also argue that if you want to take a little bit of that, we're holding that as well. I don't want to make the chart too messy here. Sideways action is the best way to put it. As the market flushes back down, we're getting some selling as well. Let's see if Tesla can get back through that VWAP. 247.19 I have as the low on the other chart there. So let's see if Tesla is poised for a little bit of a lower move as the NASDAQ comes into that 20 cal. Oh boy.
Oh boy is right. We're long right now. LASC at 17s. It's printing 1680. It's going to have to hold the 10 exponential here for us to stay interested. I missed my trade at 16 and a quarter, 16 and a third. That was, I would say, I just got stopped out. That's so frustrating. It just wicked me out. Okay. Well, we're stopped out. Well, probably a good thing here because it's really retracing. I like the 16 level. Let's keep an eye on this though. 16 is a 20 exponential. There's also this area support at 16. Let's see, pack our patience over here. See how the trading looks at this 16. Big move up on Lace into 18 and a quarter. So pack in my patience. Let's see if we can get. Yeah, it's a bit spready. That's the issue with this one. 15 pennies at the moment right now on LASE as it weasels its way down into 16 and the 20 exponential. I'm going to give this one the old college try. We're going to get in here. We're going to give it to about 15 and we'll give it to 15 and change. Essentially, we're going to have to give it a little bit of room on this. So long, where are we long? I love the advertisements. Long at 40s, so packing my patience over here, printing 43s. That's nothing to write home about. It's going to have to hold at this level, otherwise we're gonzino. But yeah, LASE strong. There's another one that's moving though. It's not just LASE and UXIN. RSLS, as I look at my scanner, is actually halted up almost 50%, 47.69. It's halted at 960. Let's flip to the 1 minute chart over here. So this has been the third halt here for RSLS. Not one that I really had, I didn't have eyes on this earlier, but it is moving. So let's put some respect on this one's name. But 1 minute halted so far. Each prior halt has been 5 minutes. So maybe this one's due for 10, no idea. We're going to pack our patience and find out, but it looks as if LASE just wants to give back the entire ghost here because we're long 40s, and now, well, the ask is still at 41s, but the spread between the ask and the bid's opening up. It's going to have to hold generally 16. Otherwise, that's the end of my trade. There's area support over here for 16 as well as a 20 exponential. Very directional, very strong. LASE, 57% now, was up a lot more at the highs, but if it's going to give up the ghost, it's going to give up the ghost, and there it is. And we got stopped out again. So tough on this one. That's all right. I'm going to pack our patience and not get upset about this because there's nothing I can do about it other than execute the best way I know how. So right now, 16 not holding here on LASEO.
Yeah, Sharif, things can definitely get a little bit hairy when that bid-ask spread opens up. And you know things can get like it kind of shows like okay, either buyers or sellers may be running away from said prices. But I do like when the spread closes in as well, kind of maybe showing a little bit selling or buying demand and willingness to step forward and close up that gap as well. If that happens in potential key areas, I know especially on spready tickers that can be a great indicator as well. But speaking of kind of a choppy action there. Here on Tesla, still holding this VWAP, so we have been holding that 247.20's consolidation low here on top of VWAP here as the market kind of does a bit of a bounce off of that 20 thou mark. So just chilling, waiting for the next trade. Pretty much all out of Intel here, just holding on to a breadcrumb just to see. I'm looking for more reasons to get bigger into this trade. But again, with the kind of action that it's doing today, I think the biggest place I think I could have gotten in terms of like risk to reward and sizing would have been the false break of this high of day right here in the 70s. It gave you like a few pennies worth of risk and it gave you a trend break. And I think that was definitely a place to get the biggest on with a tight little risk on Intel today. Maybe this consolidation low as well where I participated. Had to try a couple of times there, but that bid came in on top of 2210s as well. But I like the trend breaks off of a lick grab. Those are, again, doesn't happen very cleanly very often, but when it does come in, I do like to look for a bit of a trade. Now, I don't know how often that would work or not, but again, lick grabs, trend breaks, failure to follow throughs. They've been around for the longest time. It's funny. I haven't touched the book in a couple of months there because
John Jay
was a little damaged. No,
Mark Douglas.
Reading the tape. Remember the one you saw me reading a bunch of times?
I did. I just don't remember the title though.
Forgetting. Yeah. I'm like zoning out. But basically a tape reading book from the 80s, I think. Wow. Right? Where it's from a time where
literally
ticker tape was printed. And in that book, they talk about lick grabs. In a
Wow.
sense. They don't call them lick grabs.
What do they say?
They talk about like like a predatory action where like the low or the high will be bid or sold against by just a little bit, by an eighth or by 2/8.
Really?
And then the price will reverse off of that. So those lick grabs, that kind of behavior of price
Very
action has
interesting.
been around for the longest time, and I'm sure that it is just price action behavior, not necessarily specific to any one kind of market. And here is Intel trading above VWAP, still consolidating sideways. So, oh boy, this thing might be poised to trend a little bit higher. We did break that trend there, and the futures are back into their ranges right here. You can see a bit of attempting to push right back into this range that we've been doing all morning long there, Sharif. So, oh boy.
Oh boy.
Trade. Let's do some scans, man, because I am not seeing too much there. I do like the bid on Tesla on this VWAP right there, but I'm gonna again, like you like to say, pack my patience. That 250, I think we're definitely poised for a little bit of 250. Maybe not today, maybe not this week. Who knows? But I kind of want to leave it alone there as it consolidates and does its own thing on top of VWAP there, just at 247. So let's do a quick volume leader run through right here. Let's go to volume gainers right there. So all right, so what's on the block? Number one, Nvidia. So Nvidia, a little bit of choppy sideways action. Next one is Intel. Intel, we're already kind of in right there. You can see that it's attempting to break a little bit higher there. A little bit higher there. Holding VWAP, holding trend as well. Let's go to the next one. Tesla, again, participating in that one as well. So interestingly enough, top three volume leaders, we've participated in two of them. Oh boy. All right, so Palantir, nice little trend to the upside there. Oh boy, okay, so that's a wide ranging trend there. I might like that one for a little bit later, let that one cook. Wow, NEO, I was talking about that potential reversion on NEO. Hasn't really gone too far. It's only gone about 8 pennies. That's the thing. I might not, like, the thing about these tickers is like I have a bit of a patience problem. And I'm not going to wait around for, I guess, over an hour and a half for it to bid, I guess, 9 pennies lower. But again, of course, with the kind of volume that it does, R to R, you're risking maybe a few, like 1 or 2 pennies to take the 9 off. So the R to R definitely makes sense. You can definitely size this NEO is definitely liquid enough to effectively size in that ticker. But again, I like some of the flashy stuff, maybe not the best stuff to like over time, but I don't know. Someone told me that some of the best trading is super boring, so I'm trying to get a little bit more boring with my trading.
Yeah, I agree, but I didn't peg you for an impatient person though, because usually you don't give off that vibe. Like you're
enough is what I mean.
I see. Yeah, so you need more patience in addition to the umpteen that you already have, right?
I mean, I don't have much, but relatively, I do definitely need to have a lot more.
Right.
Especially when I'm getting in on the left side of the move on a lot of things. Like, come on, be patient. Let the risk define itself for you. Get in on the right side of the V, and then take the trade.
What's going on over there, Katina Man?
He is in a position.
The Katina Man is long the future at these levels. T triple Qs. The Katina Man is long the T triple Qs as this market weasels its way back off the lows, or so it seems. You can kind of get that here by looking at, well, there's not too much to look at, but there's Tesla defending the volume weighted average price. Apple looks like it could be putting in a rounded bottom with higher highs and higher lows successfully here. Still well below the 10 exponential. Nvidia's been quite directional and quite dead below VWAP the entire day. There was only a little bit of time that it spent above that volume weighted average price. So we'll keep tabs on that. RSLS is opened and doing things, baby. Just printed new highs, got into that 1060. It's printing 10 and a quarter right now. This spread is ridiculous on a $10 name. It's about 25 pennies, tightening up to 20 right now. So we'll keep an eye on this one as the small cap gappers seem to be coming in midday over here, which is a good look. As I mentioned, this is halted 3 times. All have been up halts right now on, RSLS. And I'm still involved in this break-even trade here on LASE. It did weasel its way up to 640, but I feel like this might be a lower high. So if that's the case, I've shored up my stop by getting a little bit tighter on this one. Like I said, we worked up to 40s. I need to make the money I lost back on this, so can't be taking small scalps. We gotta be a little bit more lofty with our profit targets. That in and of itself could get us in trouble as you start taking beak wetters based on how much you're down on the day rather rather than where they are appropriate to take. And that's a problem. So we'll keep tabs on that. Not Marvell, don't need that. And here it comes in again. LASE just does not want to hold 16. And I'm not going to wait around for this. We're out. So we're 0 for 2 on this one. RSLS, though, is absolutely going. And here comes that 1060 possible. What is the high day on this? Let me just get an exact read. 1057. So thereabouts at 1060, and it's been uninterrupted to the high side here in the 5-minute chart. So there's been no red candles in this last little price ascent on RSLS 1, 2, 3, and then you had the halt. Essentially 6 green candles in a row, separated by that mid halt right there. Still up over 55%, looking to go 60. I think I've just taken too many missed shots today that I can't really, justify to myself to continue taking these missed shots. So I'm going to tone down the trading a little bit today and not give back as much. And what we're going to do is we're going to look for something that's like an A+ setup. Otherwise, sadly, I won't be taking too many more trades. But I hope you guys continue to trade and you tell us exactly what you're looking at in today's market. Are you guys looking at these Mag 7 names? Is it Tesla that you're looking at? Is it Intel that you're looking at? How about NVIDIA, the monster? If whatever it is, get into that chat right now and vote every day. You have till about 1:50. It's 1:16 right now to vote. Neil and Sean, they're going to look at the tickers for you on that afternoon rundown. If you didn't trade it today and you want to see how they traded it, throw it in there. If they didn't trade it, but you traded it and you want to see how they would have, throw that in there as well. The point is, have your say every day right now with, or every day, I should say, with the big kahunas, and then they're going to look at the tickers for you. Here we go with RSLS, just broke through highs. I think we got into 1098 exactly is the high, but it's not spending a whole lot of time there. And this is acting like a very low float stock because of how it's trading. What is the float on this, by the way? Okay, it's not that low float, about 21 million shares or thereabout, 20.8, says IBKR. Let's check what the short float is with Trade Ideas. Not much of a short float, quite frankly, about 2.2% of that float is shorted, so not a whole lot to talk about there, but yeah, it's definitely moving like it's heavily shorted or a very small float. So very good look here for RSLS. It's very, very directional, guy. Oh.
Yeah, I'm kind of looking, just running some scans there, and I'm like, all right, market's pulling back in. What's really selling off? Amazon, absolutely not. That 193 still holding, so that I guess that catalyst is definitely holding the bid there. Amazon looking distinctly different from some of the other Mag 7s there. Apple near its lows. Softy, beautiful reversion. Definitely missed a little bit on that one. Maybe I can look for the reversion of the reversion as these past, what is it, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 15-minute candles continue to print red after red on that one. But something interesting I just noticed, Sharif.
What?
Oh boy. The opening candle on Google is distinctly different.
Oh.
And distinctly different enough where I had to be like, all right, let's pull up the 15-second chart and see what actually happened right off of the open. Now I'm going to bring in one of my other charts here. This is a 15-second chart. Right off of the open, you attempt to push 164 30s, 164.25s right there, slams up into 165. Can't even stick around there for over a minute. Slams right back in 164s, and we've been only trending to the downside, a little bit of an extension to the downside, trading at 162.39 here on the goggle itself. So let's take a look-see at what this Google might do at some of these prior days levels right here. So this is back. We're back at a 3-minute chart. We attempted to push through this double top high, some of this opening range highs and pre-market highs from the prior 2 days, sitting at that 164. We attempt to hold that in the pre-market. You get that aggressive action all the way up to 165, slams right back into 164s. Now we're trading back down below. The low of this range, 162s. We're trading at 162.35. Oh boy. I think you might be able to guess what I'm looking for on this one, Shree.
What are you looking for, Obe?
Looking for a reversion.
I know that's what you're looking for. I'm kidding. Love it, man. And that's talk about having a playbook. Man knows what he wants exactly. So I love how you're going to wait for it. I hope you have.
I don't know if it's going to be there.
The required patience for it if it manifests.
Hopefully, yeah.
So that's what we'll say there.
Let's see some capitulatory action.
Okay, excuse me there, buddy.
Oh boy.
Oh boy.
No, we've had that word of the day many times.
It doesn't matter that who said there can't be recurring members.
Whomst.
Whomst. I don't know what that means. Is that a sound? Whomst?
Whomst uttered this word before.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yes.
Right. Okay, Mr. Elizabethan. Shout out to Obe. Love it. Having good times on this desk, baby. All right, guys. I'm seeing a bit of a roundy bottom starting to come into Apple over here, and we already know that the Katina Man is long on these here futures. I love. Katina Man, did you base it off the NQ December card? Did you get in 20,025? What's the price you got in on the triple Qs?
Yeah, basically that price.
Yeah, it said.
CQQ is the quarter.
He got in at the quarters. So basically, I like that. He's a support and a resistance trader, and we've already talked about that. And this is the closing print on the market on Friday, 20,027. Love how he got in there. We're printing 57s now, Katina Man, and it looks like we're on our way to 60. And it looks like Apple is not the only one that's doing this rounded bottom-ish pattern. Again, I don't want to call it out because it hasn't manifested, but when you see this lower high, lower low, and then there's kind of like a candle there that just stops at lower high, lower low, and then subsequent to that you get higher lows, maybe not necessarily higher highs, but it starts rounding, and you're seeing that on NVIDIA as well. So NVIDIA's got that rounding shape as well. Apple's got that rounding shape, and also possibly Tesla. Tesla looking the best with respect to that shape because above VWAP. So if you're biased long, I mean, I personally take the stock that's above the volume weighted average price up there for a reason because people are buying it. So yeah, if it manifests and we start getting these higher highs and higher lows and the future starts pumping, I'll get long on the Mag 7 name, but I have not done well today, quite frankly, so I'm going to have to take care with how much I'm trading going into the afternoon. I don't want to get into any more bad trades, put it that way. So right now, Amazon is the strongest of the names. There's no question about that. Maybe not percentage-wise, Tesla still leads there, but in terms of chart pattern, Amazon just printed the high of the day at $193.32.
Not yet, Sharif. It's not
Not yet.
just yet. Let's
Well,
break
it was.
the 200 first.
It was. Remember
I know,
pre-split?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Used
They'll
to be
get back there.
Trading at $2,000 every day. Yeah, I'll get back there, hopefully. In any event, we just printed the high of the day right now on Amazon. So we're in a bit of a range between, say 192.90, essentially 10 pennies below that whole dollar, and the third of a dollar. And we've been doing this bull flag situation since we got news that Amazon was partnering with Schlumberger, or SLB, formerly known as Schlumberger. In any event, who cares about what they're doing? They're making some sort of business deal. The market likes it, and it's reflected on the price. So the chart pattern that's manifested at the moment is a bull flag. How you want to play this? My personal opinion is to get in at the lows and try to get out at the highs and hold a piece for the dream. Amazon was very consolidative to start the day. We made that observation where the high essentially of the range was that 192 and a third, with the low end essentially being that 191 and a third. So it was giving you $1 for the most part. That all ended midday there at around 12:30. Once the news came in, the volume supported the news. On the breakout, you had above average volume bars compared to its predecessors, but now we have found this kind of sideways consolidation. It looks like it could be a bull flag. Who knows with this market, as the market's zigging and zagging and not giving me direction. So if the market is going to retrace, I don't know how much I really want to bet on Amazon. What I'll do is I'll put in a long to defend the range I just yapped about, 192.90, 193-ish. Let's go on to AMZN. This is RSLS, guys, by the way, pulling back off that 12 break, coming back into 10.5, which, by the way, it has support at over here. I wonder if it bounces off 10.5. Maybe we should watch this quick before we flip to Amazon. $0.50 coming in here. Is there size? No, it just got taken out. Yeah, man. These small cap gappers, they're losing their way in the way that they weren't doing it last week. So we got to be alive to that. Let's flip back here to AMZ. I think I have it actually over here. There we go. AMZN coming back into 193. Let's wait in the high 192.90s. I'm going to put it here. We'll look to get, actually I want it a little bit lower than that. We'll look to get involved here on Amazon if it wants to play the range. Looking at this at the 1 minute chart, you can kind of see that the lows are incrementally higher than their predecessors. Not a view that I could easily discern on the 5 minute, but the 1 minute gives you a bit of a different look. If that is the case, it doesn't change the fact that it could be bull flagging. It just shows you buyer exuberance, right? If you're not able to get into that low, the previous low, that means more buyers stepped up or less people were inclined to sell at that level. Therefore, you made a higher low. So that usually means buyer exuberance or buyer buying strength. We'll see if that continues to be the case. So, but I'm sitting here with a resting order to try to take advantage of this range.
Yeah, no, I'm kind of just waiting and watching. That Google is still selling off. The Intel is still slowly but surely kind of grinding to the upside there. And Amazon as well, oh boy, I'm watching that one. I like that look as well. Bit of not really a triple top, but these tops are kind of relatively a little higher than each other. I kind of want to look back at it, look left and see if there's any sort of level here and from prior levels, from prior support and resistance levels in and around this 193 area. So, oh boy, there it is, right there, range consolidation lows. So nice little action there. So this is a range on top of a range on top of a range. So definitely a lot of action. And guess what? These highs are right at that Bezos lid. 201.31. Talk about triple top, Sharif. This was almost a quadruple. Actually, what? 1, 2, 3. It was coming in almost every day. Pentatop. Oh. And it went for the penta kill going into earnings, and all the way down to 151.57s there. Definitely those longs. I guess getting a nice little discount to pick it back up again for that 192 testing and that 200. Oh boy. Definitely holding its own there as a resistance on Amazon. But yeah, let's see if today's action can bring us in a little bit closer going into that 200 mark there, and take a look at this beautiful, beautiful sell-off on Google here as we approach prior day's lows right here. So this little action, again, that's a real candle, man. That's a real candle that went down to 161. Let's go down to the 1 minute here on Google. Oh boy. So that candle actually went down and printed 161.99 on what looks like a bit of a pinging action. Look at that strong volume bar as well. And guess what? We're only about 26 pennies away from that on the goggles. So guess where I want to be looking at the tape?
Where?
162.
I like it.
I like that. So let's see. We've been selling off aggressively. Is that bid going to be there? It seems like somebody smashed that bid and suddenly it was picked up instantly. I do want to take a look at it on a second chart to see how fast that bid up really happened and that kind of correction, if you want to call it, right back into said prices right here. That's aggressive right there. And this is a 1 minute chart. So again, this action being suggestive that this is less than a minute worth of selling and buying with a clean low of 161.99. And again, I'm going to reiterate, we're trading only about 25, 30 pennies away from that level here. So I am looking for a potential reversion. I don't know whether or not it'll come in through there. Maybe we do a breakdown. Who knows? Perspective is everything. And Google building a little bit of story, searching for price action there.
I like it. Searching away. Palantir, I was just telling the Katina man that Palantir is at high a day. Let's load it up here on ULXN. Because big moves today for PLTR. And quite frankly, we started off the day, Ram, right, and it was negative, right? We had that negative headline on it, and it's into 38. So it's already up 2%. Put some respect on this one's name. Good look today for PLTR. Rejecting 38, or I shouldn't say rejecting, but basically at 38 at the moment. We'll see if the higher high and higher low situation can continue. But good look today for PLTR 2 and a fifth. It was on the sticky note apparently. And get that sticky note if you're not already involved by following Sean on the X. Yes, I was going to say the gram, but I meant the X. But I think he puts it on both, right? Yeah, he puts it on both. So yeah, just that's the look right now. Amazon stopped me out. Again, now moving back up. I just don't have a read on today's market, and that's just the way it is, and that's okay, because I'm not going to be killing it every day. And quite frankly, it's been tough today. So we'll keep tabs on this one. Yeah, I'm not seeing a whole lot. What is everybody else looking at? Throw some of the tickers that you guys want me to look at there in the chat, and we shall look at it for you. RSLS, though, doing its absolute most right now. If I can get out of Amazon for a sec, show you guys RSLS. I know where this one went. There it is. Printed 1213s, just found its footing at the volume weighted average price right at $10. Dipped into $10, but got bought up super quick. Guys, this is super wide in the spread. Don't let this 13 penny spread fool you. It's been as wide as 50 pennies at times. Been watching this for a hot minute. Multiple halter on the day. It's not even that small of a float, about 22 million shares, 21 million shares. So yeah, I'm gonna have to officially retire from the trading today. I'm not shut down, but I'm not doing well, and so I don't want to continue to trade poorly. So throw some takers in the chat. I'd absolutely be willing to look at them for you. But for me at this moment, unless it's like an AA triple plus setup, I'm not going to take any trades going into the last 20 minutes or so. Anything that you're looking at right now that you like?
Yeah, no, I'm kind of looking at a few things, again, that I pointed out. Having eyes on Tesla, having eyes on Intel, and Google as well. I think, what was it, Adam DeLuz in the chat saying, Obi, thoughts on Apple on the 30-minute? Oh boy. I did pull up Apple on the 30-minute and take a look at this. Is this something significant? Is this a head and shoulders? I don't know. That's what it's kind of starting to look like right here. A bit of a shouldery action underneath the 230 with highs at 233 and a strong flush when we get that head right there. Shoulder, head, shoulder right there. And then we're trading below down into 226s. Also happens to be a break of this trend that we have off the 213 consolidation with a 213.92 low there. Triple bottom as well on this one. So interesting stuff, but bigger picture, we're just sideways here between 210s and 230s. So let's see if we kind of pull back in to a little bit lower. But I guess that's what I'm seeing. That's just my perspective on that 30-minute chart. I like that though. We attempted to push. We got an aggressive action, and then look at that strong volume plus a hard flush. We've used this word once before. It smells a little capitulatory on Apple there with that strong flush. Again, with that volume coming in, with the imbalances there as well. But price action is king, in my opinion, regardless of how or where or why that volume comes in. The volume is there showing you that action away from that price. And we're getting that bit of continuation today off of a lower high. 229.50 was definitely where the bid was all the morning session and into the end of the day on Friday. And that support has turned into resistance on the day today. So it's curious. It is a little interesting there in terms of price action and what some of those prices have respected. But yeah, that's all I got in terms of what I'm watching. I know you guys are definitely watching some other names as well. Lasmel is talking about AMD. So let's take a quick look at AMD as well. We know that thing had a bit of strength on Thursday there. That was very aggressive. Nice little reversion by the end of the day. Not only just on AMD, if I remember correctly, it also happened on SMH. It also happened on SMCI as well, I'm pretty sure. SMCI reversion today, oh boy, that thing's been coming in real hot. As take a look at this. Aggressive buying, very, very directional, very steep. And then as soon as that trend breaks, oh boy, not only do you come into VWAP here, Sharif, you come all the way back down into below VWAP and using VWAP as a bit of resistance right now, holding above that 460 mark on SMCI as well. So a nice little move there on some of these chip names. Now, of course, AMD a little bit sideways. So is NVIDIA a little bit sideways as well here on the day. So I don't have anything other than that I'm really watching, but Google reversion maybe potentially that I'm going to continue looking for that setup to potentially come in here with the market kind of bouncing. I would like that confluence as well. Intel, Sharif, continues to take higher, slowly but steadily.
It's a good look. It's absolutely a good look there. And I know you've been holding that one essentially since you got on the show. So shout out to you. Keeping an eye here on Palantir, guys, because Palantir continues to print into the high of the day. Where the hell is it? There it is. 38.07. We were yapping about this when it was using 38 as resistance. Continues to go. It's not being parabolic or anything, but it's consistent in its ascent. It seemed to have it seemed to have an interesting level here at this 80 penny level, 37.80. Essentially, you reject off there in the earlier time of the day, about 11:45, 11:50. You clear it by some distance. You get up to 37.95. But the nice part about this is you come back and you test that key area of resistance, and it holds beautifully. Didn't even go back into 75. So if you gave this 5 pennies, you were good as gold, baby. And now it's continuing to head up. 7s, 8s, here we go. Clearing that whole dollar level with some aggression. And look at the bid follow us up. So there is size moving as we ascend. And that's awesome because essentially it's kind of like a backstop. If big boy selling comes in on the ask, maybe hidden or otherwise, at least you know that there's some orders there, buy orders to backstop a flush. Now, it doesn't always work out so neatly. Sometimes the sell orders is just much larger than the buy orders, but it does give you some comfort when that buy order steps up with you. So keep an eye out there. I don't see too much in terms of lottage here at a specific size to prevent us from ascending. Doesn't look like there is big size here until 10s. So about maybe 1,000 lots or so, maybe a bit more than 1,000 here at 10s. We've already weaseled up into 8s. Yeah. So we'll see what it does there at 10s, but whiffling and waffling right now. Wow, Amazon, bro. Oh, baby. AMZN. This is a bit of a frustrating one for me. Holds on the 20, and now it's up nicely right back above that 193, so that, essentially that range continues to stay in play here. 193 on Amazon as the future curls right back into that volume weighted average price. I'm talking about the NQ. We'll see if it can continue to head up. It's been bounced is essentially off Friday's lows, or Friday's close, excuse me. 20,027 was the closing print on Friday. We essentially came down into that level, and then we got a nice little bounce. So Amazon still at the 20 exponential. We'll see if this one can continue rising. I should tell you that Tesla looks awfully good here. Look at it curling off the volume weighted average price. So it was awfully respectful of that VWAP at 247.70, and it's about $1 higher than that now as it comes into that consolidation area top between that 247.50 and 248.50. We've been locked in this range since 12:15, so the better part of an hour and a half now on TSLA. But if I had to guess, this is the strongest of the bunch. So this probably weasels into 249, and who knows? Maybe we get that 250 break during power hour when the big kahunas are on. If you guys want to see what Tesla does at these levels, get into the chat right now and vote for Tesla, because the big kahunas, Neil and Sean, they'll look at Tesla for you, and I'm willing to bet you one of them has traded. Neil, did you have anything on Tesla today? That was Sean. So Neil letting me know that was Sean that was on Tesla. Either way, they'll both give you their look on TSLA. So if you want that hot fire from the Neilage and the Sean, the Katina man, get into that chat and vote for TSLA or for whatever other tickers. Oh my goodness. The market just flushed. Big move down there. Topping tail candle right now on Tesla as we get a big, I don't want to say a big market flush, but definitely sent all the Mag 7s into the red, at least on this candle right now, moving back down near that 20,027 close, 20,043 coming in, big flush, south of the volume weighted average price, so right at that 20,000 and a third, essentially. And it's been an interesting day on these here markets. You think you know what's going on, and then you don't. So that's a look today, man. LASC as well. Awfully respectful, like Tesla has been, of the volume weighted average price since basically clearing above it. And that's funny because I kept saying that LASC wasn't really respecting VWAP. It was really doing more of a 20 and 10 bounce. That all changed. That's why we have the levels up there. Now 4 candles in a row that have bounced off VWAP and given you dollars, man. Like these lows are at 15 a third, and the tops here are at 16 and 3/4, even higher, almost 17. So yeah, that obviously reflects a spread on LASC, but it's respecting the volume weighted average price. So possible trade on there. I mean, I can't really do that at the moment because haven't been trading well, so I need to be careful with exactly what we do. MRVL as well. I know I talked about this one right at the start of the show, and I haven't mentioned it since. I've had an alert out on Marvell for whatever reason at VWAP. No, not for whatever reason, but I had an alert at VWAP to short because it rejected at 10:30 at VWAP, and it's been the weakest. I want to just make sure that that's accurate. Yes, Marvell, still the weakest microchip semiconductor name on my watch list, followed by Qualcomm. So 3.5 was more in the red for Marvell, 1 2/3 for Qualcomm. Obviously, Qualcomm involved with that headline with Intel. Funny how that works. 1 negative, 1 positive. Intel very positive on the day, 4% there. But Marvell, still no idea why this is down. I'm just guessing that it's some sort of sympathy play with Qualcomm. I have no idea. Couldn't find anything on Marvell today, but it's been very directional, and it's at now the volume weighted average price, 71.25. So let's see what this one does. Does it curl up above there? It did find support certainly at $70. In fact, $70.07, and has been moving back up. But That alert didn't trigger, sadly, because I had it a little bit above VWAP. VWAP, obviously a dynamic indicator, not static. So you've got to readjust your levels, Ob, as VWAP and some of these moving averages adjust as well. You know, it'd be a really good alert little gimmick on one of these platforms if you could set your alert to a moving average. So instead of putting my alert at like $20, right, I peg it to VWAP, or I peg it to the 10 or the 20 or whatever I want. That'd be pretty cool. And I don't know why that. Do you have that option?
Yeah, I have. There are definitely charting softwares that will do that, where you can put alerts on all sorts of indicators. So
that's awesome because I don't have it on here, so that'd be nice to have. I mean, that's not a bad idea. I figured it must exist.
No,
it can't be that hard, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Right. So to off that, what are you looking at, bro?
Intel continuing to push up here. So that prior high was again 70. So oh boy, you know what? I gotta get out of the way here because I know I do have an order kind of sitting there.
Oh boy.
And with that kind of action, I'm like, all right, maybe it'll go a little bit further. So I want to get out of the way of that one there. There it is, aggressive 75s printing here. So we talk about that triple top, Sharif.
Yes, sir.
This triple top is potentially coming in right now. Opening range high, 2270s. What is this? 1030 high. Lick grabs that opening range high by about 2 pennies there, printing a high of 78s. We're coming right back in. 75s is the high right now. What was the high on off the opening range? It was also 75. So triple top is happening here on Intel. Where do we go from here? I have no idea. Maybe we break out. Maybe we lick grab. Maybe we false break. But got a little long there on top of the 22s at the range lows there. Some prior days levels as well coming in as confluence, and with the market bidding up as well, we're getting a bit of that tailwind as of right now on Intel. So JTK with the super chat saying you can peg indicators to different technicals in TradingView. That is very much correct, sir. So so here's 2270 on Intel, so a little bit of a pullback after clipping some of those prior highs there. Let's see if this trend kind of continues to the upside. We're definitely, like I said before, getting a bit of that market tailwind as well. Shout out to Sean. I know he is long at these lows here as the range low on the NASDAQ does a bit of a grab of those lows and re-enters the range here. So let's see. Yeah, Christopher Holcomb saying, come on, Intel. Yeah, let's go, Intel. Let's see if we can break through those 75s, 2275s. Can we print some fresh highs on the day as well? I'll be patiently waiting. If not, that's okay. I think just like I said before, just a breadcrumb left on this one. Gonna probably get out on a break of trend or any other strong reasons to sell on Intel as it continues to take a little bit higher here on the day. And again, Sharif, it's 1:42, so we have about less than 20 minutes left. Isn't there some sort of voting thing down there?
Thank you, Oba. There you go. We got 8 minutes left until they can vote because we got to have all the votes before the 2 o'clock rundown, right? So the cutoff time is 1:50. The Neil is back from doing his rehab training. The Katina mat. You didn't do a walk and talk today because it's really muggy outside, right?
Yeah. Well, no, I just kept on.
Okay, well, he did walk. So the Katina man is back. Neil is back. They're locked. They're loaded. They've been trading. They've been looking at these markets. So if you want to know what they think about your ticker, get into the chat right now and vote for it. I love how you guys are already taking the initiative on your own. I see umpteen amount of people voting for NNE. Now people talking about ZNTL. Yes, I said Z because I'm Canadian. TSLA long says Vic Yan Novak. SU talking about, well, rest in peace, Apple. Oh no, my personal account, no. So we'll have to see what Apple's doing. Kevin A. He just, say it again?
Said buy more.
Buy more, yeah. I've been waiting for that 200. Zed, what's this person called again? Where was I? Yes, Join Spy. Kevin A. says he wants to talk about this SPY. We got Akrami talking about Join Carvana. He wants to know what the situation is on Carvana. And again, people, Darwin, shout out to the OG Darwin in the chat. Been voting for NNE for longer than a week. But you know how it is, OG? You gotta make the top 5. I promise you, if you make the top 5, I will never not include your ticker just because I don't know what it is or I don't like it. I will always include it. So get into the chat and have your say. Alex, join. He wants to talk about Ford, Pathik, wants to talk about Mara. The Mara indicator is not here today. I'm talking about Big Patty Ice. I don't know where he is, but hope he's doing well. Chris Nan wants to talk about Goog, not Google. He wants to talk about Goog.
I like that. Okay.
Yeah, it's okay.
I mean, similar charts. Okay, what was that? Bit of a wick action there. Again, more reds across the board. Interestingly enough, on that.
Bamboozling day.
Yeah, no, Goog, again, we can take a look at both of these charts, right? They're going to look relatively similar. They might be priced a little bit different. This is a 1 minute. Let's not do that. Let's go to the 3 minute. Let's get this VWAP out of here. Again, I like looking at the naked charts just to kind of get a proper grasp of the price action. And then, then you can throw up all your indicators, lines and whatnot on there to kind of give you some direction as well. That's just my opinion. Goog,
love it.
Taking a look at that. Right there. See that same wick, strong wick action off of the open there. Same kind of lows, relatively similar. But the thing is, the Class C shares definitely do a little bit less volume.
They do, right?
If I'm not mistaken, versus the Class A shares. So right here, volume on the day is 6.93 million on the Goog, and then the Goog L is doing 10.5. So definitely significantly more volume is being traded on those, but they move relatively the same. On the day. So 162.55s is the trading price on Google, and 163.92s on the Goog. So depending on how you're looking at which chart you're looking at, the prices might come in different if you're looking at like prior structure, support and resistance, et cetera, et cetera. But in terms of, I guess, just like candlestick action and what they've been doing, they're relatively the same. They move pretty much in unison. And again, I don't know if there's any sort of like arb strats between, I don't know. I'm not going to speak too much about
What were you talking about there?
No, between Google and Goog. Just arb strats between the two.
Got it. Arbitrage. Yeah, opportunities. That's actually not a bad idea at all. But I've never really seen them move in opposite directions.
I'm sure that market is definitely very saturated.
For sure. There's probably a lot of people thinking about that. The arb stuff I like is two things that basically have to move in opposite directions because they have different catalysts that move contrary to one another. One is not coming to me right now, but there's a currency and gold trade there that have something to do with one another. One goes one way, one goes the other. There's a bunch in the market. Not something that we typically do intraday, obviously, but something that you can explore for a swing. Interesting look right now, guys. TQs putting in that rounded bottom. NVIDIA also putting in that rounded bottom. NVIDIA is at the volume weighted average price. It just printed 89s here, Ram, and it is on its way. It looks like to 116. 116 is important. No, I didn't mean to say that you didn't have the charts. I felt like saying your name. 116 Ram is where we closed out Friday on NVDA, and it's been an interesting look. I mean, initially we held generally that 116, the opening break there. We were dipping below it, but we were quickly bought above it. Then we kind of got below it and started using 116 essentially as a bit of a top. So volume weighted average price featuring right now on NVDA with these umpteen amount of wicking candles, all bouncing off that 15 and a quarter, 15 and a third, and now putting successively higher lows and higher highs. But you feel there is a dampening effect on this market where these Mag 7s can't really ascend all that freely. There is that negative pressure. And I got to tell you, it was funny enough because last night I got on my computer to do some charting at night. I was watching the futures trade in the overnight hour, and we were almost at Thursday highs. Right, we got into, I believe, 20,140, 20,150. I think 20,200 is that Thursday or Wednesday high. So I thought, okay, yeah, we're getting bought up aggressively to start Sunday night to begin Monday morning. I wake up Monday morning, we're only up 20 points. We're up 140 points when I went to bed. So.
Oh boy.
Yeah, it is what it is, Obi, and you're going to have to take what the market gives you and not complain about it. So right now, NVIDIA, nothing's changed. It's at VWAP looking to go back into 116. Same thing with the Fuge. The Fuge, barely positive. I'm talking about 0.14%, but it did its absolute darndest to defend the Friday closing print, which is again at 20,000. around 25. Let's just say 25 for the ease of reference there. But it has been below the volume-weighted average price since we broke down right around noon there. So nothing's changed. We'll have to see if the big kahunas can maybe bring some good juju into the afternoon session. Then we can pamp back up into that 20,125, which is today's actual intraday range. This is what I'm talking about right here. This is the overnight pump. We got into 20,164. I thought it was 20,050. We actually broke above that OB. But if we have a look at the half an hour, we were still south of that Thursday print when we weaseled up into 20,200. So successively lower highs right now on the futures contract over here. Let me zoom back out. There we go. But higher lows. So we're definitely not at Thursday lows, nor are we at Friday lows. So lower highs, so definitely an inside day you can make the case for today, even though it's been bamboozling. And I don't think I've done this poorly in a long time on the show. And that's just, I know that based on how much I'm down on the day. So, yeah. Yeah, pretty simple, Neil. No, essentially, I haven't done this poorly in a really long time. Hence why I haven't been trading in the subsequent app. You have anything to add?
No.
You were pointing at something.
Sometimes I like to point at the chart when it does something significant. We just broke fresh highs on Intel. Intel high a day right now, guys. 2280s. Oh boy, are we going to get that triple top? I don't know. We're trading 2 pennies above the high. Prior high is 2278 right now. And we're trading a little bit higher. So as that tape speed kind of increases, as the market also bids up a little bit there, and as I fix my mic because I see it kind of tilting.
Oh, Ram gets very upset.
We shall observe this Intel potentially continue to make some higher highs and higher lows on the grind up through that double top high a day there from before. But guess what?
What?
Still haven't reached the highest price printed on the day. Pre-market highs are at 23.16. So let's see. I'm looking at the volume as well. Volume's been pretty steady since about 11 o'clock. We did drop off the morning volume in and around 11 o'clock there, but you can see our vol has been pretty steady. So has the volume being traded on the day here. You can see the volume bars relative. Sure, you get peaks every now and then, but relatively it's about even there. No, there's no real expansion or a contraction of that volume there, and then relative volume is not really changing either. So I guess that's not too bad there as we kind of grind up directionally through those highs. So I'm looking for anything distinctly different there. What you guys laughing at?
Ram, she's so funny. Delusions, Ram, delusions. She's like, lies on my name. I'm the sweetest human to ever exist. All right, Ram, we love you around here. I also want to shout out Neil, man. He's trolling me in a way that I absolutely love. He's like, he's voting for the Cowboys as the tickers. Obviously, my boy. What?
So
is that mean you're punching long goggles?
I'm looking at I'm looking at the market with one eye, and I'm looking at Amazon with the other because they are distinctly different right now. So I think this vision definitely helps me kind of identify what is this called, divergence.
Oh,
so we can call these the divergence glasses, where maybe potentially you have a 7 ticker that might be diverging from market action as well. So we'll take a try. You know what? People like to try new indicators. I'm trying a new perspective right now as well. Let's see if these divergence glasses can bring me any luck there, Sharif.
Yeah, with the way I've traded today, I think anything, maybe even like, we'll just stay quiet. Anyway, the Cowboys obviously did very poorly. So I'm just going to wind it down here. We'll talk a little sports. Your favorite subject, of course. So, couple of things to report on. The Cowboys did very poorly to start the game. I really like how they came back in the fourth quarter. They were losing, Neil, what was it, like 26-4, 26-7, 26... No, in the fourth quarter, I think they were down by like 24-6. Thank you, Neil. That was the score to start the fourth quarter. They obviously brought it a lot closer, but Lamar, they had to stop Lamar there, but he's a beast, especially when he holds on to the ball. That RPO really gives the run-pass option for all of my non-football fans out there. It really gives them an option to run, but the match,
yes,
that I'm brokenhearted about is not the Cowboys, but Arsenal. Okay. We go to the best team in the world, yes.
Okay.
We go to City, football. Manchester City. Yeah, football, soccer, doesn't matter. We go on their land, we go on their stadium. We don't have our full team. Our captain is injured. So they got injuries too, not as many as us. Okay. We go there, we go down 1-0. So we're already on their turf and we're losing 1-0. And then the boys fight back. All of a sudden, we're going into halftime up 2-1. But the brilliant referee, excellent refereeing. I've never seen referees this good, bro. Excellent. Okay. Gives our guy a second yellow for the most, let's not use the word, it was you know what after that? Call for kicking the ball away despite the fact that there's 60,000 fans yelling. My man can't hear the whistle, gets the second yellow, he's off. We play more than the entire half. Down a man. And we hold them back. They can't score on us, so we're still winning 2-1. Oh, the last 10 seconds, they put one in.
Wow.
I was throwing a lot of slippers, bro.
That's a lit grab, if anything.
That was the lit grab.
Yep.
The lit grab. So anyway, needless to say, I was a little brokenhearted, but I'm proud of my boys. They absolutely pulled one off to go into the Lions' Den, into City's turf, and take away a point. It's fantastic. But all of a sudden now, we're in fourth, but we're undefeated. It's a little frustrating. I know. Like you're a great listener, Obi. You're a fantastic listener.
Listening.
Aw, Ram. What was I supposed to do? That was, you tell him, Derek. I can't say it because I'm on the show, but you know exactly what I'm talking about, Derek. Shout out to you. Watching Arsenal's second half was painful, Dave B. Yeah, I know, bro. But it was literally like an entire half of a power play. Who watches hockey? It was literally stuck inside your blue line for 45 minutes because you can't get out because you're a man down. So anyway, it was quite frustrating to watch, but I'm still proud of the boys, Ob, and I'm proud of you for wearing those glasses for as long as you have.
I'm glad that I'm glad it's always good to be passionate. And I think I really like it when I see that passion. A lot of people are definitely passionate about sports and things that they love. No, I like that. I think it sounds like a very exciting game. A little bit of spice at the end there. That's what it sounds like.
Don't tell Americans that soccer is exciting. They don't like to hear that.
I mean, sports can definitely be a little exciting there. Now, I think these glasses are very fitting as I am long Google right now, and it attempts to push a little bit higher there.
I like it.
So got the goggles on for goggles right now. Let's see if we can get that reversion to VWAP here. 163 is that consolidation high from before that we took a little bit of a stop on the way down right here. 163. Oh boy, I think these glasses are definitely giving me some good perspective here.
I like it. Get it, Old.
So that 163 consolidation high, a little bit of a pit stop on the way down, flushes down to 162s. Can't quite get down to this little grab of that 162, 161.99 actually. It's very specific on that lit grab right there. And look at this reversion potentially coming in here on the goggle. Market tailwind is definitely coming in alongside here on the goggles. Let's see if we can get all the way to VWAP. VWAP has been where sellers are at on goggles all day here. Again, look at that double top as well. That's absolutely beautiful. 164.20s. I don't know if we're going to get all the way up there. Bit of a stop here. Look at that low, that initial day low that was printed at 163.40s. Maybe we get up there. Maybe we just continue to the downside because bigger picture on this one, Sharif. Take a look at this. Goggle has been bidding up for multiple days back to back. The question becomes, are we going to get the reversion of a bigger picture move here with this aggressive bid? Again, this thing is continuing to bid up very aggressively, and now we're finally going a little sideways here on top of this prior anchored, which probably is from some sort of prior earnings, I think. So, interesting action here on the goggles. Hopefully these goggles give me a little bit of luck on this reversion to VWAP here. First 30-minute candle to print green in the past four there. Also, prior bar high finally breaking on the 15-minute candle since 11:30 as well. Let's see if we get that we get that reversion coming into fruition here on the goggle, Sharif.
All right, Ob. Shout you out for that. I like that call there on goggles, like your Intel look as well. I want to remind you guys that the big kahunas are coming up in 2 minutes. It's too late to vote now. But for tomorrow, if you're going to join Adara and I on the midday show, make sure to get your vote in by 1:50. There was lots to talk about today, whether it was a small cap gappers or whether it was these Mag 7 names. There was umpteen amounts of name running and to good effect as well. So I want to remind you guys that the Katina man is long right now on the futures. He's basically taking it from Friday close, and we just got a break of VWAP Katina man, but I already probably know that you already know about that. Looking at 20,100. Let's see if we can weasel our way there. We're already positive now on the NQ, up 0.25%. Here's a quick look. The ES up 1/5, the NQ up 1/4, the Dow 0.13, and the Russ. No rotation trade today. We'll have to take a bit of a break there. The Russ down 1/3%. We're going to send you over to the Big Kahunas in a hot second, and then I'm going to weasel my way up to the green screen. But thank you, Ob, for coming on, filling in for Adara as she had some stuff to take care of today. You know, I asked Brendan. Thank you, Ram. Yeah. Ram. So, any final thoughts, Ob? I think we got like 10 seconds.
No, nothing too crazy. Happy trading for the rest of the day, guys. And keep those goggles wide open. Goggles making some interesting moves. Intel as well. A lot of things kind of interesting here as, again, earnings season has dwindled to a bit of a close, but there's always like a 2-3 week gap. Where it's like, it's just, not necessarily hot names that give their earnings there. It's kind of bleak. But before you know it, that earnings season will be right back.
Absolutely. All right, you see the Katina man and the Neils showing up on the board. That means it is time for us to go. I will see everybody very shortly at the green screen. Take it over, gents.
Yes, sir. Welcome, everybody. And back to the afternoon show we go. So shout out to Obi and the goggles, I suppose. Trying to get a look at those markets there. Always enjoy having a little bit of fun there. I mean, it is what it is. Just always having a little bit of fun out there. Shout out to him. And obviously,
Another indicator. I mean,
obviously it's a bit of a, okay, quickly here. Marvell is going right into resistance. Shreve was talking about Marvell, weak chip name, 3% to the downside. It's going right into morning resistance levels. So looking for the curl on Marvell, long story short. As far as why it's weak, doesn't matter. Ticking to the downside. It actually flat bottom broke 71 and a bit of a recovery, but still incredibly weak relative to the other chip names. But the market itself is green, but you have to be looking at the names that are going and the ones that we're moving today. That was certainly the story. Because not everything, there's a lot of sideways stocks that weren't worth paying attention to, but you had some that extended. This one heading to the downside. I'm going to try and pick this one up just so you can see 70, 71, 74, looking for an out there, but trying to catch this on the way back down into VWAP is Marvell. A bit of a new entrant for me as we were looking at this morning. It wasn't until Shreve mentioned it that I was paying attention to Marvell.
it's funny that Neil said you got to trade names that have been hot. Tesla, I told everybody, is the number one stock here on the show. Obviously, nothing's changed there. Number one stock on the floor behind us. And now you come back, and I just reloaded another $1 in the money right now for Tesla, right there, off there. Here we go back up to the upside. So it's like, exactly, you know, it is, we come back and I feel like we always talk about the same stuff, but this is actually, you know, like putting stuff back to work. Like there's VWAP. We could talk about it, but there's like a real winning trade about what we've been talking about. So, I mean, it's just like, you got to wait for opportunities. Sometimes they're in the midday, sometimes they're not. I'm going to get another piece out here on Tesla as we're bouncing around 249. Oh, there it is. Cancel. Good. We did get filled there. So that was a good one. I didn't want to get overfilled. I realized we had another position at 249. So there's another out right there, just $1.20 ho-hum in the money right there. And then I don't know if Palantir, I have no idea what stocks are going to be on here either. But we were long already down here on the sticky note with Palantir. We got long again at 38. And right now we're long at 38. So upside there for Palantir as it continues to go. The best, yeah, man, the best names just keep getting better. I mean, the trading keeps getting better over and over and over again. So again, I know, I mean, even Shreve was mentioning, it's not an easy day. It's not everybody's going to be up. Not everybody's going to be down. This is the life of a trader. Let's go back over now. If we're set up, yeah, let's go over and let's see what stocks you want us to talk about.
All right, guys, welcome to the afternoon rundown. A little bit of a delayed start here. We're going to thank Obi for joining us today on the Midday Show. This is the future right now. You can tell it's a bit of a consolidative day. We're still in Greensville, though, on the NQ, on the ES, and barely on the Dow. It is really the Russell here that has taken a turn into negative territory. About 0.5% or thereabouts down on the day is the Russell. But the first one here has been quite directional as of late. TSLA. Look at this move up from that Friday drop. Really no headline here to speak of, except possibly some headlines out of the Biden administration that they're looking at putting restrictions on Chinese electric vehicle software and hardware. You thought that would have been negative for Tesla. That is not the case. This headline basically says that people are anticipating the Q3 deliveries. I'll also suggest to you that this is a nice move up, possibly into that October 10th robo-taxi event, guys.
Tesla, yeah. I mean, look, we just we made it as simple as possible. Like I said, it is going to be the number one trade here, number one trade for the office, number one trade. I think it might have even been the number one trade there on Friday as well. So we just come in here and it's pretty simple stuff, man. It's just we said the same thing. Buy the 244 long break. We missed the 235 there on Friday, and we couldn't, sleep. Well, that's not true. We had a wicked day on Friday. End of the day, though, it's a nice move to the upside. There's the break that we took right here on Tesla. So there's the first break. Whoops. There it goes. There's a couple outs on the upside. We'll see where it continues now. We just reloaded Tesla again. So, that's the TQs, which the TQs are also hot fire. But we just reloaded it down there on VWAP, and we got a piece out right there in front of you guys, again at 249. So, the best stocks continue, as Neil mentioned, man, trade the best names. Tesla today is the best name. So we're on it. It's the number one stock by far. It's 50 times the next one. Tesla continues to be awesome. Go everybody trading TSLA. It's been pretty smooth move, easy peasy. There's the first break live for you. We took it live on the show. Huge moves, man. Within a half hour, this trade was up $3, and it continues to go. So we'll just continue to play strength. We're almost at VWAP now for the market. So Tesla's been a pretty good ride today. Let's just wait to see what happens the next couple of days.
Yeah, it's been a great ride, great trade, no question about it. And in the light of try to trade what's moving, there was just a headline on Boeing out here. It just spiked about $2 to the upside. Labor negotiations, they increased the general wage to 30%. So just some updates on the negotiations and improving the deal. And it looks like they're getting a bit of a spike. So I guess obviously they're trying to get this one across the finish line. There was some talk this morning about these negotiations running longer than anticipated, and essentially, they're losing a lot of money every single month that this does happen, and you can see the downward trend that they're trying to break out of. Good news for Boeing is it's up a couple of points. It was already looking strong going into this, and a consolidation break of previous highs. I'm looking dip back into 155. Wow, now it's breaking 156, but looking dip into 155, you can see the support on the 15-minute at that price. So looking for it to pull back a little bit and see if we can join it. Anytime Boeing tries to make a bottom, it's been so beaten up, doesn't really have to go all that far up to get some good percentage gains, given how nasty it has been. But this just hit the wires. Just an update on their negotiations.
Yeah, there's a headline Neil's talking about right here, guys. Boeing increases general wage by 30%, boosts 401k to match 100% of the first 8% of pay, and raises ratification bonus to $6,000 in an IAM labor negotiations. Obviously, we know the machinists were looking at walking off the job, and we were talking about hours or days until that strike could manifest. So good luck here for Boeing. We'll have to see how they perform the rest of the day. Thanks for bringing us that, Neil. Palantir up next on the rundown over here. Look at this, guys. We're printing highs, and there's a negative catalyst on this name today. Raymond James downgrading Palantir to market perform. I got into the reasons in the morning rundown, but the stock just doesn't care.
It's just, again, today Palantir was pretty easy again. It got going early, so you had to wait for it. There's that 37.50 that we waited for to break. We were able to take some profit on it, but then it just fell right back into VWAP. You guys know the chef cooks at that time. So there it is right there. It's just boom, boom. Upside, upside, upside continues to go. We took a 38 break. Palantir again, just what a great trade. I don't know why that's purple there. Palantir, great. Probably I had too many offers out, I guess. Great trading continues here on Palantir again. Another big stock there. I know Neil's going to show you maybe the other way around on this, but right now Palantir, good trade there. And we trusted the long. It is our number one. Oh, actually, sorry, Apple's on here for the long, but number 2 idea, but they're not really ranked. On the sticky note today was to go long 37.50. So if you're still in that trade, it's 50 cents to the upside now. Could be a little bit more than that. Did dip in. The stock would have only, so now you're in the money, 60 cents? It would have only dipped against you 20 cents. So far, so good on that relationship. But yeah, Palantir always could make more, but we made enough. And it is your number 3 stock. NVIDIA will be number 2. So it'll be Tesla, Palantir, NVIDIA, then Palantir. But position pending. Good trade there again on Palantir today.
Yeah, so first, I am no longer bidding Boeing. Boeing just broke 57. It's now way too far gone from the 155 level to even worry about. If it dips back $2 at this point, you're going to cross that bridge, and I don't know that I'd want it if it pulls all the way back into 155 at this point. So going to have to look for some kind of a support higher level when we get this news. So I did have it another way. I wanted one particular trade on this, and I looked back, and the part of the lesson of the day was, and I sort of said this, I should have taken this trade on Dell instead of Palantir. Now, obviously, I don't really trade Dell on a regular basis, but given the nature of, okay, I want to look for there to be a failed break after the addition to the S&P 500. So Palantir goes right in, wait for it to get to the double top. It goes to that high. There's your pullback. So I basically wait for it to run that top, go into the short. It gives a bit of a dip into 37.20 and then breaks out the high. Didn't have to reload it. Reload is why I'm red on it. If I didn't reload, then it would have been okay. But at the end of the day, that entire theory worked so much better for Dell for reasons that in some ways are obvious. Like Dell was already weaker. It didn't do as much of a move. It did get the addition and pretty much gave it all up in the afternoon. And then today, it came in here and couldn't even make a higher low break. Like it basically was trying to just go red to green and failing that. It closed at 117.5 and just kept failing that level. So if you took the high of the day fail break when it's trying to go red to green, that was a short that worked. You could have it at 9:30, but then you could have had it at 10 o'clock and you could have had it at 10:25. And really the difference between the two just comes down to, one of them was trending stronger with the same kind of idea, and the other one was relatively weak. So I always say, if you have the same setup, you usually want to put it on the weaker stock. So it should have been Dow. That's part of why it was the lesson of the day here today. And as I said about Boeing, I'm not going to, I don't want to chase this thing. It's already, like I said, it got to 157.5. Still feel like it's a relatively strong name. They're now calling this their best and final offer here. And look, I think this is going to run if they get this certainty. Obviously, just because they have an offer doesn't mean that this has been resolved, right? Like this still has to be accepted and ratified by the union.
And they have till 11:59 on Friday, Neil, p.m. to get that deal ratified. Otherwise, it's null and void. So thank you for bringing that up as well. SPY next on the rundown, and we had Kashkari talking about the 50 basis points cut this morning. Later on, we got Goolsbee, and here's what he said. Until this recent rate cut, falling inflation has meant the Fed has been tightening policy. The cut of 50 basis points starts to make sense. We're shifting back to a normal dual mandate mode. We're hundreds of basis points above the neutral rate. If conditions continue like this, there's a lot of cuts to come, guys, over the next 12 months. He goes on to say we have a long runway to come down to get the interest rates to something like neutral. I don't know. I thought that was pretty self-explanatory that we had to come down into neutral, but yeah, he made it official.
Yeah, I mean, I think everyone sort of understands that you still have, nobody said that the battle is done with inflation. It was just that you're recalibrating to try to go for the other side of the mandate, which is essentially jobs, and you want to make sure you get in front of that. But if you look at what happened on Friday, come to the daily chart here for a second on the SPY. If you look at what happened on Friday, you basically had a little bit of a reversal candle that just holds on to the previous top, almost to the T, like 565 in here on the SPY, like it holds it. and then you get that higher low. So there's the dip on Friday, right into prior highs, and now you're just sort of gently trending up. So while it's obviously not like it's a flat day on the market, right? You're still putting in a higher low and a bounce in a general sense. But I think you got to look at what's really going on here as to why you're having an inside day. Like you'll have things like Meta, which was churning and one of the strongest stocks out there for a lot of the morning, and then right back in. It's not red on the day, but it certainly gave a lot back. And you look over at something like a Microsoft, which is down on the day, and I don't want to say languishing, but 0.3 to the downside. You got Apple down 0.6. So while NVIDIA is about to go green, while Tesla has been incredibly strong, while we're going to get to Amazon, while Amazon has also been strong, you're getting a mixed day. And that's the thing with the Mag 7. They're just not going together anymore. And you have to have the ability and the willingness, I think, sometimes to go both directions. Like you can be in an AMD long, and not AMD, I'm in AMD long right now, in an Amazon long while you're short Microsoft, because they're just trending in different directions. And I think as long as we're kind of hanging out at this high, recognize that all these different names have done seriously different types of moves. Like some have already made a significant bounce. Others are running into big resistance on the daily. So each has to be traded on its own. And while that's going on, you tend to get a little bit of sideways action on the SPY. And it's hard to break those highs when 3 or 4 of these Mag 7 are not participating in a move.
All right. Okay, my kids. Okay, practice 6:15. All right. So, look, we're 40 handles in the money. You know, I mean, this is what we're trying to do every single day is try to put on winning trades. Futures came right in. That's the NASDAQ came right in to support. We bought it. Now we get upside. Nice takes here. The first little level there. It's 40 handles, right? So we have the bottom to the top. Whenever we can get the bottom back to the 50 period, that's 50 periods right here, back to VWAP, back to the 200. We're going to do that all day, every day. So here we go again, man. Just another one. I don't know. Like these are the only times I traded it today. Let it settle down. NASDAQ, this is what we do. Good trade there. We like it right up to VWAP, and it's been working. So we're getting out of it. We only have 20% left of this trade, but a good piece out right there, and maybe another one coming soon. In what could be an inside day, it seems like it might just be like that. Shout out to Coffee Trader and everybody else out there wondering how we squeeze this money out of these stocks. And it's like, yeah, just keep on watching, and hopefully you'll be able to see how more. But that's how we did it on the NASDAQ. We waited for this bottom to come in. We sat there like a sniper and just took it out right there, showing the versatility, hopefully, of the way we trade. So, yeah, that's what it is. All right, let's go back over to Sharif and figure out what's going on with NVDA, number 2 P&L name around here.
All right, guys, NVIDIA next on the list here, and we talked about Jensen Huang meeting with Prime Minister Modi yesterday in New York, as a lot of the world leaders are there for the UN event. So we'll see what comes of that, but NVIDIA already with a presence in India, looking to expand more. Taiwan Semi was also in the headlines today. Reason I'm showing them here is because they make the great majority of NVIDIA's chips. They are denying reports that they are looking at investing in the UAE to build out a fab. We talked about Samsung and possibly Taiwan Semi looking at getting their presence there, denying the rumors, guys.
Oh, boy. All right, so tale of two names again here with NVIDIA. Look, we wrote this down here on the sticky note for a 115 long. Hold on a second. Let me just hit this quickly. There it is, 115 long. You can go find it at Trader TV Show. I know we had a problem with our watch list, but never fear. You can go grab the sticky note. There's the 115 long. There's us getting out of the last piece at 116. So good traffic to come through. Banged it to the upside. We had to hold it a little bit against us as we first went long in the 20s. Then we got O's, and then the rest is history. Then we shorted. Boom. That was a good short right there back in and before the market turned on us, and we wind up taking a piece out right there. NVIDIA, your number 2 P&L name today across all shows.
Give me a second. So I had one trade. Well, we had one in and out flat on NVIDIA that was during the number, and I wanted to wait till after. Actually, no, wait a minute. That was when at 10 o'clock when we thought there was a number, there wasn't a number. So just very quickly, there was a big volume spike right at 10 o'clock, and in the moment, I was like, what the heck just happened to the bid? I triggered in and just was like, I don't know, let's punch out here and wait till the other side. Because it was enough of a spike that I thought there was going to be a number being dropped, and I wanted to play the other side of it. Now, obviously, as it ducked underneath and I got long, it would have been a winning trade, but it doesn't matter. I simply then at that point was like, let's just wait for it to break the bottom. It was a flat bottom break on NVIDIA. It was never breaking top. All morning long, I was looking at a 117. I had that order set to go pretty much the entirety of the morning to break it out. As you can see, NVIDIA never broke it. It did break out the bottom. I played it into 115, and then when it broke out past break even, just got out of the trade. I was looking at a breakdown. In the moment, it was weaker than the rest of the market, so I essentially just played the short on NVIDIA. Looks like a bit of a VWAP play in there now, but I don't know. I feel like if it loses VWAP, you could still play with that previous flat bottom break. Whenever there's a break of a low like this and an immediate recovery, and this is a multi-day bottom. It was also yesterday's low. You had some support if you go all the way back into sorry, not yesterday, Fridays. Or you go back into Wednesday, you had support at that price. Anytime you get an immediate rejection of that breakdown, I tend to think the support is right back to being valid. So I think tomorrow and for this afternoon, looking at that 115.5 certainly looks strong on NVDA. Teetering from red to green right now, and it hasn't really been the biggest percentage mover on the day, but kind of a flat day for NVIDIA, just like the market.
From flat day, Neil, to higher day here with AMZN. This one, we got a headline midday that they were teaming up with SLB, formerly known as Schlumberger, basically for a multi-year agreement to explore low-carbon technology deployment and accelerate, guys, the digital decarbonization. It's a mouthful. Doesn't matter. The market likes it. It's at highs.
Digital decarbonization. So I was in Amazon, actually, for the long side, and it got to the high of the day and then reversed. I didn't get back in. I'll slap the fail on that one because if you look at it, it ends up doing a rounded bottom. It broke out. There's strong stocks and there's weak stocks in this market. There's stocks that aren't doing anything. This is up 1% and it broke out the top. I was just looking to join the trend after it broke out the high. So if something is relatively strong, I like to join it, break, higher low, confirm, take it into the high of the day. At that point, I'm like, okay, we're going to throw a stop underneath break even and let it roll. Now Amazon breaking highs. I still feel like this is one that should be a continuation play this afternoon. On any strength in the market, I want Amazon to be a buy. On the daily here, 197 is your next resistance level right in there. And then like after that, you're basically talking about the Bezos 200 spot. Like I feel like we would have broken out here if it wasn't for the fact that Bezos was dumping pretty much the entirety of the time when it was at that 200 level. And if we get back to it, I suspect there's going to be some sellers in that range because there's probably some longs that were trapped in that consolidation. But the 197 I feel like is going to be the next step for Amazon. This afternoon, I want to be buying dips. Previous high right in here, 193.30. I think it's a trend to the upside that just want to join.
Look, it's a hot dog cannon for the Katina family because we've already said, once Amazon can reach 190, it's a vacation level. So I just actually messaged to Marissa, yo, get me some dates because we're going somewhere. Seriously, I'll show you the chat right now. So Amazon up to the upside here. We got to make sure we cash them out if we're going to enjoy the vacation. But we had really started to buy this at the 200 period. We kept on talking about how much we like Amazon. It's the same reason, like we love Palantir. I love Amazon. I still love Google, although that's a love-hate relationship. But Amazon all the way to the upside, man, a great PA name, a great name to continue to trade. I love this stock. But you know what else I love, man? I just love trading, period. Tesla right now, $1.50 in the money, going higher right here. This is, and again, another great day. This is the futures right now, starting to go higher as well on the TQQ. 45 cents now in the money and getting ready to take out these levels. We like that trade. And then, of course, the last one and the biggest one of them all, not P&L. Well, actually, yeah, P&L. No, Tesla's is Palantir. And there you go, man. That's taking out day's high as well. So we'll go 3 for 3 with what we're holding on right now and really be good day. And look, I just like Amazon. I don't know, like yesterday I bought some more hand soap on that. I realized we were out of that, so I went and got some more of that. Right there, all this stuff, man, just
Great deal.
keeps on going. Yeah, it's not even, to me, it's not even about the deal. It's about the convenience. Like, I don't have to worry about anything. I just get whatever the heck I want. It gets dropped off at the house. Perfect as that. Although, trust me, when I see all the credit cards go through, there's a lot of Amazon on there as well. So nice movement there to the upside. We probably spend similar amounts at Amazon and on Costco. So I don't know which one, but Costco this week also reports. So that should be a good one. Costco, of course, has the same PE right now as an NVIDIA. So you do have well extended out about a 50 point PE right now for Costco and for NVIDIA. I actually tweeted this out earlier. Thank you again so much. Thanks you to Brian James. This guy killing it right here on these moves today. There it is, man. First to try it, next one to write one. That was that funny comment there about the book. There's the chicken dinner winner. But what I was trying to show you is this right here for NVIDIA. So if you, that's just the NVIDIA chart, but it's right here. 56 times, it's PE ratio. Is that what I said? Yeah, 56 and 54. So Costco a little higher right now than NVIDIA. I prefer NVIDIA. But again, I don't trade them the same. I buy NVIDIA on dips and I kind of just leave Costco alone. So yeah, right now NVIDIA and Costco both well upside here. Let's see what winds up happening. But I like both stocks and I like retail. Tesla right now is just huge, dude. Another $1.70 on this. Like honestly, this has just been another great day to trade. I think you guys clearly can see the trades that we have on and what's been going on here. So it's 225. I don't think we have any guests coming through this evening, but for right now, I think you have Michael Noss tonight, which should be great. We'll hear what he's talking about. But for right now, yeah, Palantir, nice upside play. Well, I'm just holding. I'm holding everything right now. I don't have any reason to get out. Looks like the market could break up. We're above VWAP. Let's go. I mean, we're long and we're out of a lot of them, but we're still long. So we'll hold on and see where we go and looking for more opportunities. I'll talk about Intel after, but the rundown is now complete. 5 minutes ago.
And brought to you that rundown, as always, by Trade the Pool. So thank you and shout out to Trade the Pool because becoming a funded trader means trading with the firm's money instead of your own, firm biz. At Trade the Pool, you first complete an evaluation by hitting profit targets while managing risk. Once you pass, you get access to up to $260,000 in buying power. You keep up to 80% of your profits while the firm covers the risk. It's the perfect way to trade big without risking your own funds. Ready to become a funded trader? Join Trade the Pool. Scan the QR code or click the link in the description of this video. Shout out to Trade the Pool there. And you might get some opportunities in the overall market. Oh, Amazon just dipped in a little bit. Boeing just broke $158 as it just continues to go higher. I did want to get to Alibaba in a quick little second, but before we get to that, there's Boeing just continuing to run. Looks like they like what the chances of getting the deal done. Obviously, as Sharif said, they have until Friday at midnight to get the deal ratified. So hopefully this works out for Boeing. I own them in my long-term account. I'm not going to tell you that I don't, but it has not been a great ride for Boeing. So trend line on Amazon, dip into trend. If it loses 193.20, do want to jump out of it. I'm in NEO from earlier. That was the mean reversion trade. I'm pretty sure it was like right when we were leaving the morning show. I was like, hey, NEO is trying to revert off of this big trend line. It never got to VWAP, but Chinese ADRs in the afternoon might actually just go sideways for the rest of the day. If it breaks VWAP, I'll probably slap a trail on it. If it does nothing, I'll just get on the bid near the end of the day. But another Chinese ADR making a decent move today was Alibaba. And why is Alibaba? I know it's flat like at VWAP as well, but Alibaba on the daily, right in here. We were talking about this last week. Since it's broken both the 50, the 200, nice rounded bottom. Every time we asked about JD and other Chinese ADRs, and it's like, well, Alibaba's actually breaking it out. There's your rounded bottom, there's your higher lows, and now you have a double top breakout. Although there's a bit of a rejection of this level today, all it has to do is hold above 20. It's like 90-60. Hold above 90-60, and then you got room to the mid-90s in here for Alibaba. So this one continuing to work. Just like NEO, as far as today, the afternoon goes, I mean, it's barcoding here off of VWAP. So another test of that 90-60 on the daily tomorrow looks good for Baba. That's the one that we like around here.
Yeah, we've been talking about Baba for a while, so congratulations on everybody in that one. We've been talking about Palantir for a while. That's at day's high. That's a banger. And someone just asked, what's up, Coffee Trader and everybody? I mean, we are $1.70 right now in the money for Tesla. So I just took another piece out right there, heading to the upside. I mean, if we break through 250, yeah. I put the long on before, and it just didn't break. So I mean, we would put it on like we were going to take it, but it didn't go. So that one, we just bought that dip again. Like Tesla is, like we're up more on Tesla than traders for the whole month. Like that, it's a good trade today for Tesla. And I want to thank you to Mashworth as well there in the chat that talked about the comments from last week on Tesla. Really helped him out, or her out. So thank you so much for the super chats. Keep them coming, man, as we continue to go higher and higher. I'm getting a little nervous more about nothing about, first of all, Palantir. Just keep it going, man. We're going to be at the high of our day here once we get out or close enough to it. But the Qs just dipped in a little bit, so I just want to tell everybody we have that 10% left now. I don't know, this must be 9 outs or 8 outs and some double ups there, but we're almost now out of the TQQs. As we just broke below VWAP and we took a piece out, I'll hold the rest just to see what's going on. But on Palantir here, we just touched 18s. I did have an offer at 19, just sitting in front of 20. So I'm going to keep that there and just see if it continues to climb up. Like I said, just a bunch of longs. It's been a really, really big day today again. And we'll say congratulations to Wayne in the back, leading everybody here. So that's a good trade there. We'll wait to see now what happens. Palantir upside. Let's go hunting for a little bit more. Intel, so we will be actually, despite us being at the highest spot we've been at all day today, Intel, we made money back on the short underneath VWAP. Then we kept on trying to short this level right here, 55. It worked, and then it didn't work. So we'll basically wind up being down on Intel, almost the same as we were right here when we flipped over into the short, and then we just given some back now, getting into that short. But if we were just patient again, 22.83 right there was a good spot. So we could have waited for that, and we should have, 22.83 for Intel. But here goes Palantir, here goes the futures, there goes Tesla. It's 3 longs. We're all over this right now. If you want to grab some shorts, this guy, Neil, is in NEO right now, and Marvell. So those could be some interesting spots to look short. But I'm going to hold on to these longs and wait to think what's happening. And then I'll look at a scalp for TQQ. But right now, I'm only long 10%.
Yeah, and I mean the difference today Marvell's not been good. It hasn't been a good stock for most of the day. It made that double top. We tried to grab it in here as it did that bit of a reversion, and now it's just putting in a higher low. So the higher low, 71.33. I'm going to give it to that. If we could have got it into VWAP, wasn't quite fast enough. We were doing our opening qual as I was trying to stare it down for that punch short. And in that moment, you're going to miss it, take your eyes off for a couple of seconds. It is what it is. There was just a story on Boeing. Again, I didn't quite catch it. It doesn't matter. Boeing not really reacting there, but I heard something about Boeing and the government and accountability and some of the lawsuits they have going on there. But still Boeing to the upside. I feel like this is going to have to either hold on to this trend or give some kind of a dip in the prior support. Like this 156 looks pretty good. Holding on to a steep trend line seems like a little bit much here on Boeing, but up to 3%, I do like it. It is a strong one. It's doing pretty solid volume. The volume's actually continuing to go here on Boeing. As long as it's able to hold the volume, I want to see if we can still keep making some higher lows, keep the trend going to the upside on this one. 2.5% to the upside, but there's plenty of room on Boeing for it to go even higher than this. When you look at the next resistance, you're not talking till 159 and then again at like 165. So plenty of room here. Just got to find my way into the stock on Boeing. Not really that big of a deal here when it comes to the finalization of it, but I was actually just turning to Sean and saying, if they do finalize this deal, I've been looking for a place to add to Boeing for literally months now. And at first, I was like, I'm only adding to it if it breaks. I own some of my long-term already, so it is what it is. But if it breaks the 200 period, I was like, yeah, that would have been a reason. You can see it failed and has been making fresh lows. But I think the ratification of this deal and getting this behind them would be a good sign. And I'd probably try to pick this. If they get this deal done this week, I think I'd pick some up on Monday next week, assuming that they get this done. If they can't, I think it's the perfect catalyst. But there's no need to be impatient with Boeing. It's been in a downward trend. Sometimes let the price come to you.
Yeah, exactly. And I think we've been doing that for a lot of these names. I think especially when you're day trading and the market's going to be like this. Just reading some of the chats in there, and it's like, first of all, hit the like, hit the subscribe. You got to be a subscriber to get into our chat. This is what the NASDAQ looks like here today. This is where we opened. This is the opening run, right here. This is where we are. and we've taken probably $7 or $8, if not more, out of this market today. Myself speaking. Me and Neil will always say we've, but generally speaking, we're just talking about our own trading. And the thing is like, it's about being specific with the right amount of shares and the right stocks to trade. I took his Palantir out right here at 17, some of it, did not wait for the 19. But then it's like trading the right names, right? There's Tesla. We talked about that one being the number 1 stock. We talked about NVIDIA being the number 2 stock right there, right? Again, pretty decent opportunity. Apple, the number 1 losing stock. And that's, again, I put my hand up. I'm the one that creates this action. And we are now down on Apple right there. So for me, it's the number 1 losing stock today. And we were trying to battle this long right into there, 227. That's right where it is right now. So this could be, come on, Palantir. Wow, Palantir is breaking the high again, 38.20. Like, I don't even have to worry about that position, it seems like. But it's right into here right now for Apple. So I think if you wanted to try to take a long now, and we just kept on fighting this. We tried to fight it at VWAP. We should have got out of the way when it definitely didn't want to hold it, but we were kind of stubborn into the low of the day there. But at that time, we just didn't want this to break too far below 226. So we actually get out on, I guess, whatever that candle low is there, 226.50. So that makes sense. And then it kind of just blasts off from there. So looks very, very silly to do that. But like I said, this is how you stay in the game. And I did double check. We have 2 red days this month. So far this month, there's been how many trading days? 4, blah, blah, blah. This is going to be week 3, so 15 or so. So it's been a pretty good day overall, or month overall. But at the same time, you have to understand, there's going to be days when you want to strike and then days when you want to chill out. And I think we had a good opportunity there. Just showing you, and I know Neil's lesson was talking about some of these actionable trades off the imbalance and stuff like that. Nobody made any money here on this Apple move down. It's just, you got to be there to look at it and try to figure out what exactly is going on, right? So it's easy in hindsight to sort of have a look, but as it's happening real time, you got to be real careful of it. The only trade I think that was profitable here off the rebalances was Palantir, and we were really lucky it's not luck. I keep saying luck, but it's not, you got to hit the keys. It's this bid right here. We were looking for a long on Palantir, right? We talked about it being an ad. Look what it does here. 36.70 all the way to 37.30. And we actually didn't make money on this long until it broke right here, 37. So this was really, I think, the only trade. I think it was one of the first times in a long time that the office was, I think, negative, on the rebalances. So that's too bad. Things didn't really turn out. But with that being said, we do have an opportunity to talk about one more thing. We can go to Adara first, but I think we'll hold off. Let's go look at what's up with the money time here at Real Trading. So right here we go. This is what was the profits from Friday.
Apple short.
Okay, so again, like I was saying, it's one thing, and like Neil just said, Apple short. One thing to talk about it and something else to take it. This person took it, I guess, and I don't know. We just see the markets. There's a trader. We haven't showed you digits like this in a while, but as you can see what happened on Friday, you saw some big trades. We talked about some big trades on Friday. I just gave you an example there of Palantir. But this is what happened there. 25,000, 14,000, 10,000. Look at the markets. CME, NASDAQ, New York, NYMEX, Amex, NASDAQ again. Some stuff happening over there in Europe. A lot of European trading here. German, Swiss, everything as you go. Finnish markets, Paris, everything going upside. Finnish, that's Swedish, Stockholm. Copenhagen's there as well. New York, NASDAQ as we go. All right, you ready for Adara? Then so am I.
This part of the show is brought to you by VinFast. VinFast, Vietnam's leading electric vehicle manufacturer, has announced its Q2 2024 financial results. Deliveries surged by 44% quarter over quarter, with 13,172 EVs delivered, bringing the first half total to over 22,000, a 101% increase year over year. Q2 revenue climbed to $357 million, up 33% quarter over quarter. VinFast's success in Vietnam is pivotal, driven by rising EV adoption. With global expansion and new models like the VF3, VinFast aims to deliver 80,000 vehicles in 2024, maintaining its commitment to sustainable mobility.
Thank you very much there, Adara. And sustainable downtrend in DJT right now, as it just made another fresh low of the day. I did get out of DJT during lunchtime. It was right in the middle of the day. I was working into a new short. Probably should have, when I was doing my exercises, I think this would have been an opportunity to get back in. But if it continues this trend, and, you know, like when I say this trend, I'm not just talking about today. I'm sort of talking about the general trend that it's been on. Whether or not there's any selling going on from Trump isn't necessarily the point. There are other holders of the stock, and clearly there is some selling happening. If he's dumping it, I would suspect you'd have less control on the way to the downside, although at the open, it was pretty nasty on the initial wick. But after things calm down, I think you just want to join the trend pretty much every single day. It's worth doing. That said, you got to pay for locates. At Real Trading, I can tell you they're really cheap. We're paying less than a cent per share pretty much every single day for these, despite the fact that I bet there's probably a lot of demand. But it's trying to break the low. It did break the low of the day, and now consolidating under. That was 12.55. So you're getting a consolidation under the low of the day with this wick. So just want to jump back into the trend. I don't think we're going to see VWAP again, although I suppose that's not impossible. Has not been a very good look for DJT the last little bit. It's been one of those short till it's not kind of stocks. And I shouldn't have gotten away from it. I feel like sometimes you get, like I'll put a trailing stop in so that I can get up, but oftentimes like that'll hit and you get an opportunity to go back into the stock. There's nothing wrong with just getting right back in at the same level if all it looks like it did is run some stops, not even break out VWAP, and then heading right back into some of these lows. So consolidation level, probably about 1260 is the current high. It's the only green candle that you've seen since VWAP, to be honest with you.
Yeah, it's too bad. We always talk about, you know, it's one thing to talk about a trade, another thing to take the trade. We had downgraded DJT with a $10 price target when it was at 50 or 60 bucks. And man, that's a nice downside target. And it's still same target. We are not changing our opinion on that one. All right, JP Morgan 211, kind of barcoding. So I still have enough shares to, you know, make something of the rest of this day. We got out some more Palantir there. It's just hovering around the top. All right, JP Morgan, let's try to give you a trade to actually make, right? I mean, here's 211. We're underneath right now on the daily. It's trying to break above the 50-period moving average. I would think it's been relatively weak today. Then the ES is up 0.2, so that's nice. The NASDAQ up 0.2 as well, so pretty equal, but right now trying to get below. If JP Morgan, so I just want to talk about this trade. I don't have anything on right now on it. You'll see little ticks, so you'll see it at the bottom being indicated there. You know, I want to stay underneath, so my trade, thank you, Randy, for that one. How's your day been going? Thumbs up. Okay, thank you, Randy, for that one. Andre on the cameras, so we didn't get that, but trust me when I tell you Randy was here. All right, 210.80 right there. So if we can get underneath, yeah, it's lemon ginger.
Yeah, I was going to say it smells good.
Yeah, lemon ginger there. Don't want to lose the old voice again here. Breaking back below right there, 210.90. So if we can break below there and the 200 period, then I think that's pretty good. We'll have support of VWAP. We'll be underneath VWAP, so hopefully they can push it a little bit lower before trying to buy it back up. But right now, JP Morgan 0.03. We could trade more shares on a BAC, but share size is not anything that I'm really necessarily worried about. But it's just, again, $40 name. Underneath 40 looks pretty good, but I want to see us break the 200. So trying to find something that moves. I mean, DraftKings there. As you check the account, we have a little bit left at 36 today because I saw someone that noted to me, they said DraftKings moving up. I think it was someone off X there. Hit me
moving up because
yeah, so it's just nicely done. And we did get out of some, but we had talked about this 36 level and I just had held what we had. I didn't reload any of this or anything like that. It's like Roblox. We got a lot out there at 44, 43 to $44, even though it continues to go up. I always like exit out of the swing trades and then leave a little bit of piece on. You know, it was disastrous to do that in the marijuana stocks, but some of these stocks pretty good. So there's DraftKings right now, right back to this 40 level. I actually like a break on this, maybe something to trade later. But as we talk, man, our net just keeps on rising. Palantir high of day. NASDAQ trying to go back up to here. If we can get that break, then giddy up on this one. We are right now 40 handles in the money on the NASDAQ, which is pretty good for anybody over there at other prop firms that, you know, generally just will trade futures. The TQs, I'm always trying to put on at least a position or two on the futures every day. And it might be, I'll have to look it up, but either this or NVIDIA for our show, I think anyways, for me, is going to be the number one traded name. So we'll just continue to watch out for this and sip on some nice lemon ginger tea Thank you, Randy, as Nike people may be talking about.
Oh, Nike, under some trouble. Okay, let's go to I have to show my 15-minute chart for Marvell here. Just a little bit of data missing there. So Marvell, still no difference. Going to have the stop right in here at that previous high. It's like 71.55-ish. It's just a little bit above the 55 level. We did jump into DJT. It just made a consolidation off of the lows. So there it is. Consolidation off the lows. I'll zoom back in so you can see a little bit better. Breaking down. This is about 58, so 1258. That was the only green candle. I said since VWAP, but you know what I meant. Close enough. You know, it almost got to VWAP. It actually didn't even get to VWAP, but since it got to VWAP, this is the only green candle. The first opportunity to get a consolidation short on this name. If it breaks 1250, we'll take some out. The other thing which is breaking lower is Apple. So Apple had been, Apple was looking like it was going to be strong. Obviously, it was a breakout earlier today. Now you're barely holding on to these morning lows. I don't know if we get a chance to play off of his 227 quarter or 227 half, which is a level that I actually liked this morning. But obviously, this one's looking pretty weak. If we continue this trend into the downside, where's Friday? There we go. If we continue into the downside, my first thought is with a huge sell imbalance on Friday on Apple that really, they just tried to pair it off. It just kept on falling. A lot of times you'll get a pairing event and something this big that falls that far will catch a little bit of a bounce. I don't wonder if there might be a little bit of a buy imbalance. I tend to think if there's a huge imbalance one way or a shock imbalance one way after an event like Friday with triple witching or just an index rebalancing, usually looking for the other direction. So I'm kind of thinking I'm not going to go just long at 349 on Apple, but I want to be ready if there's a buy imbalance on Apple to punch long at 350. But for now, it's a relatively weak stock that I think you want to play into the downside. But I've seen that happen before where you catch a massive imbalance one direction or the other on the Friday, and then on the Monday, you get a little bit of a reversal move. So it's red, it's weak, but I don't think we're going to see a chance at VWAP in here on Apple anytime soon. We'll have to be patient for it. If it does want to come in there, that's where I'd like to load in. Boeing still holding the move to the upside, but starting to come right back in to retest this 156. So on the initial news spike, 156 was where it held. Now it's finally starting to retest that level. Did not want to chase on Boeing, but it looks like it does want to come back into this 156. Initially, I'd have said VWAP, but it just continued the trend in. Now we're looking for 156 on Boeing. Volume's still pretty solid here, but tapering off since we got that update on the negotiations with their machinist union.
All right, I talked to some people there in the chat. Thank you for the compliments on the Palantir trade, but we're getting a little bit lighter, and I just want to go over Tesla right now. We are going to, at minimum, take $1 on this trade. We have the 200 period right here. We are starting to break through the 50. Normally, that would be something like if we had more shares, I feel like, and we hadn't had some of these outs up here with Tesla, then we could have just taken out like a lot of them at a lot of the shares here at the 50 period. But we already have some nice outs above, like when we were trading above the 50. So right now I'm going to use the 200. That's going to be a slip up spot. So if we break 248.50, that will be a minimum of $1 taken on that. And again, Tesla has been today as far as the net is concerned. So it's been a good one there. All right, Palantir. So I just took some out at 14s. I put that in the chat. I feel like it might be getting a little overextended. We're up 2.5%. Market's not really doing too much right now, not doing too much. I'm not doing anything. And we've done really well on Palantir. So probably taking more than $1, I guess. We'll just figure out what eventually the end of the number is. That doesn't really matter. We're not trading P&L right now. We've already taken a lot out. You can see all of these outs. I thought it would go. And honestly, my biggest trades have been taking, which we do, taking better shares and then getting it out like on those initial pops and trying to find the tops and then maybe reloading it on the way back in and then hitting it back up. Like you can sort of see, and I'm just talking about this and it's funny, but that's basically what happened right here. Here's the break that we wrote down that we wanted, 37.50. So we hit it with our most amount of shares. And then it came back into that level and reloaded it and boom, right? So those are the big trades. Then we get out of majority of them. And as we drip back, then we start to reload at the 50, then reload at VWAP, and then we got another piece on, and then it's boom goes the dynamite. This must have been a keystroke error in and out there on the first 37 break, so I don't know what happened. Then we bought some more, and this is what we're in right now. That's why that I guess when we got in there must have been an order thrown there. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Now we're starting to get out and we're trying to break a little bit lower. So I'm not going to hold this one. If we break 38, we might as well get out. We could retrace back in here into 90s. We have about 15% or so left as we tried to hold out hope for Palantir to try to go. I'm going to get out another piece now, but whoopsies. Like I was saying, at the end of the day, it's a winning trade and it's a great one. So we're just going to, sort of count our, not blessings, but just feel lucky that we're able to get a bunch out here while it was barcoding in and around 20, with our best out today being 16s, I guess. So not too bad there. We'll just wait to see if we can take a little bit more on this trade. But right now, it's Palantir. We'll offer some 10s, see if we can get out on that one. Tesla, we already talked about where our out is. If we can break the 200 period, we'll get out of that one for $1. And then the NASDAQ, I mean, yeah. Maybe these bottom wicks, $70.45 could be something. But right now I'm watching our net. We're teetering near the highs of the day for ourselves. And it hasn't been, like we said before. And I got to say a big shout out to Sharif. I got a lot of respect for that guy, because even though today he was saying he was down and his trading wasn't going that well, that sometimes is hard to admit, especially when you're trading live in front of everybody, which is why I try to do that. I told you I lost, basically it took me 3 days to make back what I lost on the first day of this month. And you can always ask me if that's the case, but I just wanted to say it's not easy to sit here and expose all of the trades and all that stuff. So I got to give respect out, to Neil, Adara, and Sharif for doing that, because it is tough. And Obi we had on today as well. But again, you can ask any of us at any times if we're green or red or what our ratios, anything like that, if you want to know anything. But at the end of the day, all the stuff is there. And that's why we keep on going back to the same names, just to try to show you that, hey, like this is what our plan of action was. Some didn't work, some did. And this is how we traded it. And at the end of the day, if we're green or red on it, really that's what matters. And so we just hope that we can convey that to everybody, and I hope you guys can see the trades and understand that we're piecing them out or we're not, and what our description of those events are. And you can always ask us, like I said, in the chat for our plan of action, because I think we do a pretty good job baselining out all the trade ideas for you.
Speaking of, I was trying to find who was asking it just now on DJT price targets. So there was a lot of chatter about price targets in a general sense on DJT, like people are throwing numbers like $1, $10, and that kind of stuff, and that's all well and good for the longer term. But no, what I was mentioning here is it was breaking to the downside. If it broke 1250, we'd look to get someone on the break of 1250. It's a round number. Obviously, it's a kind of psychological level, like a $12, $12.25, $12.50, $75, $13 even, like that kind of a thing. So it just made a wick bottom. I even threw a bit at 25, but it just made a wick bottom and is now coming right back up. So when you have that kind of a reversal off of an even level, I'm still going to give it into this break-even price, which is about $12.58. Technically, it's like 3 cents worth of a hit, but the previous high, still want to give it that. But in terms of reloading it, I'd rather reload it if it was still trending down, but I don't want it wicking 1250 and then breaking out that prior resistance level. Like, that's not a spot that I actually favor a reload. And Mashworth in the chat was just saying that Baba was looking good. I don't disagree on a higher time frame for Baba. There's almost a 0% chance, however, as a day trade that I'd want to trade Baba this afternoon. And so when we're talking about Alibaba looking good on the daily chart, just to be clear, like that is hey, let's look continuation longs tomorrow on Alibaba because it's trending up, not let's buy this one off of VWAP. I know it looks really, if this was not a Chinese ADR, yeah, this would probably look pretty good. Consolidation off VWAP, if it starts going, just go long. But oftentimes, if it's not moving for an hour or two in the afternoon on a Chinese ADR, it's because it's gone to sleep. And a lot of times, if the algos that'll trade these names will fall asleep. And if you're already in it, fine. But I don't know if I'd want to get into a trade on Baba until tomorrow. Adara?
This part of the show is brought to you by Benzinga Pro. If you feel lost in the noise of the market, then you need Benzinga Pro. Benzinga Pro cuts through the clutter and gives you the insights you need to make smarter, faster trades. From real-time news to unusual options activity, we'll show you exactly what's moving the market and why. Don't miss out on your chance to trade like a pro. Visit benzinga.com/pro to start your free trial today.
And she just double checked that out. Okay, so we did get out of Palantir there. It did come back up. We did get those 10s as we mentioned right there. Sorry, 7s. Sorry, we just hit offer enter, did not get to 10s. So we do get 7s. I am going to now, in front of all of y'all, put this, like I said, like you guys, like we mentioned, ask us whatever you want to know. Here's the stop order right now, 37.94. We're long at 96. We'll just let it slip up a little bit. Bang, as we have exactly 10% left now on Palantir, and it's been a good one there for PLTR. So we'll just continue to watch out for that as it goes. I want to thank all 3,700 of you watching right now. Make sure you do hit the like and the subscribe. We have the market recap show after that tonight with Michael Noss. That should be a lot of fun. Tomorrow's Brian Shannon. Wednesday, I guess, is Chris. And then I think Danielle, planning still on coming this coming Thursday. Yeah, so we talked about that with her last week. And I was like, oh, it's going to be the last time we see you. And she's like, nope. She'll be coming here until she can. So we'll keep you posted on that one. And we had Joe on the show. And as we try to spread our wings, and there's hopefully going to be some changes obviously coming to the show. We always try to change things up. So let's just see where it goes. We want to introduce as many new people as we can and see what, it's like if you throw enough spaghetti at the wall, eventually something will stick. So we're going to keep on doing that and give you guys as best options as possible. Options. Or you about Joe trading options, as many different looks as possible.
Run up the flagpole and see who salutes.
Yeah, exactly. Because we used to have Arun was here, and then of course the futures. He's no longer, as far as I know, he's no longer trading with Real Trading, and I'm not sure if he's trading at all. So I mean, if he ever swings by, with which he had before, I'd kind of taken over a little bit now with trading of the futures. So we have a little bit of that. So we'll try to find more futures traders for you. Obviously, more guests like that. Crypto, we had a couple of interesting people lined up for that. And then, of course, we had options. We had Danielle, and then we had Joe on explaining how that all works with Sharif on the Midday show. And hopefully we can find some more time for him as well. All right, so that's that. Tesla, we talked about where we're going to get out. Is very, very close right now. It will be, at minimum, $1. So that's right now, it's $1.10. We talked about where we're going to get out. If it breaks, it's right here, it's right now. So that's getting pretty close at the 200 period. We took about $1.80 right there, and we actually did this live on the air with you while we were on, and we just said, let's get something out here. The high was already 250, and then I was asked by, I think it was Jay Lee in the chat, it's like, are we going longer on a breakthrough 250? I actually was like, I didn't think so, because the market right now, although heading into power hour, anything can happen, didn't really see a catalyst for that. So that sort of sparked me to think, okay, if we're not going to get out at if we're not going to take more at 250, then let's just get some out at 249.25, where we had sort of been barcoding there. Well, we hadn't at that time, but we already seen this top. So we were like, okay, let's get something out. And if it gets up here, we can make that decision then, right? And take it out and figure out for a longer trade. So right now, we'll wait on Tesla and wait for that.
You know what I love here?
Yeah, go ahead, yeah.
Big shout out to Ben Weiss in the chat here. I appreciate you. Thank you for the super chat. And even better, the insight, because I just, obviously I'm going to talk about your super chat here, and then we'll get into why it's so important. DJT just hit a double bottom from June 2023. Should somewhat bounce up from here a bit, question mark. I'm going to hit the like on that. Obviously, it just made a fresh low. But remember, hey, this was a SPAC. There's some price history. And look, in our platform, there was DWAC, and when it converts, we don't have the history, only goes back to when it was DJT. So you do have to pull up a resource. TradingView happens to, and a few others out there, if you can get historical prices when it was DWAC. Yeah, absolutely. When you zoom it out, and obviously you have to zoom out far enough here, and this is what it looks like. Obviously, DWAC had some ups and downs of its own, but yeah, 1250 was a significant previous low here on DJT. So it's not unreasonable that you get some price history down here. And if it holds on, maybe I'll come into, if it comes into tomorrow and it's held on to the 1250 level, right now it's exactly at 1250 after a flat bottom break, maybe there is a bit of a reversal. So there's significant price levels on anything that was a SPAC at $10, but you have I suppose that would be like a multi-year low, because that was over a year ago, and you can see on that daily chart that it was holding a while. But fresh lows for DJT, but rightfully pointed out. Another reason to maybe not love a reload down here. If it's going to bounce somewhere at some point, which is what squeeze names tend to do, right? Like, it's not always to the downside. Like, there are, generally speaking, decent bounces on names like these from time to time. And if this is where it's going to happen, you can always back off of it for a little bit. It has been a while. The last time it had an up move was with the I'm not selling comments. And since then, it's actually been looking for a bit of a bounce. I could see that level on the daily being it, but until it gets back above the local high, I'm going to hang on to this one. Apple's still not doing much of anything. Ryan, I'm with you. Go Bills. Although I need to thread the needle today with my Buffalo Bills. I don't just need them to win. I need them to win with Josh Allen throwing TDs to Kincaid and somehow James Cook, their running back, not getting a lot of points. So, going to have to thread the needle on that one pretty big. It's really difficult. And I have the Bills defense going tonight, but I need all touchdowns to the tight end and no touchdowns to the running back, which if you're hoping a team's going to win in the NFL, hoping that the running back doesn't get points is almost impossible. So my team's going to win. My fantasy team might go 0-2, though.
Oh, really? Yeah, we're trying to go 2-0 this week.
I played Bala. The worst team in our league had Chuba Hubbard go for like 1 million points.
So I saw my brother for the first time since our birthdays.
Nice.
And in the league that I'm in 2 leagues, one with Neil and then one with more family members. I've had Josh Allen. In our league with Neil, I was nice enough to trade into him. In the other league, I did not.
That was very kind of you.
So I've had Josh Allen since day one. So he's got me coffee mugs and all this stuff. And this is a Josh Allen stress toy. So I forgot. I brought it in. It was in my pocket. And I left it over there. And I meant to show you earlier. So we'll keep Josh Allen right there for some little bit of good luck as we go. And if anybody has any cool little toys like this you want to send us, I'd love to show them here and start to build this up. So there's a little Josh Allen. If anyone has I was like to my brother, where's Jordan Love at? What's going on? He's like, because he always bugs me about Josh.
What
Allen.
happened to the hockey
right
guy?
there? And of course, we do have the best backup. Probably one of the best starters in the league, Malik Willis, as well. So the Packers are.
You know what that tells you?
Fine. Isn't Malik Willis only 22 years old or something? How old is that guy?
When a player is doing absolutely nothing, and so if you don't follow football, Malik Willis, who's the current start, he's a backup, but the current starter on Green Bay,
who we signed like 3 weeks ago.
When he was on the Titans the last couple of years, he looked like the worst quarterback in the NFL. Right? He's the same guy. He switches to the Green Bay Packers and instantaneously looks like a legitimate starter in the NFL. When that happens,
so much coaching.
Coaching matters so much in the NFL, and if you don't have it, it is what it is. Like, it can get pretty nasty. But I don't mean to harp on the Tennessee Titans. I own a Titans jersey. I like them as well. But something is amiss. Or in the case of where it is the player, you'll see the opposite. Where the Carolina Panthers were like the worst team, why we weren't just going on them against them in suicide is beyond me.
I mentioned in week 1, remember?
No, you said we should
bet against them.
I'll be the first person to admit.
Then we would have lost this week, but we probably would have stayed away.
We had our worst showing in 20 years in this Wall Street suicide pool that we've always done. And I will cop to the fact that I made the picks in the first 2 weeks. Pretty much. We kind of loosely agreed on it.
Yeah.
But I got it bad this time, so hopefully next year will be better. But it is what it is. That's not football talk for now. Going to Apple's not doing anything.
We got stopped out of Palantir. I'll just talk quickly because we're looking for something to talk about. So there's Tesla. Tesla breaks.
Oh, it fixed.
Great, man. That's a hot dog cannon of a day there for Tesla. We are out of it. This is probably the most money I've made on Tesla maybe all year was today. And again, it was a sticky note trade right there. Most money I've made on a single day on Tesla today, right now, right in front of everybody. So, I hope I was pretty calm as a cucumber, but we took this bid right there and then we reloaded it, topping up right here. So I would say this trade is probably 80% of our net. This trade is another 20% on that one. And then Palantir, we only had 10% left. We told y'all that. But look where Palantir just dropped it. I just was like, let's get out once we break even. We were long at 96s right here. And then that breakout, we showed you a breaking of 95. Get us those 94s. I think we got 94 halves, but at the end of the day, look where it bounces off of. A better trader or someone that wasn't as lackadaisical right now might have held that, breaking through there, the 200 period. I just wanted to get out for flat. We probably could have done that. But again, sometimes you don't hold the 200, and this is not the setup for me. The 200 for me, if we're going to play it, is not in between the 50 and VWAP. It should be a lot lower or a lot higher than both of these. So whenever you're seeing something like that, obviously you get a nice trending market, which is why VWAP's all the way down here. And then you're going to get also big volume controlled at the bid, which at the open and then at the close will definitely influence how volume weighted average price goes. Maybe today on Palantir, it's not something that we want to look at, but we did play it off here right away off the open. So now it's too far away. So I'm trying to play off that as a break level. Unfortunately, it didn't break, which is great for everybody that's long Palantir. We could have been a little more diligent and played more long there until it broke. So maybe we'll look back at that. Definitely a missed opportunity. That was not a call for Adara, no, okay. But all right, just want to look at another name that's doing volume right now. Intel is, always I feel like has to be on the watch here because we could get news at any moment. We do have the Benzinga Pro platform in our ear. I want to thank Firefly as well on our screen, but Benzinga Pro, also get that link in description. Go find it. We had this story on Friday, and on Friday when it broke, we actually had this play on NVIDIA. I had the halt long and the early long. The point where, on Intel, where Intel turned out to be a decent play just off that level. So we'll wait to hear if Qualcomm is crazy enough to put a higher bid on this name or not. But for right now, I don't think anything's been official. We've heard Apollo maybe spoke up about it. And Qualcomm, I know there was like a $5 billion number being thrown around.
That was Apollo wanting to just invest.
Thank you for Tesla, by the way, Henry.
Even if they wanted to, like the sheer... there's so much that would have to happen from an antitrust standpoint, and then like it's crazy because the market cap obviously of Qualcomm's bigger, but like Intel's revenues are actually larger. It'd be a difficult pill to swallow because if they're gonna do it, like they'd have to, like they're probably gonna want to divest the foundry business. Like there's no way they want to pick up that. Why would they want that as well? So now you have to find a buyer for that or spin it off. Like there's just a lot that would happen for a deal that big. And it's like, would Qualcomm really want that headache, especially when the board's gonna need a much higher price? I would think to make them want to accept it when it's that beaten down. But I believe that was actually a call for Adara. Sorry to run on.
This part of the show is brought to you by Firefly Neuroscience. Firefly Neuroscience is revolutionizing brain health. Our groundbreaking brain network analytics technology is transforming care for patients with depression, dementia, anxiety, concussions, and ADHD. With 15 years of research and a wealth of brainwave data, we're set to illuminate the future of diagnostics and treatment. Pharmaceutical companies and medical practitioners, get ready. FDA 510K cleared BNA technology is here to supercharge your clinical trials and enhance patient care. Join us at Firefly Neuroscience, traded on NASDAQ as AIFF, and be part of the next big leap in neuroscience. Ignite hope, one brain at a time.
Yes, sir. Just a couple of things here. Jay Lee, I do want to get to this because I think it was a really good point that you just brought up about Munger. But first, there is resistance. Here, let me do this first. There is resistance line on Marvell. There is it breaking. So I'm out, slap to fail on Marvell. But there was right in here, we were talking, it was weird because we were just talking about the football and someone said, hey, it's really cool listening to like quarterbacks when they talk about, if retired quarterbacks, when they talk about the game and break things down. And Jay Lee said, I learned a lot from listening to Buffett and Munger, talking during the meetings. You listened also. Yes, although not nearly as much as I used to. Like when I was younger, I kind of grew into learning about the markets, obviously from being here and trading. But I listened to a lot of Kudlow and Kramer. I'm old enough to remember when that was a good show, and I liked listening to Warren Buffett, especially when I was starting to get money into the market. I don't really so much anymore because I feel as if, like, once you've heard it, you've heard it. Like, he's not usually saying a bunch of new things. Like, the understanding of value and going through the balance sheets, like, it's something that, like once you've figured that out and buying good value companies, it's nice to listen to, but I find that I'm not always interested in the same names as he and, formerly Charlie Munger, I should say, we're listening to. May you rest in peace, obviously. But yeah, you always want to have people, or it doesn't have to be like a specific person. You can be into reading books, you can be into listening to podcasts, you can be into watching us. If you like Warren Buffett and his philosophies, then great, like listen to him. I think it's just more about constantly trying to challenge yourself with new ideas, right? Like be listening to something new or looking for something new pretty much on a daily basis. And I think if you've never listened to him break down during the earnings calls, like why they invest, it's always good for one or two. Maybe it speaks to you, maybe it doesn't. So DJT might be catching a bit of a bid here once again. So it is trying to break back into the upside. I elected not to reload after that wick at the 25. But this time, I think I'm going to short the next pop. So it does hold on to the lower high, confirming the trend to the downside. So I'll look to roll into it around this 1250. If it breaks the 1250, maybe a little bit higher back into 1255, 56, where we had it from before. So we're looking to get back into this trend. Apple is very slowly breaking the low of the day. And when I say very slowly breaking, not the low of the day, the low of the afternoon, but it's just really struggling. It's just a sideways move for something that was trending down for most of the late morning, starting to run out of steam here. I still feel like this, if it breaks the low, we could get an actual test of the low of the day down at 225.80. But that is a long flat bottom break that is yet to really follow through here on AAPL.
All right, we have a new position. I know Neil was just shorting there Marvell. I'm going to short NVIDIA right now. We're short right here at 116.20. Pretty much, near a high. Pretty much near a high. Looks like we'll suffer hopefully a good fate here with NVIDIA. There's the push down in. Right now it just went to 06s. I actually didn't have a bid until 116 flat. So we'll see if it can come back down. My stop is already in 116.40. So we're just taking this for 20 cents. That's it. If this goes 20 cents against us, fine. We'll scalp a little bit out here for 10 cents and just continue to do what we do, every day here, So yeah, let's go NVIDIA. Hopefully it comes down. I don't know what to tell everybody. We're short right now NVIDIA against this high. So yeah, unfortunately I'll have to edit this. I can just do it right here. This candle there, so we can see. Come on NVIDIA, bring it on down. Right now that's the wrong thing. There it is. Go like this. Edit for one candle. You see, shows a low 106, so it's missing like a 116 there. Let's do that, and let's do that. And now, magically, the chart is now fixed. So there it is. All right, so we will wait to see now if we can pull back in. Again, NVIDIA, like I said, we just go back to the well. Me and Neil will trade a little bit different, where Neil tends to trade more names. I just kind of try to go back and stay focused on the ones. And again, it just depends on what's happening in the market. If you guys give us some ideas that we want to look at, we definitely will head over there like Neil did with that Marvell. But here comes NVIDIA right now. It's 15 cents in the money. We're only looking, whatever. Instead of waiting for O's, we must just get a piece out right here at 05 if we can. Basically take it out. It's close to 1-to-1 there. If we can get that, we'll just wait at 05s, see if we can take a piece out. We're already out of 20%. We'll get out of another 20% and see if we can just sort of, weasel our way into a short of
now you're weaseling.
Not epic proportions or anything, but we'll see what we can do right now. So that's what I'm doing. Will not be a big position for me. And again, you can always ask what positions maybe I have more confidence in or not. This is just a scalp. That's why we're just trying to wait 20 cents on this. If the market was actually doing something, if we were expecting something, then maybe I would be a little more excited. But if anything, the short, I think, could print now, which is why we're holding this. We're underneath VWAP, always a chance to go. I'm always looking over, trading to me, when you're at our stage, Neil and myself and Sharif and Obi, trading really is about P&L. So right now I'm looking at this opportunity and I'm saying to myself, how much more of what we've made here do we want to give up if this trade doesn't go well based on current market conditions? And right now, the market's not doing a heck of a lot. So if we can just sort of add right now up to the net that we have, and just continue to, again, hold the names that we've already held, hold the profit that we're already held, and just make our way into winning trades, that's great, without taking on too much risk. So for right now, the maximum position I'll have in this is probably maybe 30 to 40% of what I would take during the open or on a time where I was a little more confident of something would happen. And Neil, as if we have a crystal ball, there it goes to the downside right there now going down. So we'll have to wait to see what winds up happening. But again, it's all about timing, right? I think that I was sort of going short there as the market was up here, and it wind up pulling back. So again, we talk about what trading is all about, instincts and being able to pull the trigger on trades that you like. And thankfully, it seems like lately we've been really hot on those. So far so good here. Hopefully everyone's enjoying everything, and we'll be able to give you some more winners.
Yeah, and Apple did break down eventually. Actually, just as I was finishing speaking, Apple did break that low finally. So a bit of a consolidation underneath. It's going to try to bounce here. There's room to the low of the day. And again, Apple was strong earlier, but I think when I did the lesson of the day too, I kind of ended with a comment about the daily chart, you should always zoom out, I think, for context. Like Apple, that's a reversal candle. So regardless of what happened with that 30 million sell imbalance on Apple, on the daily chart, it put up a reversal candle, and then when it put in a lower high today, it should have been a short. I don't know how far I want to chase this, but certainly it's about to break at 226 even. I suspect when you have a morning low like this, Apple's going to bounce off of this low here at 226. So I still don't mind getting picked up in this. Like I said, DJT's doing its own thing. Neil's not going to move. Neil's probably not going to move. I shouldn't speak in certainty with that. But looking for a bounce here in Apple to try and catch that short trade. Oh, and I wanted to get back over to like Boeing. Boeing is now barcoding what would have been a good bounce level. But see what happened to the volume here? Like it got to the bottom, tried to pick up on volume, and instantly volume died on Boeing. So without any volume on a catalyst, I don't want the continuation play unless we're going to get a big pickup in volume. So if we can break back out 57 on volume, that would look a little better. I think you had to get that first available dip after the update on the machinist strike there for Boeing. They have until Friday, like we said. But Apple trying to bounce off 226 in here. If it's going to be a flat bottom break, that's 225.80. I'd like to think it's going to bounce before it gets there because it is Apple. Down 1% into an up market, actually. NASDAQ's up 0.17. The ES is up exactly the same. Apple, whoa, there's the 226. Okay, it just tried to bounce off 226. Broke, got to about 95, 94, and trying to catch a little bit of a bid here. So this could be the potential up move, holding on to that even dollar. Want to look to be a fade in here into this prior higher low from earlier on in the session. And yeah, I mean, today we'll be doing a fantastic job on the Learn to Trade because I believe they were talking about double and those triple bottoms and triple tops specifically, I do believe. Well, Apple, not quite a double bottom yet, but it certainly was a double top on the daily. So here's the bounce coming at 226. I want to look to fade it right back into that prior support at 226 and a half. So far, the bounce is at least happening. Will it get far enough to fade it right back into this flat bottom break level? B-Chan saying Lumen is breaking out and K-Dev's looking at Cavill. Actually, it's Kavil, I believe, KVL. That one, I think it's kind of a bit of a dead cat bounce, if anything, on KVLs. That one's been trending down. Was tracking it this morning to see if it could have broken out $2. As you can see, it never did. Lumen, on the other hand, this one actually is at the high of the day, but it's not necessarily going out of control. It's a light volume, slow grind upside. And for Lumen, step one, good. It's breaking out on the daily, but it's got a lot of overhead resistance up here. And not a lot of volume today relative to what you saw on Friday, nor is there a lot of volume as it's approaching the high of the day. Like, it's been very sporadic, this name. If it was more constant, we'd be in it. Like, I thought GameStop was going to be one today. Made that 22. Remember the 22 level from Friday? Oh, it's still holding 22, but 22 high on Friday. We were trading this because it was supposed to be an upweight. GameStop, it did an up move, but then nothing happened at the close. So the only good long on GameStop on the upweight was to take it long going into the close. Today it broke 22 and got to 22.5, and that's pretty much been it. Still holding right in the middle is GME. Do like it, as long as it's above that 22. This one could be a nice little continuation play. It's trying to make this long consolidation break here, but all it gave you was about 45 cents if you took that 22 break today. Not bad, but I was expecting a bit more, to be honest.
I just put in the chat, guys. Of course, as we keep talking about this, you guys can tag us, ask us anything. And I see that's been happening, so good job on that one as Neil covers some of those names there. And I'll cover SoxL for you. Tyler, ATX, and Coffee Trader. Tesla's back at 250 right now. Oh, yeah, getting close, 249.40 right there for Tesla. So, yeah, I mean, we told you where we got out. Broke that level. I mean, the futures, obviously Tesla's going Oppo. And I already told you,
Taco.
This is the biggest Tesla day for me, definitely of the month. I don't know if I said ever before, but definitely for the month so far right there. Good trading. Maybe the most amount on one individual name maybe this month for me. And this is the thing. We could sit here and say, oh, not much opportunity in the market. Not us, but just anybody. But that's a lie, right? Because you have to find the right stocks. And every stock has great opportunities in it every day. It just depends on what strategies you're doing and how you're trading. So yeah, for Tesla, that's why I want to make clear to everybody that we're having a great day on this name, and despite it doing this, we should be long. So yes, to answer your question, who tagged me coffee, I actually like this break now. So I think I'll take it. I mean, breaking out higher, up 5% into a long market, hopefully into the close. It has to be a long market. But right now, I'm not getting that love. But if we can break above here, and I think Tesla will be one of the ones that helps us obviously get to this level, then I think we could possibly go. But again, Tesla does need, I think, a little bit of motivation to get going, even though it's stronger than the market. I still don't want to trade against the market.
You got to speak to it nicely.
Yeah, and it's just like, I don't know. We'll take it, but again, let's talk about share sizing then, because that's always in question. Not always, but sometimes. Like whatever I took here, I would probably take like 20% on a 250 break and have a little bit of a faster trigger on being wrong, just so I don't give it back. 320 right now. Like I said, my wife, Marissa, picked up some nice prosciutto because she had mentioned me today. She's like, "What? There's 2 NFL games tonight." I was like,
I don't like
what?
that, actually.
I was like, there is? And it's so funny because in fantasy, I'm playing somebody that has all the Bengals. So I'm like, okay, I'm cheering against that guy. And then also with Josh Allen and all this. So like, I knew there was 2 games, but I just didn't clue in. But the problem is, my daughter eats prosciutto like it's mortadella, like it's the cheapest meat around. So that may be gone
She likes it.
by the time, yeah, but just maybe gone. So I told her put some aside there, of course, for us into that. So we'll see if it is gone or not. She's on the ice again from 6:15 to 7:15. So hopefully I'll be able to get to that. And they have dry land training after. So I may miss a little bit of that first game.
Isn't it raining?
No, yeah, that's the thing. So it's not raining too bad. It's just kind of drizzly, but they won't practice outside if there is some rain. So just warning shots right now as the future's starting to go back up. Just real quick, NVIDIA, our stop is at 40. We talked about that. If it breaks right here, we're stopped out of NVIDIA, our trade here. And we talked about it. Now we have it. We have about 20%. Any trade that I'm putting on right now is going to be in and around 20% of kind of what we're used to trading in this environment. So let's just ease back on kind of the share sizes right now and make sure that we trade properly and not super aggressively. I think that's the difference now. So, hey, if we can get a winner on NVIDIA, fine. We're short now at 23. Let's put a bid, into the teens and then again, low teens. See if we can get washed out a little bit here on NVIDIA and go back and forth and have a winner. But at the end of the day, we're 10 cents away from being stopped out right there. Our TQQ position is continuing to work for us, but still not at that high. So we'll have to wait for it. And then, yes, man, I do like that NVIDIA talk. So we'll have to, that Tesla talk up here at 250. I think it's probably worth a shot long right there. So we'll give that a shot.
Yeah, it looked like it was going to be a good break earlier, and then
yeah, I think we'll still try it.
Obi was fading it. I think he shorted it.
Wow.
I don't want to speak for him. I'm pretty sure he shorted it. But when it was consolidating, it really just looked like a standard midday breakout because it got to 250. Can we come to the chart for a quick little second? There we go. Yeah, it breaks a prior high and then tests 250 and then essentially consolidates off that prior high. So while that was going on, if it gives up and if you up, it's a different story. But while it was going on, I'm like, okay, it's probably just the standard 250 breakout here. Yeah, I guess it's going to happen. We'll see. I'm on the bid of NEO, and I said, look, NEO might be a trade tomorrow. BABA might be a trade tomorrow. They're not a trade right now. I'm just going to try to get out on the midpoint, probably just move the trail into like 540. Quickly, I don't remember seeing any particular reason why NEO reversed. All of the Chinese EV names were all down in the pre-market, and then NEO, I guess, just bounced off $5 and tried to go. But it's more like, $6 obviously, but it's got a little bit of it's kind of a bull flag with kind of lower highs and lower lows, but still a bit of a bull flag. If NEO can break this out, it does look pretty interesting. And then I wanted to acknowledge, Tesla's probably going to go, but I wanted to acknowledge in the chat, there was a great comment about Moderna falling apart here. Hey, we were talking about double bottoms a second ago. Moderna is about to maybe retest its double bottom. You can see it better on a 15-minute. Why is that still NIO? Moderna, there we go. So on the 15-minute, this is a recent low on Moderna. Tried to bounce off 64. I guess it did bounce off 64, got to 75. Now working into a double bottom. This has been trending down for a while on Moderna. I mean, there's no point going back to 2020. You guys all know what happened with this stock.
Wait, what?
I mean, you can if you don't know, then you can pull it back further. But trend down, flat bottom break. I'm going to write down, actually, I wrote down Moderna, then didn't write 64. I'm putting that on my iPad because I feel like that break could happen. It's not the same as Rivian's breakdown. Actually, in some ways, Rivian's break, see, what's weird about this, I actually think breaks like this on Rivian are better than Moderna because Moderna's is like a multi-year low. Whereas Rivian, it just kind of breaks this higher low and then you've got room to the next gap down. So it's like, okay, well, all it has to do is now trend from here to here. Whereas Moderna has to break 64 and then just start making a bunch of fresh lows when it hasn't been down there since COVID, pre-COVID probably. I'd have to go back and look. So I like these a little bit better, but Moderna still looks pretty solid. And Tesla, as long as we have time to 350, I don't ever want it to. I wouldn't take a top break at 345. I don't even want it in the final 10 minutes. I don't want the imbalance to impact it at all. But it's not even 330 yet. We have plenty of time for this to break out. I thought it was a breakout earlier, and obviously the short did come in for Tesla.
All right, so right there, we'll give back. We'll stop a fail on NVIDIA, of course, as we told you where our out was, and it triggered. So we got out at 40s as it broke higher. We were short 33s. So we'll take a 7-cent hit there on NVIDIA. But at the end of the day, it's a loss. So we'll give back a little bit on that one. Again, like there's some profit. There's the average in there. Oh, sorry, 23s. I said 33s. We're short at 23s. So we will take a 17-cent hit on that one. And the best we ever got was 15 cents. So net will be an L there for NVIDIA on that last piece I just looked over. We gave back, but can't tell the math exactly, but about 15 to 20% of our net on NVIDIA, which was a good stock. It still is. It's my second stock now. Palantir has overtaken NVIDIA now on the day. Tesla number one, Palantir now NVIDIA with giving some back on that short. So, yep, everybody was right about that one continuing to go higher. There was NVIDIA, Palantir trying to go as well. Microsoft, Qualcomm, Meta. Meta was a name that I thought was at 60. There was some levels there that I really liked on Meta coming through. Where was it? Oh, yeah, it was down here, 63s. So we didn't take it. That's what it was. It does turn out to be a good trade. But again, a $500 name. I was pretty nervous. Like, see, I was coming back in here a lot, riding that 50 period. Moving average was Meta. It was on the midday, and I remember I was almost going to say it to Sharif, and I almost said Adara. Adara's back at the desk now, and Obi there about this trade that I kind of liked the way it was setting up for the long based on some of this support. It was before this had happened, but it was on there, so it would have broke. So that's the whole thing that I'm trying to get at right now. I liked the trade right there, but it would have broke, and we wicked down to that 62. So I was just looking sort of at where we were before this dump down on Friday with the rebalancing, and I want to see where Meta was. And right now it's just too back and forth here, I guess. But that was the level. So good thing we didn't take it. I want to talk about that level here at 63. It looks like 63 could hold, which is what we were looking at before. But if you do take a 63 long, you got to watch out for that 62.50 level, which probably isn't really enough room there on Meta. So we'll give that back. We won't give it back. We just won't trade it. That could be a good break. Tesla, I'm still making sure that that's not doing anything. NVIDIA has really gone, so it looks like that was going to be a good out for us. There's the out. There's the move higher. No point in doing anything with this. What we wrote down on NVIDIA today was 115 long, and that has been the best long. I mean, we had that long early. This is where we made all the money, and then we shorted and shorted again and lost. So net, we could have just stayed long and done much better on this name, but we just fought the short there, and the short won, so or the long one. Right there, 117 would be the next area. I'm just more excited about Tesla, but it's already 330.
Yeah, look, there's still some time for it to make that breakout, but we're running out of time there. Arlo, you meant who is behind the name Sean or Neil for Bears versus Bulls? I don't believe either one of us is behind. The best moderator in the business. First of all, if you're not in our chat, then you got to hit the subscribe. Right, hit that like, hit that subscribe. If you want to ask us questions, hey, this stock is moving. Hey, you want to ask about a small cap that you find interesting that maybe we haven't traded, that's fine too. But Bears versus Bulls, our moderator, I believe he came up with that himself. I don't remember if there is a story behind it. I think it's pretty cool. Obviously, we have the bear and the bull here. And I feel like it's been right. We have the bear and the bull, as it's been a very inside kind of day. Like there hasn't been a defined direction for it. Just a couple of things I did finally get out of NIO. Like I said, it's not moving. I think it can be a continuation play for tomorrow. DJT is starting to curl up a little bit here. Didn't get the reload at the 50 level, but it is now bouncing off of the 35. So if it doesn't hold on to this, every single low now, it's underneath that 2023 DWAC support level. I'm just going to call it that. But if it gets back above, this is the kind of area where you could make a bottoming candle. So if I didn't add to it, I'm just going to hold on. Trails at 41, and we'll see how far this wants to go down. NIO, we got out of it as it kind of bounced off VWAP there and now trending back higher. I know it was a short of a mean reversion, but the other thing I didn't mention about NEO is it's holding very weirdly this 200 period moving average. Like at all the rejections above and below the 200 period moving average, I feel like if it just closes a couple of days above and then breaks out the top, this does feel like a bit of a breakout trade. But today, it was a simple mean reversion. So I don't know if Tesla's going to give this opportunity. It's actually back underneath the $50 level, 249.50. So pulling back is Tesla. That does put a bit of a damper on any chance of a $250 breakout trade, especially this late in the session. As far as the early imbalances look, at this time on Friday, this would have been when we were telling you, hey, look at the early look imbalances on GameStop and Palantir, obviously. So far, it's SU, BAC, PCG, and Kenvue. There's always something still going on with Kenvue. Those are all nothing burgers. Although, oddly enough, a couple of Canadian banks to the downside. So I'll say the same warning I always do. If you're looking at imbalances on any Canadian banks on the New York, if you don't have access to see what the imbalances are in Toronto, I wouldn't trade off those at all. Because most of the time, if it's a big imbalance one way in New York, it's completely the opposite. In Toronto, when you get yourself rinsed, if you just think it's going to go down, TD's probably going to end up being a buy in Toronto. That happens all the time. And a bit of a bamboozler, for lack of a better term. I see GameStop an early look imbalance of $1 million to buy. That would be interesting. Although it was this was a disappointment on Friday because it had all the recipe, had everything you want. Expected upweight, squeezing higher, trending higher, and then all it did is go like a few pennies higher at the end of the day, where like it gave you $1 earlier in the session. Like at 2 o'clock, you could have had $1, and then on the actual imbalance, you could have had 10 cents. So, I mean, it was a good long. It just could have been a heck of a lot better. Now let's go to Adara.
We're going to take a look here at some of these S&P 500 names making larger moves to the upside and downside that maybe we haven't discussed as much. We're going to start here with Moody's MCO getting a downgrade here from Raymond James, trading down by about 3% on the day for MCO. Next up, Vistra Corp, VST. This one also benefited from the rally that we had in CEG on Friday in that utilities and energy space, getting a outperform rating maintained here by Morgan Stanley with its price target being increased from 110 to 132. So VST, great look. Last but not least, we have BorgWarner here, BWA. This went up about 3%, announcing that it's going to be launching this passenger car twin turbochargers with regards to powering Corvette here for GM. So a GM Corvette supercharged here for BorgWarner, BWA, setting that one to the upside, guys.
Like a 4-for-1.
Yeah. I think I'm facing Vikram, who has Jaden Daniels, so it's going to be.
Yeah, Vic's team's terrible.
Hopefully, we'll see if he can have a bad day today. I don't think so. So Jaden Daniels, we'll see what he's doing. Okay, so NVIDIA, we did get stopped out there. Obviously, we talked about it. Our futures trade is here, but as Neil talked about, the imbalances coming out at 350 could definitely affect what's happening in the futures. So we'll just keep our order where it is right here. Break of 45, I believe, was it. Yes. So we'll keep it there and wait and see if that does come through for us. So that's going to be a trade there that I'm relatively interested in, a break lower through 45 in order to get stopped out. Maybe we'll put an offer right here at 75 and just end with a banger on the futures, right? I mean, I don't really have a reason to think this is going to take out the top. So why don't we just sit here and do it, man? $70.80. I feel like we've already sort of proven sort of the worth here on the futures. We bought it into support. So what I mean by that is, like, what else are we supposed to have happen here? If it takes out the top, great. But on a day where there is not much happening, I feel pretty comfortable. So let's just offer out right there, like at 70, basically the top The top rate here is 75, but whatever, we'll take that 70 if we're lucky enough to get it. But maybe that's a move here that we'll consider the stop out for that trade. That's the TQs. Other than that, we don't have anything else. XLE, I don't have enough hair to change my hair platinum. All right, XLE right here, 88. I'm not sure about the pricing on this. I haven't really been buying any XLE recently. I mean, I didn't participate really in any of this or of this. It doesn't mean that there's not opportunity here. I think the oil space has been getting beat up, and I still think it's a little bit undervalued, obviously. But at the same time, you're under the 200, under the 50. There's a lot of traders, and we could talk to some of the CMT guys there. I don't really care that much about that analysis as far as support and resistance. XLE is going to be a play, obviously, the oil services name. You have to figure out, stocks like Valero and things like that and what stocks are really turning this ETF around. But at the same time, it's been a nice V-shaped recovery, just all the way back to the 200. I hold and buy some names in this just as sort of exposure to oil. I have very few shares in ExxonMobil or anything like that anymore. I used to be trading that, but now I don't. So we'll just have to wait to see what happens with XLE. I think it's a good proxy to hold names rather than oil itself. So I like the trade, and I think there's some good support down here if you're looking for levels, right where we wicked down to there, 84, 85. That looks to be pretty good to me, bringing you all the way back to January. So it does have nice runs up, but again, there's worries. I don't think there's worries right now about a recession, but oil names can get hit there.
If you leave that chart up a second.
Yeah, just hold on a second. We did get out right there at the top of the day, so we'll hit sirens up right now for the TQs. Yeah, here's the XLE rate.
Only because I was going to mention another name. So if you keep it, I actually like a channel break on XLE. I've been
where? Which one?
So if you look at the two bottoms, and since it made the double top at 93,
yeah.
So you have those highs, the lower highs.
Here.
Also like that channel. If you draw the trend lines in,
see.
Yeah, I just want it.
You are starting to break right now, probably actually.
Yeah, so if it can start to break out the trend, it probably needs to get to. And when I look at trend lines, it has to close. It's got to close above the trend line. Ooh, it wicked above the trend line. I'm going long. No, if your trend line's on a daily chart, it's got to close there. And on a weekly chart, it's got to close the week there. But I want to get to a super chat. And there's been a few questions about POET, POET. It is breaking out on the daily very quickly, so you can get a couple of details on POET Technologies. It's only a 2% short float, but it's a 63 million float. It's done about 1/5 of that today, maybe a little bit, actually a little bit less than that, 1/6. But this is a little bit different from typically some of the small cap charts that we would look at and sometimes rightfully say they don't look good. No, this is, look at the 50-period moving average on the stock. It is trending higher. The 200-period moving average is now actually rounding out. This is an upward trending stock in almost every single sense. You have to go up really far for it not to be. But if you look at the last couple of times when it's tested the top end of the trend, there's been pullbacks. So after a couple of big days, it tends to have these little dips and consolidations. So we'll see how it can hold out. The last few times when it spikes right down, then a couple of more up days. This one I had 3 or 4 up days, 2 or 3 up days in here. I think you want to look to see if it can close a couple of days in the green, maybe a consolidation day for tomorrow, but closing at the high of the day today on POET. And thank you for the super chat here, Stephen. Thoughts on SMCI? We'll hit the like. Stephen QSM, we appreciate the super chat. We don't mind answering any questions. I guess Tesla's not going to break 250 after all. SMCI, don't forget, it might, but it's really slowing down. SMCI, they got the split coming up very quickly. It's going to be on the 1st that they do their split. I cannot remember a time where a stock did this. Usually if you're doing a split, everything, it's cruising into a split. They got added to the S&P, and then they announce a split, and the stock essentially gives up the entire year. I can think of, in over 20 years, I can think of 0 times when I've seen a stock have those types of catalysts and end up giving that kind of a move up on SMCI. I feel like everyone's going to be trying to bottom pick it, but it just broke out a local bottom here attempted to break out a local bottom, I should say, at 475. And I thought this was the kind of break that it should just start trending back into the upside. Instead, it gave it up. The only good news is that prior high from the previous week, at least a week and a half, it's managed to hold on to it. So it needs to hold these 460s. But if it can really kind of maybe shake out some weak hands, I suppose, and retake that high, it's got a huge gap. I think this can be a trade tomorrow. I just really hate the rejection of 475, that breakout today. You'd think this would have more juice to it, given how far it's come down when it finally started to break out, but it just couldn't hold on to those gains. Maybe you blame the rest of the space. I don't know. But a disappointing second half of the day for SMCI. I think it needs to retake the high before I'd consider long. The trend is your friend until the end, where it's trying to bend.
Looks like it's trying to bend for sure. Yeah, I didn't do much other than lighten the amount of shares I'll be taking on this Tesla break through 250. I still think it's worth it just to give a little bit of a shot to try to do that. Obviously, if you're playing 0-day options or something like that, it might be a little bit of a different situation. I don't know what those look like, but 250 breaking, I mean, there's only, excuse me, you know what, I'm going to, where is it? Yeah, I'm going to cancel. I'm going to cancel it.
It's now 49.
Yeah, and again, yeah, part of the reason is it's actually very, very simple, the reason. And that is that there's 11 minutes right now until we get the imbalances. And we've seen the imbalances. What could wind up happening is, and I'm just using light shares anyway, so I wouldn't really care if I got wicked in. But at the same time, it's like if it comes a big buy, then it could run up to 250 and then just really just like make its move down. Like I don't want it to be reacting to an imbalance. I mean, unless it comes like, we'll definitely have to keep our eye out of that because you saw what Apple did on their imbalance. I don't think there's no reason for anything to be, you know, more than 10 million shares, let alone 30 million, like it was on Apple at 350 when this move happened from 233. Remember we were long here and we actually got out at the top pretty much. And then we had a stop order that triggered, I don't know where it was, but it was pretty much halfway through this move because it was back at the 200 period and then it just kept on going to the downside. We showed you some big days that were had by traders. And that was that Apple flush. So for right now, there's really no point in taking too much risk into the close. Someone's calling me, but it's not the barber. So we'll have to wait to see what happens here. 226.75 maybe as a downside push for Apple. If you get a nice little bump into the 200 period, you could take that. Now with only 10 minutes left, let's just continue to wait. The futures are going higher. We have like the best out, I think, right there for us. We'll wait to see if we can get it again. It was only 70.70, so pennies away. If you missed it, you could probably get that back in right now. Disney and Nike, I know there's some talk more about Nike today, $85, $86. So a red name, despite both markets being up, both the S&P and NASDAQ, Nike downside. So again, nice little level there at 86.50. Maybe we could see that for tomorrow. That's where it closed. Yeah, so that is exactly where we closed on Friday, coming into the top again. So 86.50, look at that, 86.50, 86.50, 86.50, and then once again, 86.50. So we'll write that one down, just like we did on Rivian, and did we take that one? I said, let's let Neil write that one down on his iPad. That Rivian break was huge to the downside there, and 86.50 for Nike could be something very much the same. So, all right, that's it, man. Not much else to look at for me today anyways. Would like some higher breaks. NVIDIA's not doing anything. Mara, Bitcoin. I mean, Bitcoin's still 63.3. We had some IBIT love earlier because, again, it was the options were taking in effect for IBIT and, you know, not much happening there. I just feel like maybe it might just increase the volume here on IBIT because the more options that are written and so on and so forth, the more covering that could be happening either way, which could increase some volume here. So I don't know if 15 million is high or low for that name, but the action does not give me any reason to go crazy for that. Roblox, $46, making moves lower, but...
I just wrote down Starbucks on my... Actually, it's a bit of a... This is a cheat. First of all, I got out of DJT. It just trailed out. We never actually added to the position. We just took the one short. We were looking to add here at 1250 and never got into it. It did not... It got very close to 10% down, but it did not tick 10% down. Now, what would be... I actually would hope that this gets to 10% so that it's SSR tomorrow, because if it's at a multi-year low, and you have to go back to when it was DWAC to be able to find this price, because for DJT, this is an all-time low. But if you go back to DWAC, which we did, if you're just tuning in now, here it is on a daily chart, which, oh, whoops. Oh, no. Yeah, sorry, they just got me. I wanted to get rid of this ad here on TradingView, and there we go. So there's like a multi-year bottom, the 2023 lows here. If it goes into this and bounces tomorrow and is SSR, that would be a great catalyst for a long. Like, you need a reason for this stock to go up. So multi-year bottom, short sell restricted, which means you need an uptick to hit the bid. Usually things will glide higher a little bit easier when that's the case. Yeah, I'll look at this one for that. And I've seen a lot of these really fantastic, everyone in the chat's like throwing food references for some reason. K-Fry just said harissa with maple syrup is pretty good. I am sad to say this. We ran out of maple syrup in my household for the first time in like half a decade. Like, my in-laws, we harvest maple syrup of my in-laws once a year, although I didn't go this year. And it was not a very good year for maple syrup farmers in Canada. And we didn't get as much, and we've run out. I was using it was actual maple syrup, but from at a store. Like, I'm like,
Oh, wow.
what the heck is this? Like, I actually bought maple syrup in a store for the first time in like 5 years. It's just not the same as when it's the stuff that you've pulled out of the tree and boiled it. It's a lot of work to do, but it's very rewarding. And it's a heck of a lot better than sugar. But DJT still working to the downside. I'm not saying I'm going long tomorrow, just to clarify, but it's about to go 10% down. So it just ticked 10%. At least I saw it tick 10%. There you go. So that should be enough. It'll be SSR tomorrow. I'm not thinking a bounce play now. I'm thinking a bounce play at some point tomorrow with a bit of an SSR continuation play. So there you go. It's 10% to the downside on DJT. I mean, the better idea would just be it's a short till it's not, but it needs a catalyst. And to me, 10% down tends to be a pretty solid catalyst for DJT. Moderna has a flat bottom break tomorrow, potentially at 64. Oh yeah, I was saying I was adding Starbucks to the list. It's not that I think Starbucks is going to break $100 tomorrow, but every time I look back over at this, Sean will mention Nike, and I'm like, oh yeah, what's Starbucks doing? Did it break 100 yet? Still putting in higher lows for this potential break of $100 on Starbucks. And as long as it holds on to 90 support, one day it's going to break $100. I just want to be sitting down at the desk when it does. We waited for this one too, and it just never happened.
We supported a maple syrup fundraiser, so I actually have like a big, huge thing of like fresh maple syrup from up north.
Have you tried it in coffee yet?
No.
It's
You try in coffee.
sweeten your coffee with it. It's even
I
better.
don't put any sweetener in my coffee.
You know, like the crystal. You can get like the crystallized maples. Sometimes it gets crystallized like a little bit of a candy. If you get that and then put it in the coffee, oh, that's the best.
Those crystals.
Like let it drip into the cup, and it just kind of diffuses in there. Man, I love maple syrup.
Yeah, maple syrup's a good one. Okay, so maple syrup prices will go high due to inflation. Yes, maybe.
I want French toast for dinner.
There's potential. Yeah, French toast is always a good one. Right there. I don't know what we're doing. All right, so
Cancel test.
maybe another shawarma party. No, hopefully not. Okay, so let's go. LASE is ripping, so we can have a quick look at that if people want to look at this one. Again, Photonics Corporation right now. So we'll have a quick look. $19. I know this is a name that we've talked about a little bit today, but not traded it. Yeah, what a great break there of 18 and still going higher here as LASE making those moves to the north side. So again, congratulations anybody that happens to have been on this one. $19. We could probably zoom back out. I mean, I haven't looked at this, so I don't know enough. Yeah, I mean, no point in zooming out on this. Huge move to the upside. I say you always want to fade off of that top wick, so you got to get out if it breaks 19.25. Watch out for liquidity issues into the close. On names like this, it can tend to dry up in the last couple minutes. Yeah, so 19.25 is that high. I would say you short it. I wouldn't short it. I'm just like, that's where if you are short, you have to punch out at day's high at some point, I would think. So to me, that's not a bad spot. 19.25. It could be a good little play back in though, right? As more and more traders may take profits here heading into the close. I want to look at that. The other problem, again, about all of this is that there's no sort of rules in the aftermarket. So it has been known that when stocks can start going, as the kids say, ham here, that could happen in the after hours on a stock like LASE. Again, 12 million shares we could probably look at. The float, it's probably not.
It's laser focused.
It's laser focused on the float, which is probably very low. So I'll double check that for everybody. Just quickly right now, LASE, just so you guys can all know. If you're in it, it would be a good thing to know. They have $2 million in cash. Their change since January is 150% or 1,500% market cap of just 296. I don't know what the float is on this, doesn't say it on here, but we will get that for you hopefully in a couple minutes. Volume right now 12 million, shortfall 14 on LASE trying to go.
With only 2 minutes to go to the imbalances, just double check back in on the early looks. SU grew a little bit, so it's just SU 4.5 million. PCG, we've seen this on the locator. It never really, it doesn't usually amount to anything. Kenvue never amounts to anything. BAC 2 million to the buy side, early look. A couple of the Canadian banks in there. GME was on this at 900,000, but it's seemingly gone now. Palantir. 900,000 to buy on Palantir. That's not all that significant, but probably worth keeping an eye. For myself, the two biggest movers on Friday on the imbalance locator were Apple and maybe I guess Palantir. I feel like those are the two places that I want to look in anticipation in case there is a trade right at 350. So it was a huge sell imbalance, like 30 million sell imbalance on Apple that caused that move. Ideally, it would be a buy here off of these lows. I think it would be a much better. If there's a big sell imbalance at the low of the day, I'm not touching it with a 10-foot pole. Sell imbalance, I like shorting off of a resistance level or a top, not trying to break out the bottoms because then you really need the imbalance not to get paired. In this case, if it was a buy imbalance, you just go long in front of the bottom, which is a pretty simple trade. So less than 1 minute to go. When these hit, I'll be looking at, actually let me get a level 2 up of Palantir. I just realized I didn't. Apple and Palantir. If they come out as big imbalances, it needs to be a buy on Apple for me to be interested.
It was LASE there, someone in the chat asking what's up, hey Davis and everybody else, and then we get a proper paradox saying 9.5 or so million on LASE. I'm just going to keep Apple up because we saw a huge move on this name on Friday to the downside on a big sell imbalance. We'll see if it hits again. I am willing to punch short on this if it does come out. So here we go, 2 and 1. All right, Amazon's a big bid right now. Meta is there as well. There's Amazon. Wow, there goes Amazon. We talk about some of these names.
Why couldn't Apple do that?
And stronger. There goes Amazon. Nice move up 195. Looks like vacation has been ignited now. Nice move there to the upside as we continue to go. Amazon taking out day's high, 194. 194.50 going higher and higher and higher now for AMZN. So boom, right there into the high of the day. Could be pulling back, and that's why very, very risky, right? Nice move up there. What the futures do, they started going up as well. So there's that last little bump for Amazon due to what I would think would be the imbalances.
Tesla sell imbalance 1.3 million.
Look where it got to. 250
right
flat,
250.
and then went to sell imbalance. Yeah.
And Meta's a 1 million sell imbalance as well. So Tesla 1.3 to the sell side, Meta 1 million to the sell side, Amazon is the big one up 2.3. So obviously if that happened on Apple, we would have been interested, but Apple does not have any imbalance, just hanging out at that low of the day. That's where a sell imbalance on a stock that's at the high, to me, is a better trade because you're not just taking it because of the imbalance, you're taking it in front of a resistance level and you just so happen to have the imbalance going with you. I never want, I need something else to be with the imbalance for me. Whether it's I'm expecting something on a rebalance day or like an index addition, or it gives you a level to trade off of. So I think that if you were looking short on Tesla, congratulations. I was thinking the reverse. Apple at the low of the day look for a buy imbalance. Instead, Tesla gave you the short. It's always easier to want a long idea than it is a short idea, I find. It never even occurred to me to look at Tesla 250 for an imbalance.
No, it was up there and then it came. So I'm actually going to take it. If it breaks 250, I'm going to take it right now. So let's wait to see if it does that. We'll give it about 50 cents worth of room on very light shares for Tesla. Like we said, we're having our biggest day in a long time, what I can remember on Tesla. So I'm going to just sort of just roll with a good vibe and see if we can take that out. Right there on TSLA, so a nice little topside move, hopefully for Tesla on a break. And again, we've seen it before where it can flip up, so we'll see if the imbalances want to flip up there on Tesla at 355. So it's only 52 right now, 52.20. We'll play it on the break. I don't know, it's not huge shares, but I don't really want to give it to $1. You might have to though, like that wick down there. I'm just going to try to give it 50 cents. Like if it takes 50s and we're right, we should be able to get 50 cents. So if we're going to try to be smart about it, I kind of like the risk to reward here on Tesla right now. So we'll put that bid through. If it takes 250, we'll wait. We'll grab that one. And I don't mean to get off of this. Google right there with the sell. to the downside as well. There's the Google push down. So I don't like that one as Google's pushing down lower right now into the sell imbalance. NVIDIA also just turning a sell. So it's like 116.60 stopping on a dime. Again, like the trade, but the imbalance is definitely having an effect on some of these names. So let's just continue to watch Tesla. This is the one name that I'll be into there on a break. Apple, downside 226, like the stock, but don't like the action over here today. Shouldn't be down 1% in an up market. So Apple, definitely warning signs there for me on that.
Microsoft too.
Yeah, let Microsoft down too. They got downgraded, so I can sort of be like, we'll wait on that one, but we'll wait to see now with Tesla trying to break through 250. My wife's asking me, do I know anything about us not having any more provolone?
Huh?
No, I don't know anything about that, man. My kids are just...
Well, I gotta assume
they're crushing everything. Do I know anything about it? I'm going to say, look at our kids. There we go. So no, I do not know anything.
Well, if I finish something in the house that I know where it's like, okay, well, we're supposed to have more of it, like we expect to. Hey man, like we order a lot, so I'll just go to like Walmart and order, replacement. If I eat all the trail mix, I gotta make sure I order some, man. Like you kill the Joe, make some Mo. Like that kind of mentality has to be there. I know you would too, but I'm gonna guess that was probably a Baron thing.
No, I think it was a
Oh, it was GL. Okay. So like I'm not going to take this 250 break. It's getting a little bit late. So we're at 355. I'm going to look to see if maybe there's like a bit of a reversal here. Like Amazon, which was a buy and balance of 2. You could always get a bit of a pairing event on Amazon. And wow, it's going to break that 250 as we speak. Right at 355 here. Remember, it was a sell imbalance. So if it were to flip to a bid from a sell, that could be a big one here. With only a couple of seconds. I'm going to keep it on the imbalances just in case you see something pop off on Tesla or any of them. So Amazon did pair off. I don't even see it anymore. It was a 2 million buy. It's now gone. I don't see Tesla. Palantir remains a buy of like 900,000 shares, but that's not all that significant at all. So Amazon did pair off. Tesla, no imbalance of any note. It was a sell. If it flipped to a buy, then it was small enough that I didn't see it. So no break of the 250 yet. With 4 minutes to go. Amazon, of course, pairing off, and there is a bit of a rejection of that high. So if you were looking for a reversion on Amazon at the top, congratulations, you just got it. Selfish part of me wants Tesla to break 250 tomorrow, I guess, but there's almost no chance it does. If it makes this test here, I feel like it either gaps down or I think it's probably gonna gap above this level tomorrow, to be honest with you guys.
Yeah, I still have the order in, even though there's only 4 minutes left. I'm trying to be very careful. I wasn't going to give it too much room on the break. So we'll try to be patient with it. Like I said, 50 cents back down to the downside. We're just going to try to see. Because if it goes, it goes. We can put a cherry on top. If it doesn't go, I mean, the math is like less than 10% of risk into this if it does break back down below. So we'll just try it here. Only 4 minutes left right now on this name that is... Tesla. So we'll wait to see if it breaks higher through 250. What else is here? Ford with a bid. Intel with a bid. I mean, everything's pairing off. So
I am going to mosey on over to the desk.
Yeah, okay, good luck.
Hey, we got the aftermarket show. Well, I mean, good luck you in fantasy as well. I mean, you're trying to pull it off with 2 Monday night games.
I know, it should be exciting.
I'm only going to watch the Bills game. I'll watch the Bengals. But you know what? Watch. I'm not even going to use my crutch. I don't need this crutch.
Yeah, you don't need that crutch. You're a real man. You don't need no crutch. All right, so good luck on that one, Neil. Hope you do not fall. Okay, so as we go, let's just continue to watch out for everything that we're talking about here. And really, why am I on Intel, really, guys? I just want to see if Tesla does something. And again, 249, if we break below, then we'll get out. But here it comes. We'll see if we can get a nice bid going on here. A breakthrough 250. Hey, even 3 minutes. I mean, we'll take it. We'll take it and see what happens over the next couple minutes. Of course, we have to be flat at the end of every day here on Trader TV Live. So we can't be in this for too long, but we could still be in it for maybe even a couple minutes after. So let's just see what winds up happening right now for Tesla. Breakthrough 250. Remember, liquidity will dry up on this name. So this might be a little bit foolish to do this. I'm just trying to see if we can get a quick scalp. I think we can get $1, and I'm only risking 50 cents. So this is what I think can happen right here if it does break. Wonder if we get like that break fake, but if there's not enough people hanging around here right now, then maybe there's no one to stop this move, which is what I'm thinking. Been wrong before many times Shout out to my wife there again on the chat. And I don't know what a world without provolone even looks like, but apparently it looks bad in my house right now as there is no more provolone, which makes me think that my wife, we talked about the prosciutto earlier. Maybe there's a nice charcuterie board getting set up for after hockey practice and for a little bit of the baseball, the football games tonight, as we like to watch all that. And my daughter was really happy that preseason hockey started last night with your Toronto Maple Leafs losing 6-5 to the Ottawa Senators in overtime. So not bad. All right, I'm going to now cancel. Let this Tesla trade, even though there's only a minute left now, not worth it for me to do this. We'll wait for it. We haven't given back really that much here today in the after hours. We didn't trade anything poorly. We were short on NVIDIA that one time and got stopped out of it, but let's just continue to watch. Here goes Tesla right now. Let's see if we're right. It's not about being right or wrong. Let's just see if there's enough liquidity to carry the day here. With only a minute left, it is, in my opinion, somewhat irresponsible to get into Tesla with only a minute left when we have to cover up our trades at the end of the day. So just to make sure I've canceled all of my stop orders, we now do have less than 1 minute now to go. All right, what else do we want to, we could just continue to watch. I'm just sitting here watching this just in case. Apple's bouncing. Amazon, the story of the day, really later on in the day there, as it continued to go higher, approaching that Jeff Bezos level of $2 billion. I'm going to still continue to watch out for Tesla here. Just feel like it's one of the most exciting names that we could possibly look at. Thank you so much, Bears versus Bulls, again, for your kind words. Oh, look at that size there. So 700,000 shares there on Tesla at 250 on the NASDAQ. So that is a completely live order. So if we might want to even clip this right now. If Kathy Wood wants any shares right there, they're available. Each one of these is 100 lots. So 6,000 right there on Tesla. I love this situation. I would really punch that right now if the market was more legs. But right there, 3, 2, 1. We are sponsored by Firefly Neurosciences, revolutionizing brain health. Thank you to Firefly right there. So it does not break, but doesn't mean it won't break. Look at Tesla. Starting to hit more. There it goes. Whether or not it's still there or not, we are starting to break there on Tesla. So, hey, thank you so much. Thank you to Firefly for sponsoring the closing bell there. Thanks to Adara for coming back and ringing that closing bell. But there's Tesla. It broke, but it didn't. I just want to tell everybody that. There still is NASDAQ size there. So I think just at the close, just with the closing auction, it had some prints above, but it definitely was not the NASDAQ gateway because that's still there with 50,000 shares. So a little bit of a wild close there. I don't know. Someone violated whatever the rules were probably. It must have been an exchange that printed higher for some reason. So watch out there as the SOS bandits have to have a conversation because you're not supposed to be able to break a live market order, which I know NASDAQ was there. So a little bit of back and forth. Could have been a dark pull, probably was. Thank you so much for watching. Wow, what a day. We just started hitting our water at the end of the day. Thank you, everybody, for watching. Again, another successful day. We'll hit the sticky note tomorrow with bigger and better bangers. Thank you so much for watching. Without any further ado, if we're ready, Ramin. Thumbs up as she says that. Sorry for throwing the chocolate and hitting your head earlier. That was my bad. But good aim, but my bad. Let's go back over now. It's Neil. It's the Market Recap Show, and it's 4:01.
Thank you very much, Sean. I'll tell you right now, if the chocolate is delicious enough, you can throw it at me all you want. Like if it bounces off my head, if I catch it, if I don't. Those Kit Kats were delicious. Big shout out to Lava Girl for sending those Kit Kats for us. I know Ramin enjoyed them. But what a move there at the end of the day. Sean's right about this, that 250 level break. I mean, look, that 250 level effectively did not break. I don't care what the wicks say. They're like dark pool prints and whatever printed above it. So 500,000 shares on the offer of Tesla. Someone selling it into the close, but it doesn't really matter. Big up move here as this is the kind of day where there was a lot of early strength in the market, and a lot of it was led by multiple names. Let's call it was Tesla, it was Meta early, it was only Tesla late. Tesla and Amazon late as Meta gave up those moves. So, we obviously have something going on with the Mag 7 where they're not going together. You got to be able to separate them. Tesla up 5 points here today, leading the session. Amazon going to end up positive. It was Apple holding it down to the downside, and obviously Microsoft as well not looking too good. We had some continuation plays on Friday. We had Palantir and Dell both added to the S&P 500. Distinctly different days for those two names, as I can show you Dell exactly flat. So on their first day of trading in the S&P 500, Dell does absolutely, getting back into the S&P 500, I should say. Dell was in it before years ago, but for the first time ever, maybe this has something to do with it. I don't think it does. I just feel like Palantir with a strong move up that 2% here. Bit of a pullback at the end of the day, but unbroken on the daily chart. So still working to the upside, Palantir. First day, so far, so good. That's already better than when SMCI was added to the S&P 500, although we'll see if that one can make a little bit of a bottoming candle as well. That stock has been trying to get off of the schneid just a little bit. It's one of these days where there's a lot of inside moves. And when I say inside moves, if you have a look at what the overall market did, the SPY's been a beast. So held above previous highs on the SPY, and we talked about this, but it's a flat day. And it's a flat day where you tried to break the high several times. You tried to even break the lows. You're going to end up at least holding on to green, but I'd say a little bit of a disappointment. You had to be where things were moving. We already talked about Tesla a little bit, but I do want to acknowledge where you did have some moves. Biotech, yuck. This is going to stand out. In the afternoon show, we were talking about a couple of traders were mentioning Moderna, and I'm going to get to that in a quick little second here. But XBI down 2 1/3 today and trending down the whole way. Like there's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. There's no point at which this was anything but a sell event here on those names. And it's a rejection of a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, a quintuple top on the daily. Quintuple top on the daily, breaking right back into the 50-period moving average in almost one shot. The majority of this pullback happened just today. Now, while that doesn't look very good today on the daily, it is worth mentioning you're still holding on to an upward trend here. It's still higher highs, higher lows into a flat top on XBI. So on the longer term sense, I still think this is obviously trending upside as long as it can hold on to the 50 period. I mean, the 200 period more importantly, but maybe the trend that it formed after that 50 period break. I think if you're looking at XBI, I think you've got a little bit of concern if it loses probably that little trend in here, or maybe you connect it from there. But still a bit of a ways to go. It could lose the 50 period. It already did that twice and got back to the highs. So the 50 period hasn't been respected recently. It's a 200 period moving average that looks a lot better there. And the name that, well, quite frankly, the name that stinks the most is Moderna. Only down 2% today is Moderna. And I say only because, I mean, 2% here, 2% there, it's going to add up. And what it adds up to on Moderna is a potential flat bottom break. You pop this on the daily chart, and this is why I was writing this down on mRNA. You've got a double bottom at 64. Then you've got November lows from last year just underneath that at 62 change. Yeah, Moderna's at the Alamo right now. And the question becomes, can it hold on to the bid? Because if it can't, we know how this stock can flush. So that's going to be a big one. Another one that we want to look at here going into today. And again, it was a lot of things that were trending up and down. We'll get to some of the other sector names. We already mentioned this with DJT. It did get to 10% to the downside today, continuing its downward trend. When you zoom out, it's now at prices that it hasn't seen since it was DWAC. So before it turned DJT, the SPAC, of course, I mean, $10 will be a level for that, but about 12.45, 12.50, this bottom that just got broken. If it can hang on to the line here, it's going to be short sell restricted tomorrow, down over 10% today. That would portend an opportunity for a bit of an SSR bounce on this name, which could certainly use one. We did mention in the afternoon show at least a little bit about oil, I think more in the lines of we're talking about XLE. We didn't really go over anything else there, but USO, very similar, down 1% here on the United States Oil Fund, and still very much in a downward channel. if you're into this sort of thing, I'll be the first person to admit I'm not a golden cross or a death cross trader. Like if on the daily chart, the 50 period crosses the 200 period to the downside, I'm not panicking on one of my long-term holdings. I'm not automatically buying a stock that I like because it does a golden cross. That said, USO has a down day tomorrow. It's going to do a death cross. So take that as you want. I know a setup that we were mentioning with Chris Brecher last week was if people look at death crosses and like shorts, then I really like any kind of a long setup off of that, which might trap people that are looking at that pattern. So USO, if that can actually do the death cross and then break this consolidation, this would be the trade that we're mentioning with Chris Brecher. We come to the chart for a second again. And last week we were talking about this with Chris Brecher. Now it hasn't done this little cross yet, but another down day and it will. So if you do a death cross, hold the higher low, and then break back out the top, then it traps anybody that shorts it because one line crossed another, and then all you get is an actual price action breakout. I'll take a price action breakout or a price action move over a line crossing on a chart any day of the week, and it's a line crossing on the chart told people to do the opposite. Heck, more power to you there. It wasn't all bad. Stay on the weed, apparently. So MSOS, got to talk about the names going to the upside, 5% to the upside on MSOS. And last week we were talking about this trend to the downside on MSOS, not yet broken out, but I like a break of a trend. So as long as you're holding on to this trend down and you're losing this 50-period moving average and you're not really breaking out above 7.25, then I'm going to stay away from it. But heavily, it's a decent short name. A lot of people short on MSOS in a general sense on the cannabis names. But if it can get back above, close above 725, break it out here, this looks like an awesome potential trend reversal. So a bunch of things that we are keeping eyes on. And I'm going to save, obviously there's a 5% update on UNG. And I'm going to save that for a little bit later because we have a certain Mr. Michael Noss coming up, and when he's ready, we'll bring him on. I don't mind bringing him on early, but I did want to, before we do that, I just want to double check back in on Tesla. As you know, it was making that $250 test right up at the end of the day. Big move on Tesla today. Easily, no questions asked. You're going to have individual small cappers that might have had bigger days than Tesla, obviously. But in terms of the big names, this was the one. Tried to break 250 right there at the end of the day. Tried to break 250 a little bit earlier in the session, but 5% to the upside. Tesla was your banger. The other name which actually held up some strength was Amazon. Obviously not nearly as strong as Tesla, but it was still one of the stronger Mag 7 names actually holding on to gains, but only up 1%. Like this was almost a Tesla and Tesla only type of day. Amazon, the good news here, I'm just didn't actually mention this in the afternoon, but Amazon, it's still the over under 190. It's over 190. I'm only looking long on Amazon. That simple. Holding this higher low, was a head and shoulders with two shoulders and now two shoulders, but it broke it out. It didn't fail it. It's breaking back toward the high. I feel like we're going to get a test of 200 on Amazon. Going to be looking for some continuation tomorrow on that particular name. Not a lot moving around aftermarket. That's why I came back to look at that Tesla 250. I actually do believe it's a lot of times where a level is this big and it's that obvious, the next step is that it gaps away from that level. And as much as I love when we hang here and hold a higher low for a potential 250 break, I do feel like the next thing is going to gap away from this level. Hopefully not a gap higher. I'd like it to gap lower and then be able to play back into the 250. But hey, you got to trade the price action. Something our guest, I know, is very familiar with. So without further ado, let's get into some trader talk. We got the Nos boss himself. Time to give us the goods. Welcome, Michael Noss, our good friend from Trade Ideas. I use it every single day. I know we all know it and love it, but you should have a smile on your face. UNG, Michael, what's going on?
I'm very happy about my UNG trade. It's I have to remind myself sometimes that it's a bull market. There are times like these where you can pat yourself on the back a little bit too hard. But yes, UNG, China, there's been a lot of ideas that I've put money into recently that are doing well, nuclear being one as well. But yeah, UNG has been absolutely fantastic breaking out today. I held my hand. I was going to take some off the table into the close. That might end up being a bad decision, not doing that. But I do think we've got a little bit of room to go. So just to recap people, the basic idea with UNG, without getting too cute with it, is that this area, $15 to $14 back here, I had a nice little trade on as it pushed up here. We had a little buy tag from our trade wave indicator. It was right at the same area, potentially putting in a little bit of a fake out. So I bought it at around 15 as it went through this level. Now we're up to 16, so pretty good percentage return already. I'm hoping there's some people caught short here, but again, I don't want to pat myself on the back too hard, especially on something like natural gas, which I could wake up tomorrow and this could be $13 a share.
Yeah, and I think that's an important thing. Just quickly before we move on, because I have a question specifically about UNG. Snowflake moving around here. It's trading lower. Company announced a $2 billion private placement of senior convertible notes. For those asking what's going on with Snowflake, there is the move down. It dropped about $4. It was up on the session. Now down in the aftermarket, but just tracking back into UNG. So, as you said, like it's the kind of name that, I mean, it can move around and do just about anything. Yeah. But when I look at this, it feels as if, okay, did the break even happen yet? Like, it feels as if like you got the first break, but the second break would almost be more spectacular. And I'm sort of talking about like the 200 period trend line, like that's the trend line that it's been respecting as resistance. Mm-hmm. So my question would be, like, do you add to swing trades? Like, I'm going to break out off of the low, but now it's making a secondary break. Is this a left brain, right brain? That would be a separate trade. Or do you think, hey, this is a continuation. I should be adding and averaging up on this name? Because the way that it's respected the 200 period moving average, that feels like it's the bigger level if it can close out above it, and you'd be long going into it. It's kind of like being long Tesla 245 before it breaks 250. As a trader, that's a pretty good spot to be in if you like an ad.
Yeah, I know you should. Like, it's one of those things. Never ever add to losers. We know that. Adding to winners is definitely the right thing to do. I do it rarely. It's one of those things that sometimes mathematically that it's the right thing to do, but there's that kind of human psychology of letting a good trade turn to a bad trade. Yep. So if I add, which I do periodically, and if we do get some sort of consolidation around that 200 and a break, that's something that I was thinking about doing, is adding to it. I always just add less. So, say you took 1,000 shares for your first trade, maybe your ad is 500 shares or something like that. Not quite doubling up or creating it like a new trade, but adding in a little bit more. But yes, if you are very, very systematic and you can pull your emotions completely out of your trade decisions, then yes, adding to winners definitely works. We know adding to losers definitely doesn't. But yeah, with this one, it can just go wild in either direction. So I would love to get an ad through that 200 if I could, just because if we get back to the chart I have up here, if we get back to where we were before, that's, $20, $22, right? So a buy at 14 and then maybe even an ad at 17 and then an out or at least a partial out at $22. That would be amazing. I'm not expecting that we get all the way there. I need to remind myself that we are in a trend. So each of these rallies ends sooner than the rally before it. So if that pattern ends up breaking, things could get wild. But for me, I need to understand that the pattern is that we're going to reverse before we get to this 22. So I need to be cognizant of that as well. So yes, if it sets up perfectly, I'll look to add, but it will be a smaller than my normal position.
Yeah, you got to have a rule, but I love that you have the whole, if I'm not a huge fan of it, then just take it as a smaller position. My rule is, generally speaking, like if it sets up a second trade, first things first, like I won't take the second trade unless I can find myself a new out that I like as much as my previous stop. Like if I can't do that, it's like, well, I want to add to it. It looks good to add to it, but but I don't know where I'd like to get out outside of my original stop order. I don't want to add to a position if I'm just going to use the original stop in a general sense. I want to have a new price area that indicates wrong to me because I don't want to give it all the way back. Speaking of things giving moves back or maybe not giving them back, Wingstop's not stopping, Michael. And there was a few people in the chat saying a thank you here for that, because I think the theme that you had, correct me if I'm wrong, last week, you came on a couple of times last week, and you were mentioning statistically buying things off of trending into highs, consolidating in front of all-time highs is a good spot to get in. It's counterintuitive because for a lot of us day traders, if I see a really big double or triple top in there on the daily, my first thought is, hey, it's a fade or a break. Why would I buy it right in front? But in the longer term sense or in the swing sense, this can work. And Wingstop, it's now at that high, or at least, spitting distance. Wingstop is to it. Probably going to get there anytime soon. What are your thoughts on this one going into what looks like a double top test probably tomorrow?
I'll always tell you guys I am long Wingstop from that. I think that was actually last Monday.
Yep.
So the idea was just a break of this trend line as things were moving higher. Look at the monthly chart down here. This thing's just it looks like Nvidia, just the way this thing's rocketing. So yes, there's a lot of academic studies. There's a lot of published pages and pages of information that most people don't need to read, but of course, the nerd I am, I definitely read them. Tons and tons of studies of if you buy things that are making new 52-week highs or new all-time highs, you outperform the market on average, as opposed to buying things that are selling off. For us swing traders or longer-term traders, the whole buy low, sell high, I think is like the worst saying that's ever been created for traders, because quite often it's the opposite. We know trend following works. We know that asset prices trend. So we want to buy things that are making new highs, and we don't want to buy things necessarily that are making new lows. And that was just the very simple play. This was a very strong name, consolidating, like you mentioned, around that all-time highs. It's starting to look a little bit overextended to get to this new high. So it all depends on your time frame. If you're scalping this thing, then maybe this is a good little bit to take off the table. If you're someone who's, more longer term basis, you may wait for some sort of weekly chart rejection or revision just to see, because if we can get through here, it gets through 425, 500 doesn't seem off the table for a name like this. It's a $12 billion market cap, so it's in that mid-cap space, and I really like that mid-cap space because small caps can be problematic because they're usually bad companies that aren't making money. Large caps can sometimes be problematic for swings because they're too big and they don't move too far, so you have to take profits quicker. This mid-cap space, it's a $12 billion company. Would really anybody in the world care if Wingstop grew to be a $15 billion company by, moving another, 20 or so percent higher? You're not going to it's not going to double. You're not going to light the doors off this thing, but it's up 388% year to date. So I wouldn't be shorting it anyway. So my plan is that if I see any sort of struggle at these highs, I'm going to take probably 2/3 of the position off and then just let that other third ride, just in case this turns into like a Chipotle or something crazy like that.
There you go, or a Kava. Kava looks pretty good too as well, although, it's done its own move, which is pretty respectable. And speaking of the short, it's not a huge short float, but it's still just under 5% of the shares short. And remember, that's not completely updated. I think usually, to me, if it kind of consolidates off of this high for a couple of days, that might mean that percentage goes up, and then a breakout looks even better. But I have to say this because as much as we're giving you credit for, I know you're in the trade, it's a great trade, and we gave you full credit for it. I have to also shout out Ramin, our production crew, who has been saying Wingstop is the ish for a very long time. So she's been calling it a long. It's been a great long for both of you. I can't believe there's like 3 of them here. I don't know if there's one out there, and I don't know if there's one in Halifax, to be honest with you. I'm guessing no.
No, it's too small. But maybe the closet technician. I don't know if maybe they saw the trend or just doing, what do they call it, channel checks. If you go into one that tastes good, then maybe you just own a little bit for that reason, if none other.
So you can't even celebrate the win by having a little bit of Wingstop. I think that's a little bit disappointing. They need to get one out there. Maybe you make enough on it, you get your own franchise out there. The problem is nobody goes out east to eat anything but seafood.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but look, that's a rocket ship to the upside, and that's going to be my little segue because I wanted to ask you about Rocket Lab. And so I sort of hinted at the small short float, or relatively small short float that Wingstop has. Now, RKLB, and I know this is a name, you tweeted about this earlier, an 18% short float. And it fits that theme that you were mentioning of, hey, on the daily chart, it's breaking highs on the daily when you look at it on the year. Now, when you zoom it out a little bit more, like you go back into late last year and it's got this $8 level breakout. So my first question is, okay, short float, I know it looks good, but are you looking at this like, oh, it's got to take out that $8 from last year? Or are you looking at it like, oh, it's close to that high, so long's into it? What would be the thesis? Because I usually think with a squeeze name, when it's like an 18, 19% or 30%, I just really like the breakouts. Let it just run the stops. I don't need to get cute with it. What's your take here? Does it change your approach because it's 18% short?
Yeah, and I think this is a perfect example, perfect contrast to Wingstop. So, we looked at the monthly chart of Wingstop, and it was this slow grind higher over 5 years. And that's going to kind of tailor my opinion on how I'm going to trade it. I'm okay with holding something like that for a long period of time. I'm not a fundamental guy, but if you look at something like Wingstop, they're profitable, they have cash on hand, and, it's just safer, quote unquote, business.
Right.
And the chart reflects that. It's a nice slow mover. So I'm okay with being quick with that. But like you mentioned, I totally agree. Something like Rocket Lab, I want this thing to break this kind of $7.75 and then, like you were talking about, this $8 back here level quickly. I want that to really hurt the shorts and then have those shorts have to run for the hills and make that trade happen like that. But I know this is more of a story type trade. So I want that to happen quickly. I want to get in, I want to get the short squeeze, and I want to take my money and get out. And a lot of that is you can just see by the chart itself. It makes these runs and then sometimes these pretty quick pullbacks. And same with that little thing at 8, had that massive run to 8 and then this massive pullback. So quite often you can just look back on the chart and look at the history and how the stock trades to know whether or not this is something that you're going to want to get in quick, get out quick, and then what kind of play it is. So a high short float play, I want it to get in. I want it to hopefully break $8 very, very quickly, and I want it to get out. But this is going to do a lot with the theme of space, right? So ASPS. Right. All of these names are going to kind of move together in some respect. I just think this ASTS is a little bit overdone. So for me, I'm looking at this Rocket Lab. Maybe some of the space people who got rich off this one, they moved some money into that. But yeah, there's one thing that's just a nice trend following play and looking to hold that for weeks or maybe months. And then there's something like Rocket Labs that I could be in and out of in days. Hopefully, if it works, breaks through, and then I could be out in 2 or 3 days.
Well, what's crazy, and I know to even mention something, fundamental with a stock that's 18% short is kind of blasphemy, but this is a stat that you brought up ASTS, and I cannot speak about that stock or have it be brought up without pointing out something. So Rocket Labs trades at 11 times sales. ASTS trades at 3,000 times sales.
Yeah. Which
is pretty unheard of. So when you say maybe people that have made money in one want to put it somewhere else, like a squeeze name or something adjacent, which actually for a short float, high short float name, 11 times sales isn't actually all that ridiculous, but 3,000 certainly is. And so a lot of times when money goes from one place to the other, we've talked about it in the meme craze. Sometimes GME money goes to Chewy and then Chewy money goes into Carvana. That ASTS profit that people I would imagine are just dying to grab onto because it's been such a ridiculous one. Going into Rocket Labs, you could do a heck of a lot worse. And I'm not harping on. I don't want to get this misconstrued. Like anyone that made money on ASTS, I think it's been fantastic of a run. Congratulations to all of them. I can't really make 2 cents of. Like, there's always a point to which a company's gone too far that it's like, I can't even make sense of going long into it. And I feel like that reached it a long time ago. Rocket Labs, on the other hand, to me, still has something that it could do which can profit us as traders. And as I say that, I mean, ASTS is actually still above its 50 to 200 period moving averages. It's not really giving all that much back. 50% retracement could be on tap for that one. Michael, any other thoughts you wanted to be able to get to in here? I appreciate you going over the Rocket Labs trades again. Obviously, congratulations on that great call on both Wingstop and on UNG. But outside of maybe looking at that Rocket Labs, anything new that you have going on before we get you out of here?
I'm still interested in China. It's been a play that's worked for me. I know I talked about Baba and JD, some of the bigger guys, kind of in this area that I've got up here on the chart, so in around the $80 area. However, so I've been talking about this trade wave indicator that we have a lot, which is a trend following indicator. And we know with trend following indicators that they will work and they'll get you out of bad trades quickly and they'll get you, keep you in good trades longer. But we also know with trend following indicators, if you're going to get in a range and get stuck in a range, you're going to get chopped up, and you're going to get nickel and dimed a little bit. So we built a scan for this. We're still working on this. So I'm kind of teasing everybody here. You can email me or reach out on Twitter if you'd like this. And what it's doing is it's just showing things that have new buy tickets today. So as I'm going through it, I'm thinking in my head which ones I think have the potential to trend. And I saw two China names that I'll highlight real quickly. So one here is Momo. This is Hello Group. Down a lot from its high, like a lot of China names. However, it's been working pretty well. And you can always bring up this little panel right here, and it will tell you if Trade Wave has been working or not. Trade this. If you had been trading it with this, and you would have made a kind of modest 6% on a stock that's not really doing too much of anything. So did a little buy tag here. I see a potential trend change. I saw that in the green room when you were talking about that with the weed names that could be breaking out. So I'm looking at that one. The other one here is LU. Don't know what these guys do, but it's just getting absolutely killed from $50 a share down to $2. Put in this what could be a nice looking low base or rounded bottom, and put in a little buy tag there as well with 5 days to cover. The short float's not super high, but 5 days to cover is pretty substantial. Yeah. So some Chinese names that are more speculative, right? Baba and JD are going to be, your big guys. They're probably not going to go to 1 million or to 0. These ones are a little bit more speculative with Momo and LU, but if China, which, you're looking at K-Web, still looks good, it's still relatively strong to the market over the last week or so. So I like the look of these names if they can continue, but I just want to preface, A, they're little tiny companies, and then B, they're from China. So both those things mean that they're risky, which just means that, you would size something like that way lower than you would size something like Baba.
Yeah, thank you very much. But I actually want to point out, speaking about K-Web, what I actually really like about K-Web right now, breaking that out like it's currently doing, it made a death cross, the 50 crossing the 200, and proceeded to immediately make a recovery off the bottom after that. And anytime a stock decides to technically break out after giving a short signal, I like the breakout even better, because as far as I'm concerned, somebody's got short that when you have a death cross, or at least you've probably rinsed some weak hands out of there. Either way, that's going to be bullish. So thank you for final thoughts. You never cease to amaze us. You always have something out there in the pocket. Michael Noss from Trade Ideas. We'll talk to you again on Friday, see how these Chinese names are going, see how Rocket Lab is going. Congratulations on Wingstop and obviously that UNG. Nice runner there. Appreciate it, Michael.
Thank you very much for having me.
Yeah, big thank you and shout out to the NOS boss himself. And yeah, that K-Web looks pretty interesting. Look, obviously it's been a pretty hot start to the week, but it's going to be a wild one still. We've got earnings on Wednesday with Micron, and on Thursday we're going to have Costco as well. But on a daily basis, we have a little something we like to do at the end of our day, and that's going to be the roll call. So, first off, I want to make sure, if you want to be in the roll call, I should say this every single time. If you want to be in the roll call, we got a subscribers only chat. So you got to be in the chat. Just send a message. I'll see your name. I'll rhyme it off as fast as I can. Sometimes people put some funny names in there trying to get me to slip up and say something wrong. You ain't going to catch me. I'm too slick like that. It's not going to happen. Hit that like, hit that subscribe, get your name in the chat so we can do a little roll call. But I always started off by thanking the one and the only Bears versus Bulls. Shout out to Bears versus Bulls, the best moderator in the chat. We couldn't do what we do without you. The entire team here, obviously, I want to shout out and once again acknowledge Ramin being early on Wingstop. Michael had a great trade. Ramin's been on Wingstop from time. Trust me, we hear about it all the time. Thank you. What? It's true, Ramin. You've been talking about Wingstop for a hot minute. So great look, great stop. But let's get this roll call started. I'm gonna start at the top. I just saw you, Neo Rob. Maybe gone, but it's right back in here. Spark as well. Hey Davis in the chat. Easy peasy. Eli 7721. Penguin Dynasty. Bristol. Moy Castano. Blue Arrow. Lava. Marius Hyman. We got Midnight in the Ocean. We got Darwin and Mashworth. Fluffy Hippo. Fluffy is here. What up? Bears versus Bulls. Paco OR. Bala Krish. We got Bora Hout. We got Bookie Mondo. Oh my goodness. And this is why. Oh, okay. Let me finish this. You can't put chocolate in front of me. You can't do this to me, Ramin. There's chocolate in front of me and I want to eat it so badly. Mashworth, CompuCare team, JI 94 games, Fat Figure in the house, Jai Singh, D Westermeyer just gifted me 42. That's my lucky number. That's my number, my baseball number. Love you, deep, Mr. Westermeyer. Kittronics, Blue Arrow, Mike Breeze, Jill Wattenberg. I don't think I've seen Jill Wattenberg, and this seems like a new one. Welcome to the chat. If you've been here before, then thank you for coming back. K Fry, easy peasy again. Travel Buddy, Midnight in the Ocean again. We got Yannick Patel, Happy Zombie, Anik Sardar, Jatin Varma, Rivian again, Fluffy again, Andrew Chow, Shane D, Finch Jane, Michelle in the chat, Bob Dubs, Hot Dogs. Ooh, I will love hot dogs tonight too. Carlton Lockley, Ron Heller, Howell Capital Trading. Nice try, bold. Jazz Free in the chat, and we've also got Graph 808. Pretty sure we got them all. And a big shout out and a thank you to Ramin, who is always so kind and gracious to make sure that she feeds my sweet tooth. I have a habit. I cannot stop eating treats, but I'll do that off camera. The best thing about everything here at Trader TV Live and the best thing about our trading community, we get to have this fun every single day. So it's only Monday. It's been a great start to the week. We get to do it all again tomorrow morning. So you know what that means, everybody? Come back right here, 8:30 in the morning. We're Trader TV Live, and we'll see you tomorrow.